I'm coming in." He waited several minutes with his back pressed against the cold fiberglass. When he popped the door latch, he nudged it open with the Winchester. A sliver of light from one of the shaded windows cut into the dim interior beyond. Exactly how Pierce liked to keep the place. Cade put his weight on the retractable steps gradually, tried to keep the rig from shifting with each step. He waited in the relative safety of the doorway. To his right, the attic where Pierce's bedroom was located. On his left, the living space. He spotted the usual sight: Pierce in his recliner, the oxygen tank upright at his feet. Cade's view was obstructed, a partial view. Knees bent, one veiny hand resting on his pant leg. Still, pale, couldn't see his face. He moved cautiously inside. The old vet was slouched in the recliner, one arm propped on his leg, the other tucked away. Nasal tubes were clear. Cade stared hard at his chest, waited for the tubes to fog. He took his hand off the Winchester and reached for the man's wrist. An eye shot open. Pierce's hand whipped out, and Cade found himself staring down the barrel of a Sig Sauer. He raised his hands and tilted the rifle to the sky. "It's me, Cade." "Lawman came by. Says you're armed and dangerous." He lowered the weapon and smiled. "I told him I know. Didn't say how I knew." Cade dropped hard onto the couch across from him. "You about got yourself killed." "Working on that already." Pierce tapped the oxygen tank with the side of the Sig. "Figured you weren't no bad guy, though." He tucked the gun into the recliner cushion. "How many more guns?" Pierce didn't say. "He trashed your place. I heard the noise and came out. Just about put a bullet in him. He wanted to search mine. Told him he needed a warrant, and I'd be happy to radio the request in." He gazed toward the ceiling and fiddled with the oxygen tank. "Not sure I'd honor a warrant anyhow." He twitched an eyebrow at the Winchester, broke into another smile. "How'd she shoot?" "Just like you said." He nodded. "What'd you get up to?" "Started a fire." "Gathered as much." He got up and peeked out the blinds at the snowmobile. "Didn't recognize the motor. One reason I played possum." "You trade in the core truck for that?" "Borrowed. I left the truck parked outside of Case, the BLM property. I can take you in my truck to fetch it." They took Ann. Pierce clicked a boot against the oxygen tank, stared at the worn, matted carpet. "Keep that brass from the Winchester if it's at all possible. I can hand-load 'em." "I stole it, remember?" "Well, you can steal all my damn ammo, too." "Fine. What did Agent Lambert say?" "Wait, did the Huey drop him here?" Pierce shrugged. "Drove up in a shiny SUV. Boy, he was madder than a wet hen. Said you were wanted for destruction of private property and interfering with a federal investigation. That right?" Cade wasn't sure. He didn't quite know what he'd done, and he really wanted to know how they'd replaced their ride so quickly. A hidden motor pool in the mountains? "Could be, Pierce. Why in the hell are you helping me?" He shrugged, sat back down and fiddled with his mask. "Been coming here to the park for a while now. I head back home to Texas every year. Same old, same old. Weather locked me down this time. Can't say I mind. As much as I trash talk this place, it's my home too. Back in Texas, we're all about republics and liberty, all these big ideas. Then we fall in line with whatever special interest groups wants to constrain our people's rights, or whatever company wants to build whatever new abomination. He swatted the air in disgust. Out here they talk about social equity and helping the poor. Then they put their tech companies on pedestals while the tent cities stretch from Mexico to Canada. Both places bend their knee to whoever's got money. My guess with this DEA fella is the same damn thing. So I'm more than happy to mess up his day on your account. That's damn patriotic of you, Pierce. Come on, let's make you some coffee. Pierce froze part way out of his chair. A vehicle drove up on the highway, the tires slowly winding down, crunching down the hill into the campground. Grand Central today. You locked the gate back. Cade shook his head. Pierce grumbled like he might if his fellow host had forgotten the procedure on any given day. Difference was, he was fishing out his cig. Cade readied the Winchester. He peered out the blinds to watch the unfamiliar truck approach. It stopped by the campground office. Valerie hopped out. She was dressed up like she was going to a real estate showing, heels stabbing clumsily into the snow. She navigated the terrain with one hand raised at the wrist. "Hello there?" she called out as she disappeared toward the campground office. "Who is it?" Pierce asked. Cade checked the driver, one of Valerie's neighbors. "My realtor," he said into a confused gaze. He set the Winchester on the sofa. "Let me handle this." "She'll turn you in," Pierce hissed. "Let me talk to her." If she knew Lambert had declared me a fugitive, she wouldn't have come up here. Pierce didn't look convinced. "I'll be fine." Cade stepped outside and made his way down the hill. He kept his focus on the interior of the truck to verify the driver. Yep, her neighbor. He seemed just as unconcerned about confronting an armed and dangerous felon as his passenger did. When he got to the porch outside the office, Valerie was prancing down the steps. "Oh, there you are. Great news. I got a call from your banker. She's very discreet." She dug the satellite phone from her pink purse looped around her forearm. "She said you'd know who to ask for." Harper. He reached for the phone and stopped. Considering who he'd met at the hacienda, he may not want to hear what she'd uncovered on the official side. "Well?" Valerie asked. She smiled brightly. The deal closing glow. Her commission check signed. "Maybe it's good news about those investments of yours." Cade took the phone, held it against his chest. "You didn't get all dressed up just for me, did you?" "No. Chamber of Commerce called the town meeting up at the River Run Grill. They've got a freezer full of food they want to share and some important message. Y'all should come." "What sort of message?" "Rumor has it a helicopter flew in with supplies." Cade frowned. The cartel evacuation hadn't been far, just elsewhere in town. The assault on the hacienda had forced Ramirez's hand, and he'd already launched a counterattack. The Michoacan cartel was going right off their SOP for controlling territories south of the border. Butter up the locals, convince everyone of their good intentions, and cast doubt on anybody who opposed them. By the time the locals want to back out, it's too late. He'd thought them crazy for believing they could do that here. Then again, they had the appearance of the direct support of the U.S. government. He'd have to talk to Harper, find out why. "Let me make this call, then I might just head to the meeting. I need to talk to this guy with the helicopter." You'll love him. He's such a generous man. Good. He owes me. 25. They were almost to the town meeting. Pierce at the wheel of his dually truck. Cade still hadn't made sense of his conversation with Harper. Bad news from your banker? Pierce asked. Cade grunted a reply. He was on his 100th time mentally replaying the conversation. Cryptic, but clear. She'd hung up unexpectedly. No news on Sergei. But she and her assistant were working unofficial overtime on the blockchain data from Gary. Cade almost hadn't heard that part. Everything after the update regarding the situation on the ground in Three Rivers had been background noise. She'd confirmed his worst fears. Rafael Ramirez, the FBI's most wanted cartel leader, indicted on hundreds of counts of narcotics trafficking, money laundering, firearms charges, murders, witness intimidation, and corruption, was currently under federal witness protection. The town blackout. Emergency officials had been in constant contact with somebody claiming responsibility for the unincorporated city. Said they had everything under control here. Told them to devote their resources to the needy. Millions had been impacted by the storm, so the request was easy to grant. That's all he had. The line went dead quick enough, he thought the sat phone had died. Witness protection didn't make sense at all, even if Ramirez could be excused of his crimes. Typically, the U.S. Marshals found a spot in the U.S. where the witness had zero connections, a difficult task for somebody like Ramirez, and in no way were they allowed to bring along private armies or stay involved in the same line of work that got them arrested. Still, if Ramirez was willing to talk, his information could be invaluable. He'd be able to name his own terms. But how far would the government go? The DEA was here. At least one SEAL team operator. He recalled the compound and the mix of accents. Might even be a couple of different factions. Sicarios and paramilitaries together under one roof. Ramirez's roof. Lambert might think he'd landed a career making case, but Cade couldn't see how he had any control. And if he ever did, he'd lost it the minute the town got cut off. Parking for the town meetings started a quarter-mile from the River Run Grill. Cars strung along Sierra Drive. A promise of a free meal hadn't hurt attendance. Nearly everybody in the stir-crazy community had turned out to see what their newest neighbor was all about. They pulled into a parking lot down from the grill. He saw the truck Valerie had been riding in earlier. Lance and his crew's dozer and trucks. Al's little Toyota Avalon. An assortment of off-road vehicles and cars. All of them he'd seen in one driveway or another or around town. Close to the front door, he spotted the Cleveland's flatbed plow truck. Everybody in one place. The gambit made Cade nervous. Ramirez would either earn new allies or human shields. A calculated risk the boss would be happy to take either way. Ready? Pierce reached into the glove box and removed his cig. You sure you want to take that in? Positive. Sounds like a snake's den if what you say is true. He tapped the butt of his pistol on the oxygen tank, resting upright on the floorboard. Cade grimaced. If the shooting starts, you might want to give me some space. Bound to take the whole damn lot of 'em with me. Cade shook his head and checked the .38. The Winchester he secured under the seat. He still hadn't answered Pierce's question. No, he didn't feel ready. He didn't see a way this went down without a lot of collateral damage. "How do you want to do this?" Pierce asked. He hated the idea of asking Pierce for anything. He was willing to help. He said so. But the man had a debilitating illness. COPD absolutely not caused by Agent Orange, he told Cade. Or so the VA doctors said. "You go in first without me," Cade said. He didn't see any of the cartel goons outside. Inside, tables were full, staff bustling. Ramirez and company weren't in direct line of sight. By design, he was certain. He'd be toward the back, near an exit, away from the windows. Maybe even in a private room. "I want to try to get a read on the situation first. I might even stay out here and follow the bastard back to wherever he's staying. So get your free dinner and leave. I'll make my way back to camp on my own. Corps truck isn't parked far from here if I need it." "What if they start shooting?" Pierce sounded too eager. "They won't. He's playing damage control. Could be whipping the town into a frenzy to come after me. A little mob justice. Plus, most of his men are stuck at the hacienda. I didn't leave them with many ways down the mountain aside from the helicopter." "And your DEA man?" "His problem is with me, not you." "Well, if he starts shooting, I'm gonna back you up. Badge or no." Cade sighed and looked at the oxygen tank. "Try to find a place away from bystanders. 10-4. He watched the old man spryly hop from the truck and lug out his tank. He had a spring in his step as he approached the door, even out into a subtle limp when he hit the steps. Freed from his darkened cave where he basked in the light of his television set. The old vet actually looked healthier, fired up. He turned to the truck and gave a not-so-subtle nod as he stepped inside. The limp got dramatically worse. Sly old dog. The vintage restaurant had a spectacular view. The wraparound deck gazed out over a fork of the Kauai. Cold waters streamed over ice-capped Riverstone and under Pumpkin Hollow Bridge, an architectural twin of the stone monument across the canyon on Mineral King Road. Snow graced the bare branches of tree-lined banks. Candles inside the dining room gave off a warm and inviting glow. Idyllic. Not a place you'd expect to encounter the devil himself, but maybe an angel. Anne strolled tightly into view, arms across her midriff, shifting briskly to take a drag off a cigarette. He'd never seen her smoke, never seen her dressed up for a night out either. She must have already been seated, her coat inside. She wore a split-legged, flowing dress with no sleeves, held across her breast by a thin fabric collar. It looked like an accident on anybody else, a drape of random cloth. On her, the light fabric clung to her body and billowed tantalizingly over the soft skin he'd explored beneath. She had no minders, no escorts. Cade jumped out. "Anne!" She stopped, hand frozen, the cigarette balanced between two fingers. She was looking, but not in the right direction. "Anne!" he said again, louder. He started toward her, and she saw him. The glance was fleeting, but she'd seen and recognized him. The cigarette went to the porch, ground under her heel as she spun away. "Anne!" he shouted. He didn't want the attention, not yet. He was picking up pace across the lot, forced to chase her into the open. Through the windows, he spotted Agent Lambert weaving his way swiftly between the tables. Good. They could talk outside. Cade would have asked for that anyway. The DEA agent came hustling out. Same wrinkled polo, badge and gun on his hip. He approached Cade warily, covering his weapon. Cade wanted to believe Lambert was an ambitious asshole willing to sell out his country for a payday. Nothing about him said so. Maybe he was just a guy at the mercy of a call made way above his pay grade. But working with Ramirez, that was enough to cast doubt on any charitable thoughts Cade might have. Lambert met him with a sudden and heavy shove. "What the fuck do you think?" Cade had him in a painful wrist lock before he could pull back his arm. "Easy," Cade said. "Bad guys are in there, right?" He twisted harder. "Right?" Lambert squirmed. Still no attempt to go for his weapon. Cade had given him plenty of reasons. He shoved him away. "Who else is here?" Lambert demanded, rubbing his shoulder, eyes casting about the shadows. Cade surveyed the lot. "Whole town, I guess." "No, smartass. How many of your bureau friends? How in the fuck did DHS let this happen?" "I've got the same question," Cade said, getting in Lambert's face. "How did they let a murderous asshole cross the border and set up shop in our backyard?" Lambert clamped his lips. His intense stare drifted. "He killed an agent, slaughtered an entire team." Lambert's confidence wavered. "There's no evidence Ramirez was there." "He was there," Cade growled. "How do you know?" "What could he say? A classified video for an international incident that never happened? One where he never clearly saw the man's face?" "Ramirez set the whole damn thing up!" Cade roared. "Forget the subtle approach. Don't give me technicalities. How many people have him and his boys carved up? You want to bring that to Main Street, USA? That's your amazing plan?" Lambert went cold. He stared back, his face an emotionless mask. "How many?" "Just me." "Bullshit! You bureau boys are geared up for some kind of revenge op. Damn near overrun the place up on Mineral King." "I make messes." Lambert swung away and stomped his foot impotently. "Goddamn bullshit! You call off your team and park your asses at the far end of Sierra Drive, right next to the roadblock, so you can be the first damn people out of this valley. Understood?" "Last time. There is no team. But I don't plan on letting Ramirez and his paramilitary drug squad run rampant in this town." "He wouldn't be down here in the first place if you hadn't burned him out." "You don't think he would have come down here the first chance he got? How many trips have his boys made? The cashier at the grocery store even knows they're here, Lambert. You've controlled everybody they've had contact with? Witness protection, my ass." Lambert's anger was slipping into frustration. He kicked a clod of ice at his feet, stuffed his hands in his pockets. "This isn't what you may or may not have heard." He glanced up again, defiant tone once more. "We're handling it." "He's handling you." "You really think you can trust a word he says?" "Hell no! And if that snake tries to bite back, we'll put him down." "Look me in the eye and tell me you can do that." Lambert squared up. "We have it under control. You and the Black Ops sniper? 2 against an army?" Lambert's head dropped and he gave a weary shake. He swiped at his jaw and wagged his head like he couldn't believe what he was about to divulge. Some of them are his men. We had to agree to it to lure him in. The rest? GAFE. Mexican paratrooper group our boys trained back in some other misguided clusterfuck. Most went over to the cartel. Was either that or watch their families get skinned alive. These ones here say they're seeking asylum. Lambert glanced toward the restaurant as if he could peer through the walls, measure their loyalty from a safe distance. The frustration boiled over, and he laid into Cade, fingers stabbing him in the chest. This is delicate enough without you bureau boys playing superhero. So back the fuck off! Cade stood there, dumbstruck. Lambert just confirmed the difference he'd observed in the cartel force. Trained paramilitaries, bloodthirsty sicarios, factions within factions. Yet, somehow, the DEA and whoever else they'd partnered with felt they had a legitimate operation going on, and not an impending disaster. Was letting Ramirez stockpile grow equipment all to keep him happy? What about murdering Jacob? To Cade's surprise, Lambert smiled. Always one step behind, you bureau boys. Everybody guilty pays when this one ends. Believe it. Lambert stalked away and yanked open the door. The chatter of voices and cutlery wafted out. I sure as hell will enjoy seeing you shit-canned. The door clapped shut behind him and left Cade out in the cold. Lambert truly believed in whatever he was doing. Believed he had the biggest fish ever on a hook and wasn't going to stop reeling him in for anything. It reminded Cade of his own obsession. His case with Sergei. A similar uncontrollable, unpredictable force. He knew that urge well. The scent of the prey strong, the trail clear, racing in for the kill. A hunter's instinct he'd retrained for investigation. Recently, it started to slip again toward the primal and raw, and that all helped him remember. He'd already been shit-canned. He followed Agent Lambert inside. 26. Twitchy met Cade at the door. Cade hadn't seen him in a while. He'd kind of hoped to have taken care of him in the chaos as he left the compound. But here he was, playing tough guy again. He'd traded in the camo gear for the party. All the cartel members had. Nice silk shirt with a loud pattern that wouldn't even blend at a rave. Thick gold chain around his neck. The guy shoved him. This is a private event, pendejo. The whole town was invited, right? You aren't part of this town. Twitchy sneered. You're going to have to escort me outside. The cartel goon grabbed his shirt and dragged him outside. As soon as they hit the sidewalk, Cade gave up the helpless routine. A flash of movement, and he'd trapped Twitchy's hands under one arm and seized the goon's right elbow with the other. An upward thrust, a vicious twist. Cartilage tore with a wet pop. Twitchy shouted. His left hand slipped free. That one shot toward his waist. The cartel foot soldier kept his gun tucked in the middle of his back. Long time to draw from there when off balance. Longer since he tucked it with his now useless right hand and was fumbling for a backward grip with his left. Cade drove him backward, one hand on a shoulder, the other on Twitchy's reaching forearm, pinning it behind him. Tables skidded out of the way. A chair toppled. They slammed into the railing of the outdoor dining deck. Twitchy whipped the gun out. Cade maintained contact with the arm. A palm strike as it cleared his back crushed his wrist against the metal railing. The strike wasn't enough to force a drop, but it did knit Twitchy's arm neatly between the railings. Cade kept it pinned there, forced Twitchy over the rail. The goon's face twisted in pain. He had no choice now. Drop the gun in the river or take a swim. The gun tumbled out of his grasp. His face burned bright red, veins in his neck throbbing as he tried not to follow. Cade yanked him back upright, tossed an elbow to his chin as he did. Twitchy went downright sedate. He lugged the goon's body to the table, righted a chair with a swift kick, and dropped him in it. He laid the man's head on the table, tinted a menu in front of him, and went back inside. Cade straightened his shirt and scanned the dining room. Equal parts rustic and chic. Easy to prepare for either a mess hall or a wedding reception. White tablecloths set with stark china, wine glasses and frosty beer mugs. Every table was full. Pierce was by the far wall, squinting uneasily at Cade. The fire crew sat in the middle with their families. Lance's wife had the same stocky build, an easy smile as she sipped her red wine and ignored the kids pawing at her arms. She lounged between them, determined to enjoy the rare night out. Al chewed his food quietly. Water only, the wine glasses bussed away. His wife was equally reserved, save for the colorful sari she wore. Their son picked at the vegetables on his plate with a dour expression. Valerie jangled near the front, seat close to the end of a table. She was laughing, talking more than eating, the fork a prop in whatever story she was telling the man across from her. A guy Cade hadn't seen before. Suit, artificial tan, his hair slicked back and teeth bleached. Had a competition going with Valerie about who could wear the shiniest things. Nobody seemed to have noticed his little altercation outside. The tables had been arranged in long rows, family style. The head table turned perpendicular to the rest inside a deep alcove, only visible dead on from the entry. No view from the parking lot. Ramirez sat in the middle, the rest of his men arranged on either side like the disciples. Their boss had dressed down as well. Buttons on his shirt sleeves, not cufflinks. The tailored jacket was gone too. Bargain store jeans and cowboy boots. One of the regular folks. Beside him was Lobo. The Sicario had traded in the winter camo for a white button-up shirt and jeans, a crisp contrast against his dark skin and wavy hair. Almost made him look respectable. He spotted Cade right off. His eyes scanned the room for Twitchy. Cade shrugged. The Sicario was tossing his napkin on the table and about to stand when Anne swayed into the room. She crossed in front of them. Lobo eyed her with an intent that wasn't the same as every other man in the dining room. He watched her expectantly, waiting for something, or preparing himself. She passed him by. Ramirez beamed at her. The goon seated to his left got up with his plate, pulled out his chair for her. She gracefully lowered into her seat, leaned over and kissed the Jefe's cheek. Cade read her beautiful, full lips. "Sorry I'm late, Daddy." "What?" Cade shuffled on autopilot into the room, unable to take his eyes off Anne. Heads slowly turned his way. A brief hush settled. The clanking of silverware suddenly replaced the conversation. Anne was the last to find him. intentionally. She'd made him wait. A brief glance. Nothing else for him. Cade waited awkwardly in the uncomfortable aftermath. He felt like a kid again under Mrs. Mack's suspicious eyes. He'd walked into a battle already won, the war over. A server led him to an open seat. He squeezed behind a table next to an elderly gentleman he'd once watched use the high snowbanks to finally take down his Christmas lights. The man nodded gruffly. Cade wagged his head loosely. He couldn't stop staring at Anne. Her father? 27. Father. Cade kept seeing Anne's lips repeat the word. They'd shared intimate time, but not intimate details. A perfect situation for him. He'd never stopped to think how perfect it might be for her, too. Why she hadn't talked about her family, her past. Ramirez broke the awkward silence with a tap of his wine glass. The waitstaff formed a line near the head of the table, their procession clearly planned ahead of time, well before Ramirez came down from the mountain. The worker Cade had met in the barn, Hassan, emerged too. Just another hand in the kitchen. He was the one pouring the wine. Maybe Ramirez's personal taster. No, Anne's father's personal taster. Hassan, stooped and submissive, approached Ramirez. The jefe gave a strained smile and held his glass out for more wine. He wouldn't look at Hassan. Only Lobo would. He watched the exchange with a smirk of satisfaction. The farmer went to Anne next. She didn't seem to notice him. He knelt low, a polite whisper in her ear. The voice shook her out of her preoccupation, and whatever he'd said brought a smile to her lips. Hassan filled her glass, a sudden joy on his face. A genuine moment between the two. She had that way with people, Cade knew. So unlike her father, he didn't even see how they could be blood. Or was she exactly like him? Manipulative, cunning. The guests beamed at Ramirez with eager anticipation. Everyone except the Clevelands. They had a table for two in the back corner. Their plates were empty, unused. Same with their wine glasses. They watched the drama unfold with pursed lips and knitted brows. Typical demeanor, but why were they even here? The cartel drug lord raised a glass. Lambert sat alone, practically squirming. No control. The DEA agent was just now realizing the truth, too. So good to see all of you, Ramirez said. He gestured thoughtfully toward the restaurant owner. She wore the same black outfit as her assembled staff. Mrs. Stacy was prepared to host a dinner for the town, a charitable donation during this unexpected storm. I felt it would be a good opportunity to introduce myself and cover the expenses for her most excellent cuisine and her fine staff. Ramirez raised his wine glass. Guests did the same. A few offered light applause. Valerie's was the loudest and sloppiest as she sloshed what was not her first glass of Chardonnay. My name is Gabriel Hidalgo, Ramirez said. I am a farmer. Where I'm from, in the Mexican state of Michoacán, I grew avocados. Yes, big business for you Californians. Your toast and your salads, he said with an effusive smile. Polite laughter rolled across the crowd. Ramirez played into it with a knowing nod. "Big business. Thanks to you, I found great fortune. Salud." The crowd responded with more raised glasses and hearty laughs. Hassan watched expectantly, scrutinizing every word. Maybe the only real farmer at the table, Cade thought. Ramirez smiled and sipped his wine. When the glass came down, his smile faded. "Michoacán is a paradise not unlike your beautiful valley. Sun and rain bless the crops year-round. The soil is black and fertile. Anything will grow there. Anything." He set his glass down and came around in front of the table. The crowd watched in riveted silence as he settled wearily on the edge of the table, including jealousy. Cade felt like he was watching a performance, one big show. The man's words drawn out and emphasized, grand gestures and well-timed whispers. My wealth attracted vandals, thieves, murderers. They began to demand a tax on my hard work. We tried to fight, and we failed. Our government failed us too. In the end, only the narcos held the keys to my paradise. The crowd was eating up the one-man historical fiction piece. The Michoacán cartel had been the one to move in on the common farmers. With marijuana's profitability dropping, the violent organization seized anything and everything of value, including avocado crops. Treated the farmers like a rival gang. When the locals tried to make a stand, they ended up fertilizer for the new crops. Hassan kept his steady stare. The man had to be incensed. Could be he'd been working for the cartel so long, though, he'd lost all hope. I had no choice but to escape, Ramirez continued. And when I sought a new paradise, I couldn't help but recognize the beauty of your spectacular town. He lazily picked up his glass and raised it to an enthusiastic response. One day, I'll return to the hills of my homeland. There will be peace there soon. I know this in my heart. Until then, I hope you'll accept me as your new neighbor, your friend. The crowd was in no mood to say no. Agent Lambert cast about glumly, found Cade and turned hurriedly away. Al and his wife sat strangely reserved, hands folded in their laps. But the rest of the town had decided to take Ramirez at his word. Who can say no to a man who offers free beer? Lance raised his mug, his words thick. The restaurant erupted into a raucous cheer. But from the Clevelands, Cade saw nothing but seething hatred. Mrs. Cleveland had balled up her napkin into a tortured wad. Mr. Cleveland tried to soothe her. Wasn't working. The atmosphere was electric. Ramirez smiled broadly, his scheme going perfectly to plan. He finished off his glass of wine, set it down, and waited for the applause to subside. I'd be remiss if I didn't call for a moment of silence for Jacob, our beloved community member. He was fair, honest. I looked forward to working more with him. Across the room, only Mr. Cleveland held Fern at bay. She practically vibrated with rage, no doubt on the verge of calling out the only known murderer in the room. Cade beat her to it. His chair noisily scraped the floor as he shot up. Any idea who might have shot him? The townsfolk stared, Mortified, Ramirez licked his lip and checked Lobo out of the corner of his eye. The sicario raised his eyebrows, a silent demand. Ramirez cleared his throat. I found even in paradise men's evils will follow. Why, only last night my farm was vandalized, equipment burned, men injured. He tilted his head, a show of feigned curiosity. The same criminal who shot poor Jacob is still at large. Nobody spoke or breathed. The fidgeting kids could even sense the tension, worried eyes checking their parents. Cade felt like he'd been baited. The cartel boys strained at their invisible leashes. He couldn't clear the room of innocent bystanders. Couldn't say who those even were. Ramirez strolled away from the table, head bowed in thought. It occurs to me, whoever burned my farm must have been nearby. They came in the dead of night, through all that snow, quiet as a mouse. No truck, no car. Close enough to walk there and start the fire. Escape before we saw the spark. He swept the room after his little feat of deduction. His eyes went to the back corner. People weren't looking at Cade anymore. They were whispering, exchanging shocked looks. Mrs. Cleveland was on her feet, dress swirling from the sudden burst of motion. Her shaking rage had transformed into a twisted, splotched mask framed by her frazzled hair. Mr. Cleveland got up quickly. He glared darkly toward Ramirez's table and tried to lead Mrs. Cleveland away. She ripped out of his grasp. "You've come a long way to fail, Mr. Hidalgo," she roared. "I'll be right there when you do. We're not afraid. We'll do anything we can to protect what's ours. Anything!" Mr. Cleveland dragged her toward the closest exit. She fought him, and an awkward bump sent another diner's glass crashing to the floor. Startled, the man scooted away, but the couple was already out the door. Their argument a heated, muffled exchange through the windows. Their plow truck rumbled to life and tore out of the parking lot, tires skidding on the slush. The room watched mutely in the wake of her fury. Ramirez put on a show of surprise. Shock? Or was it real? The man had become difficult to read, his actions not matching expectations. The goons at his table quietly pulled their hands away from hidden weapons, all except Lobo. He'd watched the scene unfold with contempt, his anger directed not toward the Clevelands. He was eyeing Ramirez. Questions pummeled Cade, the type of questions an investigator not so hell-bent on revenge might have been asking. How many more of those grow sites did the Clevelands have? Did Lobo have a beef with his employer too? How many factions were they dealing with here? Ramirez cleared his throat. He dipped his chin toward the floor and shook off any lingering doubt. When he raised his head, he seemed like a new man. He aimed his recovered charm at the crowd. "Let's not let this dampen our spirits tonight. Mrs. Stacy, please. Another round for my friends." The waitstaff sprang into action like they could bus away the terrible mood. Calm gradually settled over the crowd. Energized conversation. Shocked whispers spoken too loudly over the din. Cade heard only a disconcerting buzz. He was drowning in the questions he should have been asking, the leads he'd let slip away. He didn't move until the staff were clearing the tables. the guests bundling up to leave. Ramirez, Anne, and his crew left by a side entrance. Hassan had disappeared first, through the kitchen. He'd had one last exchange with Anne. Quick pleasantries with the only friendly person at the table. Then Cade didn't see him again. Concerned, Pierce crossed Cade's ghostly stare. He seemed determined to follow their plan of staying separated. A group partied longer at the bar. Valerie, the head of the Chamber of Commerce, and a who's who of the small-town elite. Al stared awkwardly at the business powerhouses at the bar. His wife nudged him, and they rose to leave. As they stood by the exit, putting on their coats, Al turned to Cade. "They do know the avocados were pot." Cade snapped out of his glazed look. "Huh?" "The avocados," Al said as he helped his wife slip her arm through the sleeve of her winter coat. "Marijuana. He was talking about drugs." Cade nodded vacantly. "I don't think it matters." One of those stray investigative details stirring in his consciousness caused him to stop Al at the door. "Where have all those big bills you've been getting been coming from? The lady with a knack for real estate?" Al glared scornfully toward the bar. "She's all plastic. But the cash is coming from everyone. Last ones were Lance and his boys paying for coffee with hundreds. Who does that?" Nobody innocent. The final ember of Cade's rage sputtered. 28. The foyer of the Preston High School principal's office smelled like cleaner, with an artificial pine odor and stale chewing gum. The entire school did. Cade had watched the janitor spread the cleaner in a glossy sheen over every surface. But that stink wasn't pine. It was a kind of chemical bath only mistakable for pine by people who'd never known the real thing. He'd seen pine trees around town, but you had to wrap yourself in the boughs to find the scent. Suburbia deadened them. Too lonely. Not much of a need to reach beyond themselves, he figured. Trying to escape that artificial smell was part of why he was here, in the principal's office. He sat up straight in the thinly padded chair like he'd been taught. His mother had tried, anyway. Nobody at Fort Black cared how you sat but her. They cared how you worked, how you shot, how you survived. Sitting up straight only made you an easier target. Hiram didn't enforce the formal discipline from his military experience, only the parts that suited him. But Cade's mother taught manners when she could. He was in the reception room of the principal's office. The secretary had left for lunch. Could have left for the day. He'd lost track of time. Nobody else was in the room, but he stayed straight. Cade always felt like he was being watched in these narrow rooms and halls. Cameras everywhere. They did active shooter drills. That at least felt normal. Some of the kids cried, and Cade didn't understand. Like they'd never been told one day the men in black would swarm in and burn their world to the fucking ground. He always volunteered to hold the door. Felt like he had unfinished business with anybody storming the building. He knew the principal's office well. The smell. A rough feel of the woven upholstery. The ticking of the generic, plastic-looking clock. He never checked it once he sat down. One glance and he'd be checking it every 30 seconds. The secretary's desk had a green glass bowl of hard candy. He never took one. Felt like a bait trap. He just stared at a poster of a fox playing in the snow, ignored the little thought bubble, pretended he'd succeeded and gotten away from this place as planned. His first trip to the office had been after pulling the fire alarm. They'd finished hiding under their desks as part of the curriculum earlier that morning, when he saw a uniformed guy with a gun on his hip. He figured the drills weren't drills anymore, but that was Officer Theodore, the guy who would protect them from the imminent raid. Just another thing Cade had gotten wrong. He understood the need for punishment, mistake or not. He just didn't understand all the rules. Clarence McMillan burst in from the hall, collar open, tie loose, jacket left in his car. His holster was empty. Always was when he came in. Cade guessed so Officer Theodore wouldn't shoot him. He gave Cade an angry glance before barging into the principal's office. Dr. Ballard's office. They had to call him that because he'd gone to school longer than most people. Cade couldn't imagine why somebody would do that. He estimated he'd been sitting here 5 hours. One night, he'd sat here until 6 p.m. He didn't think the HRT squad called off raids based on his being in trouble. Mrs. Mack never came. She never wanted to. And as it turned out, she wasn't Mrs. Mack anymore. Cade felt he had something to do with that, but like the rules he was supposed to follow, he didn't understand. Raised voices came from inside the office. He tried not to eavesdrop. Couldn't tell if McMillan was defending him or was tired of him, like Mrs. Mack. He heard Dr. Ballard's squeaky voice mention an alternative to school. Cade thought that sounded good. Anything but the fake-smelling building. "Next time, leave 'em up there. I'll bring 'em down myself." McMillan came out in a huff and yanked Cade out of his chair. It took him by surprise. He usually made him go in and apologize, always saying he was sorry because the rules made no sense. This time, McMillan escorted him down the hall with a tight grip on his elbow. He knew the hold from the garage. They worked on defensive tactics there, and Mac knew all kinds of ways to keep people from hurting other people. That's how he fought, not to see how much damage he could do. When he got hold, you only hurt yourself if you struggled. So Cade didn't. Cade's steps stuttered when they got to the parking lot. He wasn't afraid until he saw the car. This wasn't McMillan's personal vehicle. He drove an old Volvo he'd inherited from his parents, boxy and strange. The car at the curb was the Chevy Impala he only drove for work. He'd never let Cade ride inside. More rules. But these were the rules and regulations of the enemy, not Dr. Ballard's. McMillan left him by the passenger's door and climbed behind the wheel. The passenger window whirred down. "Get in." They tore away from the curb with a chirp of the tires. McMillan said nothing, didn't look his way. Cade studied the interior. Looked like any other car. He spotted the plug for the mic head under the dash and a holder there, but no mic attached. There was a box beside it, metal switches, sirens and light labels, but no obvious light bar. The interior was worn, stains on the armrests, cloth seats thinning. Felt like a place McMillan spent a lot of time. All those hours away from home. Despite the tension, Cade felt comfortable in the seat. Comfortable enough he was the first to break the silence. "Sorry." Since he hadn't been asked to tell Dr. Ballard, it felt overdue. The pressure on the gas pedal eased up. The last burst of speed as they whipped onto the street seemed to loosen Macmillan's steely grip. He gave an exasperated sigh. "Cade, I need you to try and fit in." "What about the alternative? To school?" Macmillan was shocked. "Alternative school, you mean? More walls, more uniforms." "Oh." Cade watched the neat rows of trees and decoratively fenced houses cycle past the window. "Okay, I'll try harder." "Good. So no climbing onto the roof of the school." "I know. Dr. Ballard said so." "What the hell were you doing up there anyway?" he asked, more curious than upset now. "Trying to see?" See, breathe, move. He didn't know what else to say. He could sit still longer than most. He did it all the time behind hunting blinds or from the sniper tower back at Fort Black. Watch the world change while keeping an eye out for dinner or intruders. Staring at teachers for hours on end who showed you nothing but words wasn't the same. Doing it in a cold cinder block room with no windows while soaking in that chemical pine made his skin crawl. See what? I don't know. Watch for these active shooters, maybe. Officer Theodore should be up there if that's his job. Never going to stop anybody from breaching the perimeter if he's at his desk. Macmillan slowed to a crawl. A car behind him honked, and he brusquely waved it around. He pulled over to the curb and swiveled in his seat. "Cade, you don't need to worry about that." "Why do all those drills, then?" Macmillan slid the transmission into park and put his head back. The simple question seemed to completely upend everything. "It's complicated. Some people want to stop all the drills. Some people want to arm teachers." Cade's eyes went wide. "Like Mrs. Calvert?" His English teacher. She was ancient. He was pretty certain she was legally blind. "No, not like her." "Mrs. Anderson? She's got shaky writing, Mac. I can't imagine her putting a solid grouping downrange." "No, not..." "I'm just saying the world is complicated. There aren't always easy solutions. Sometimes you've just got to hunker down and deal with the problem at hand." Cade thought again about his sudden urge to escape the chemical smell and the crowding walls. "I was." "No, you weren't. You were running away." Cade felt his blood boil. He started to argue. No son of Hiram Black ever ran away. They stood and fought to the end. But he hadn't done that either. His fierce gaze fell to the dash. "I was finding a tactical advantage." Hiram's words, not his. "You don't always need a tactical advantage," Macmillan said. "Trust me, the best days are when you go to work or school and there's no need to execute a tactical plan. Does that make sense?" Cade shook his head. "Look at the houses on the street here." Cade did. Not much different than the streets where he lived with Macmillan. "Do you see guard towers? Concertina wire? Tactical positions?" He did. Or the potential, anyway. "No," he lied. "How many houses are there?" Cade didn't answer. They went as far as he could see. They could drive for hours and see the same thing. Miles and miles. He didn't know how far before they disappeared into the woods and valleys he once knew. They aren't concerned about tactics, Macmillan said. They live and work and have quiet lives. I think about the tactics. Officer Theodore. Maybe they should. Everybody should. This wasn't the argument he meant to have. He wanted to get out of school, outside, above things, pretend he had a view. Think about the place you lived, Cade. Is that how you see it best for everybody? Is that what you think the world needs? He didn't like to think about Fort Black. It hurt. Still did. He hated and loved the place. Worst, he didn't know if he could ever live anywhere else, let alone here, with all the houses in neat rows, all the rules. I liked it there. Cade shifted to face the closed door. His eyes watered as he considered the handle. I know. Macmillan gripped the wheel and thought. But you've got to consider a different perspective. I was trying, Cade blurted. Good. From up there you could see where you used to be headed. Were you Officer Theodore, or the guy who's the reason for the shooter drills? Mac did that. He'd be having a nice conversation, get a person's guard down, and drop a haymaker on their chin from nowhere. Made people think. So Cade thought about that. Remembered Hiram and his proclamations, his rants and his bombs. The way he taught not only self-defense and preparation, but guerrilla tactics to be deployed against civilization in far-off places like this, right outside of the nation's capital. Macmillan pulled away from the curb and back into the flow of traffic. I can see about a transfer, a quieter RA somewhere. I could use a change too. Even with what little Cade knew about Macmillan's job, he figured that was a long shot. Highly trained, highly specialized. Whoever spent all that money and time to make him that way wasn't going to let him go. Sure. Come on, let's get dinner. Burgers? Mad Dogs? What do you say? He wasn't hungry, but he wasn't going to turn down food. Their burgers were like nothing he'd ever had in his life. He'd been taught to eat when the food was there. Never knew when you might eat again. The garden could have an off-season. The hunting dry up. But here, the burger joints sat on every corner. Like those houses. An endless supply. Maybe he had gotten it all wrong. 29. The walk back to Hendy was what Cade needed to get his thoughts straight. The temperatures had warmed slightly, 40s, above freezing. He realized how much the giant banks on the roadside had dwindled over the past days. Mud sluicing across the road. The crews in the valley would soon reach the massive wall of rock and ice blocking the highway. The world would be whole again. The isolation of Three Rivers over. But then, Ramirez's plans would be complete. Or was the DEA running the show here? Mr. and Mrs. Cleveland? Or was there no mastermind at all? Just a bizarre collision of random circumstances, like the one that trapped him here over a week ago. The last time the world stopped making sense, he tried to create his own order. He joined the Bureau. Investigation. An endless search for answers. Cade realized too late in life that Hiram made his own answers. And too late understood he was headed down the same path. Mac did more than save his life. Not much traffic after dark. Stores closed early to conserve generator fuel or keep their depleted shelves stocked. He walked on the shoulder parallel to the river, the line of buildings on the strip between the curb and the Kauai's silvery trickle. He wanted to slip down to the banks and just follow wherever it might lead, scale the cliffs beside the park's waterfalls, get lost in the ancient groves. Maybe he was done searching for answers. Before long, he reached Jacob's Hardware. He stopped and watched the yellow tape across the door flutter. Far as he knew, the man led a simple, honest life. He died anyway. Lambert promised the guilty would pay, but would the overwhelmed DEA agent survive to see it through? Cade crossed the road, made his way through the empty parking lot. He stepped carefully over a mound of bouquets, then ducked under the tape. The store had the air of a tomb, offerings out front, an unnatural calm inside, a somber demand for respect. Like any murder scene, a life was lost, precious to someone, didn't matter who. The investigator was their representative in these moments, their only way to get answers. Cade grabbed a flashlight and batteries off the shelf, added a spool of mason's line, chalk, notepad, and a pencil. Carpenter's level, painter's tape, disposable camera. Made his way into the storage yard. The blood on the pavement had dried into a dark crust, so much of it, like he'd thought before, not the kind of damage caused by a small caliber. A .22 might not even exit. They made such a small hole, the entry wounds sometimes clotted too quickly. Pressure built up in the skull, enough to kill. An in and out shot from a larger round, even to the head, might offer better survival odds. Hadn't this time. Definitely a high-caliber rifle round. He knew a whole camp full of guys with them, sure, but no brass left behind to confirm the theory. Since nobody had recovered the projectile, he would. Cade broke down the scene. He marked where Jacob had fallen with the chalk. He didn't have enough information to know the exact position. Jacob's face was clearly down. His eye socket and cheek had left an impression in the spatter on the cement. Blood fanned where his ponytail lay. There'd been no drag marks, no movement. He ran the measuring tape out to approximately Jacob's height, right around the average 5'9" in height. Turned that measurement upright for a guess at where he'd been standing when the bullet struck. Cade found a stepladder and connected one end of the string. Reference point 1. He crossed the open space awkwardly as he dodged lawn ornaments and shelves, unspooling the string, followed traces of blood. Finally, he reached the far wall. Damn. The lumber yard was surrounded in chain link, covered by a weatherproof barrier. The round had punched a perfect bullseye right through one of the diamond links. Cade unwound the rest of the mason's string. He didn't know exactly how much he'd need. The side of the building faced an embankment another 30 yards out. The hole told him Jacob hadn't been dropped by anything like a .50 cal. A round that size would have obliterated his head and the fence. This hole was neat, minimal scorching. He fed the string through and pulled it tight. checked the angle from the first reference point with the carpenter's level. Next, he circled around the building. Using the same angle, he continued to stretch the string. The path kept slowly drifting down. A shooter about Jacob's same height, or a deflection. Tough to say. He was slowly moving toward the earthen embankment, decent enough bullet trap. Crime scene forensics wasn't his specialty. Like the electronics tech, the Bureau had guys for that. His cases focused more on intelligence gathering, not evidence. When the crimes went down, other squads or local agencies moved in. One time he'd worked the murder of a foreign diplomat. A professional hit on the diplomat's car as he left the Israeli embassy. The evidence techs had the Saab looking like a cybernetic porcupine. Close to 120 rounds fired. All those bullet holes stuffed with trajectory rods emitting laser lights to their origin points. This hit wasn't nearly as dramatic. Single shooter, single victim, single bullet. Just as important as the rest. The trajectory led right into the melting, snow-covered embankment, one he'd helped build as he cleared the parking lot. Any bullet hole had since been filled by runoff and refreezing. Of all the tools he didn't have right now. Cade went inside for a shovel. He scraped away each layer cautiously, searching with the flashlight, double-checking the angle. 2 feet later, he finally found earth. He scraped away the frozen ground, his breath clouding. A sweep of the flashlight caught a metallic glint. He slipped on a pair of nitrile gloves and plucked out the projectile. The copper jacket had mushroomed open, peeled back along 4 distinct ribbons of lead. All the surplus hardware the cartel had would be NATO spec, those M16s, a 5.56. This was a 308. Not the indisputable evidence Cade once assumed he'd find. Cade bagged the bullet. He documented the scene with notes and the disposable camera. When he was done, he left it all on the ladder's tool tray and started his walk toward Hendy again. He spent the rest of the evening sipping a cup of coffee and cleaning up the mess Lambert left for him. He'd tossed the place pretty good. One thing about Hendy, though, there was only so much he could fit inside the bins and cabinets, only so much to pick up. Pierce had left Cade's pack by the steps, took the Winchester back, though. Cade still had the .38 and decided he'd return it in the morning. Pierce ought to be safe for the time being. The avalanche would be cleared any day now. Cade thought he could hole up at the campground, ride off into the sunset first possible chance, be done with this place. Before he left, he wanted to talk to Anne. The unfulfilled urge for revenge had left a smoking crater in his chest. Justice for Macmillan lost in the wreckage. He didn't know who was guilty anymore, but Anne was the only piece of the puzzle he cared about right now. He knew that didn't make sense. The conspiracy triggers in his brain were firing, telling him he'd been led into a trap by the drug lord's daughter. But what had she done, aside from offering friendship during a freak storm? Cade thought about that one. He was the only rogue variable in this mess. Gabriel Hidalgo had been in town for months. The DEA's operation was planned long before that even. None of this could possibly be about him, about Cade Black. What he'd had with Anne had been genuine. But didn't Ramirez being here make this about him? About Macmillan? The mindless cogs of government could ignore the storied agent's murder. That didn't surprise him. Could he do the same? Cade fell asleep without answering that question. Noise outside his window woke Cade mid-morning. He stumbled out of his bed and peeked out the blinds. Pierce. He hobbled down the fifth-wheel steps, arms full, plastic totes, a bag rattling in his shaky grip. He dumped it all on the picnic table. Next, he wrestled his oxygen tank out under a stream of curses. Cade got down a couple of mugs and started a pot of coffee. He drank his black. Pierce preferred creamer, the powdered stuff. He washed his face and brought one of the steaming mugs. He placed one beside Pierce's workstation. Cade gave the reloading press and pile of brass a skeptical look. "What you doing?" he asked. Pierce took his cup without acknowledgement. A thick gulp, and he went back to sorting empty brass. "Told you, gotta take out a mortgage to fire that 1895. Didn't happen to collect the brass, did you?" Instead of answering, Cade put his lips to his mug. "Didn't think so. Looks like you've got everything but the furnace and the casting molds. Furnace stowed up front. Hooks right into the propane tanks." "Well, I stand corrected." Cade turned his attention to the bag of mixed brass. "You starting a war?" Pierce regarded him, perplexed. "We ain't?" "No, sir." He sat back, thoughtfully tapped an empty casing against the aluminum picnic table. "Figured seeing your girl up there with him might set you off. That and all the drug dealing and murdering. Might be better if I sit this one out." The words felt hollow as Cade said them. Too close to home. Too involved? Like, with his lady? "She's his daughter," Cade said. "Her mother must be somebody here in the States. Not sure. I never had access to his complete file. But no, I've got other history with Ramirez." Pierce raised his eyebrows and went back to cleaning the brass. "Well, that makes me feel better," he grumbled. "You got history with him. I'm sure there's no way Daddy and his private army will come knocking now. No need for all this ammo." "I can wait this out somewhere else. They've got no fight with you." "Then who'll make my coffee?" Cade shrugged. He took a sip and looked toward the campground. Sun out, warmer weather settling in. Felt like things were returning to normal. Pierce could get back to being the host, zipping around the place in his cart. Agent Lambert could clean up his own mess. "Any word yet from the other side of the dam?" "Not a peep. Radio's still on the fritz." Cade studied the RV sites scattered around the campground. No sewer connections, just hookups for water. Premium sites had electricity, too. He noted their boot tracks post-hole deep into the snow, the ones they left when he followed Pierce out to the rock. "Say, that rock, the one with the graffiti," he said. Pierce swiveled to squint in the distance. "Anybody come to that site on a regular basis?" Pierce frowned. "Mr. Cleveland and the missus used to come down here like clockwork at the end of tourist season to fish for rainbows. Not so much lately." Cade stared hard at Pierce. The old man squirmed. "What?" "They'd reserved that site. Right by that rock where that message showed up. Pierce scratched his chin. Creatures of habit, I suppose. Cade tossed back the rest of his coffee, burning all the way down. He called to Pierce over his shoulder as he raced up the stairs for his pack. "I need a favor. Can I get a ride to the core truck?" "Sure," Pierce said. "What's the big hurry?" Before he put all this aside, he needed one last talk with Agent Lambert. If he ran into Anne, well, that might be worth the drive, too. And he knew exactly where to find them. 30. The old Chevy sat untouched at the Salt Creek trailhead. Cade tossed his pack inside and took off in reverse before Pierce even had a chance to turn his big diesel around. He'd grabbed a few more cartridges for the .38. He didn't plan on using them. Needed to do his best to keep a level head. Channel McMillan's calm. A calm made eternal under 6 feet of dirt. Deep breath. He didn't want this right now. The anger. The simmering urge to destroy Ramirez. Did he? No. The drug kingpin could be the DEA's problem. Only he was pretty sure Lambert had no idea how far in over his head he'd gotten. Plans for big busts can be persuasive on paper. Cook up some complex scheme to make the law apply to the lawless. Those situations always favored the unjust, pure and simple. The law didn't allow for errors. One sentence mistranslated, one document out of place, the entire plan could be jeopardized. Law sought order. Chaos thrived in the messy reality. And in this mess, how much of Lambert's plan did Ramirez control? Legalization of marijuana offered the cartel a way to shake up the entire balance of power. The new scrutiny and regulation left power vacuums, voids the cartel was eager to fill with product or cash. Their playbook involved bribes and threats, silver or lead. Vulnerable local growers could more easily be offered opportunities, but creating a legitimate front on this side of the border, that was a gold mine. Cade coaxed the Chevy down Sierra Drive. He passed Mineral King Road and went toward the main park entrance. Lance wasn't the kind of guy to be a cartel lackey. All the same, he'd been paid for a job. $100 bills used for coffee, Al said. The job? Same one he'd been doing throughout the crisis. Clearing snow. The turn was coming up, about a quarter mile before the park entrance. He'd seen Lance and his crew there several days ago. Clearing the road for emergency housing, he'd claimed. Technically not even a lie. But Ramirez had plans to come down here from the start. Cade's assault had moved up their timetable. He'd been their one unpredictable variable, and the cagey narco had expertly adapted his plans to account for him. The gate across the road was still open, an uphill curve through a narrow channel. At the top, he spotted the Huey on a helipad. The communications hut to one side with a single-mast antenna. 5 more buildings surrounded the perimeter in a half-circle. Single-story, white clapboard, steeply pitched roofs, plain and simple. The old park buildings Lance mentioned. A small parking area was carved off to the side. 2 shiny new Ford Expeditions. Black. They'd been stored here ahead of time. The only explanation. The little town didn't have a dealer. But were they a DEA purchase or cartel? Cade parked directly in front of the SUVs. He sat there tapping his thumb on the wheel. For all the security at the hacienda, they didn't seem too concerned down here. Odd lapse? Or were they just playing possum, waiting for him to come barging in like last time? He decided to be less predictable. Gave the horn a few solid taps. Agent Lambert poked out of the center building, waved him forward, then disappeared back inside. Cade held his position, searching every window, every shadow. Felt like a trap. He drove forward at a crawl. He crept past the other identical houses. Windows shuttered, but he felt eyes on him. He pulled right up to the porch steps of the building Lambert had waved from. A small wood deck with a rusted lawn chair. The door had been left cracked open, a rug wedged in the gap. Cade scanned his surroundings a third time. No threats, but it all felt wrong. He cursed again and got the .38 out, checked the action, spun the cylinder. Lambert came out. He'd hastily thrown on a coat. The DEA agent crossed in front of the Chevy, head down, cap pulled tight to his brow, hands in pockets. Cade kept the .38 in his lap. When Lambert opened the door, he covered him with it. The agent came up short. He squinted at Cade, but he got inside anyway. Drive. Where? Lambert pointed casually toward the helipad. Loop around slow, back toward the exit. I'm here to escort you out. So you figured it out then? Cade said as he pulled away from the porch. What's that? Who's in charge of your operation? Lambert's jaw twitched. He stared dead ahead. What do you know? I know Ramirez is playing you, pretending to cooperate, but he's had something planned here for weeks. He's given us solid intel. The whole damn Mexican government is implicated. We've already landed half a dozen busts. Fentanyl, cocaine, meth. Shipments big enough to cripple cartel operations. Rival operations. And his own, Lambert said, finally glaring hard at Cade. Every smart organization has some sacrificial lambs on standby. Trust me. Cade made the turn around the helipad. The comm shack took up most of his attention. Steam clouded from a vent set into the brick wall. Occupied. You didn't know about this place, did you? Just the hacienda? Cade asked. Lambert answered him with his silence. He's after the Clevelands. That's one reason he's here. Lambert gave him a one-eyed squint. The Clevelands? What do I care about some yokel pot dealers? Hippies growing their alternate medicines aren't my concern. When's the last time you checked on them? Maybe before legalization? Any idea how much they might have expanded since? More silence from Lambert. Cade kept needling. He's got 200 acres up there, and he's got one thing Ramirez's new ranch doesn't have. Water. Lambert gave a mirthless chuckle. We knew the hacienda was dry. One reason we let the sale go through. Thought it was kind of funny. He thinks he's going to be a big player in the legal market, and that place is drier than the Sahara. And he knew his rival's property wasn't, Cade said. Ramirez knows a lot about this area. Probably has grows on the public lands, maybe even partnered with the Clevelands once upon a time. They'd reached the end of the loop. Cade squeaked the brakes to a gradual stop. Maybe his partners felt like they didn't need him once they got established. Whatever the case, he's been planning this since before you put together your operation. This weather event presented an opportunity. He thinks quickly on his feet. Lambert sat quietly, absorbing what Cade had said. You're right. We didn't know about this place. Not sure when they bought it. Was there any manpower already here when you landed? 2 guys in the radio shack. No idea what's going on there. Because you've been stuck up at Mineral King. Word from the outside is that somebody has been telling emergency response we're all fine up here. Lambert's face dropped. More news he hadn't yet heard. Cade squared up the communications HUD in his side mirror. Typical radio tower with cell repeater on top. Control that and black out the town's coverage. Intercept any incoming transmissions. So, I'm going to ask you again. Are you good here? I kept a certain shotgun under my pillow in my basement accommodations at the hacienda. Lambert shook his head, complete dismay. So no, I'm not good here. Ready to play superhero again? I keep the cape in my pack. Last time, you royally fucked us. None of the guys I trust made it into the chopper. So you're isolated, alongside Ramirez and his men. And you dismissed them, but the Clevelands are in this too. Why don't we even the odds? Ride out of here with me and we'll come up with a plan. I thought you bureau types were all by the book. My super would skin me alive if I go all cowboy with this case. It's too damn big. Cade gave the radio tower a speculative glance. Might just be what needs to happen. Your operation isn't yours anymore. Lambert levered the door open and stepped out. He hunched into the open space. One more thing. They wanted me not to tell you where Lobo had gone. Do you want to know? Cade wasn't sure. He had to assume the information was a setup, a test of Lambert's loyalty. And if he failed that test, a way to lure Cade into a trap. Either way, a win for the wrong team. But the Sicario wouldn't be set loose on a mercy mission. Someone was in danger. Where? He went to pay a visit to Valerie Thompson. She sold them Mineral King. This place, too, probably. Don't think she knows all the details, but to them, she knows enough. Cade took off as soon as Lambert closed the door. He glanced in the rear view to see Lambert trudging back toward the buildings. He hoped he wasn't watching a man walk to his death. Movement on one of the porches. A scarf trailing like a pennant in the wind. Anne. She watched him go, arms clasped around herself against the cold. 31. Cade skidded into Valerie's driveway. He had the Chevy's plow raised as high as it would go. He expected incoming fire, some kind of ambush or barricade, but he urgently needed to get inside. Either she was already dead, or they were waiting for him to witness the deed. But the driveway was clear. No extra vehicles parked on the street. Garage still in shambles, her crumpled Jag dug out. The roof had been cleared down to the shingles in places, but in others, snow still piled high. She'd mentioned neighborhood teenagers. The cleared spots looked random, weight unevenly distributed, but it was a start. A big job, and only shovels would do. As much as the progress relieved him, he couldn't relax. Cade crouched behind the open door of the Chevy, .38 in hand. Another sweep of his surroundings. A deadly silence like the heliport. The feeling of being watched. All that earlier luck had reached its inflection point, or hadn't been luck at all. Twisted manipulations of the man who'd ordered Macmillan's murder. This situation was the same. A lure he had no choice but to accept. He couldn't walk away without knowing Valerie was alive. Accomplice or not, she didn't deserve to die, if that's what they had planned. At least he hoped that's all Lobo had in mind. A Sicario could do worse. Gun raised, Cade approached the door. Closed. Windows shuttered tight. Smoke rose from the chimney. Hope kept him from smashing a boot into the bright red door. Could be Valerie was having a normal, uneventful day. He knocked. "Coming!" She opened the door and her eyes went wide. He had the .38 aimed over her shoulder. Speechless, she fell back against the wall as he entered. "Oh my God!" He didn't waste more than a glance making sure she wasn't armed as he moved lightly past her. She clutched at her necklace, the pale skin of her neck flushing. She had on her winter coat. The living room and kitchen appeared unoccupied. He glanced down the hallway to his right. Clear. He shifted to sweep the kitchen again. Gun trained on the island. He slid toward the porch, parted the vertical blinds, and glanced out. A raven took wing at the movement, launching from the deck rail out across the river. Cade snapped quickly back to the kitchen, angled to check behind the island. Nothing. Valerie crept to the corner of the entry hall, hands still clutching her chest. She had one foot toward the living room, the other contemplating a mad dash for the door. "Is anybody else here?" Her earrings jangled as she shook her head. Cade relaxed. He lowered the .38. She was scared now, but she'd sounded unstressed when she opened the door. No pre-existing threat. Just another day. Another client knocking. A chance to get the money to repair that Jag. Her roof. "I'm going to have to ask you to leave," she said, her voice small. True fear filled her eyes. Surely she'd seen the cartel guys with their guns. Or maybe she hadn't. The goons had gone to dinner in their civvies. Probably bought houses that way too. Dollar signs blinding her to any real menace. But the ragged drifter in her living room with a loaded gun and a lack of funds from his banker was a different matter. Cade pocketed the .38. "Sorry, but it's important," he said. "Are you sure nobody else is here?" "I said no," she stated, firmly this time. "No calls? No cars parked out on the street?" "Nobody. Now, if you would please leave." Cade headed sheepishly across the living room. Furniture had been scooted away from the leak. Neutral shades with splashes of colors in the rugs and throws. Magazine style, he'd thought when he'd first saw it. He glanced up. The damp spot on the vaulted ceiling had cracked, a nasty scar in the otherwise perfect picture. "I saw the kids made some progress on the roof," Cade said. She wasn't ready to make conversation with the armed trespasser. She'd found her courage again. She lifted her chin and boldly faced him. "Some of Mr. Hidalgo's men offered. Why, they might be back any minute." The cracked sheetrock above him took on a precarious weight. Lobo had been here and gone. He wasn't coming back. Why? There'd be nothing to come back to. Cade broke into a sprint. Valerie squealed and made a mad scramble for the open door. She was running from him, in fear for her life. Right idea. The perfect idea. He didn't care what her motivation was. just that she needed to stop slipping around the damp tile and the bunched-up rug and get her ass out the door. The explosion was a concussive thump, an expertly muffled charge put in exactly the right place, quiet enough the neighbors wouldn't hear. What they would hear was the splitting of rafters, the snap of joists, the cacophony of sound swallowing Cade as he dove for the door, stuck behind a scrambling Valerie. He shoved her out, took a reaching stretch to make it happen, but he did. Valerie tumbled onto the snowy walk in her pink parka. She skidded freely toward the driveway, her fur-lined hood cast across her eyes, mouth opened in a high-pitched scream. Cade hit the entry tile on his stomach. Air blasted out of his chest. His bruised ribs felt like they'd dislodged and snapped back into place. His shoulder, his chin, cracked hard on the tile floor. It surprised him when he stayed conscious. He had time for one swimming motion to pull himself toward the glaring whiteness. Saw Valerie crabbing backward on her palms, terror-stricken, but safe. She spotted his outstretched hand, the immense weight crashing down where she'd been moments ago, where he still was, and her expression flipped. A finely manicured hand shot his way. Darkness swallowed him. There, he'd lost consciousness. The deafening crash never reached his ears. He was awake now. He heard terrified shouts outside. A stray beam cracked somewhere, bearing the full load of the frame's ghostly remnants. He wriggled but couldn't move, the roof penning him. No sensations told him where the weight was. Smoke began filling the void he was in. He coughed. The heaving of his chest became a gasp, a whisper. The darkness took hold completely. 32. Images whipped past, a freight train speeding through a series of tunnels, fleeting moments Cade couldn't process. He was working so hard to understand them, he forgot to try and move. He wasn't sure if he even could. He didn't feel pain, he just felt lost. Caught in the moment when the house collapsed, reliving it again and again, even as he watched his circumstances change. A few seconds of clarity, then he was trapped again in the dark. Drip, drip. A steady cadence, water striking a shallow pool, the noise exploring the hollow cavities of the collapse. There was the distant rush of a hose. He smelled the damp and underlying scent of wet soot. He coughed involuntarily, and it didn't stop. A clatter of debris scraping the tile was followed by the groan of failing joists and beams. The darkness cracked open like an egg, a blinding fissure of sunlight. Hands reached in. Yellow, reflective coat, work gloves. Lance dragged him out. No cowboy hat today. Fireman's helmet, his turnout coat open over the grimy t-shirt and overalls. Lance dragged him past Manuel, who'd levered a roof section up with a rock bar. Darkness, the steady drip. Sirens woke him. He was inside an ambulance on a gurney. Should smell antiseptically clean, but all he smelled was the damp smoke. An oxygen mask trapped the odor in his nose. He tilted his head to see. It was all he could move. Strapped down, limbs all present, no blood. His head swayed loosely. The paramedic, the woman with the dark braided hair, leaned over him. She had a determined expression, staring into his eyes, not to give comfort, but to check his state. "You'll be okay," she said. He couldn't hold his head up any longer. The darkness came back. Drip, drip. A roaring wind ripped him from the darkness. The gurney jostled over uneven ground. Loose straps clanked against the frame. A torrent of air and sound. The Huey's blades whipped fiercely against the blue sky. Randy and the other paramedic hustled him toward the open door. Lobo waited inside, grinning as he reached out to help lift the gurney. Cade tried to take hold of Randy's arm as an anchor, but the straps wouldn't let him. The violent twist threw too much weight to one side, and the three of them scrambled to keep him upright. "Whoa, settle down," Randy said. "Your lucky day. Mr. Hidalgo has agreed to use his chopper to get you down to the valley. Free life flight, my man. Can't beat that." Cade tried to argue, but the words came out raw. Raspy speech. He thrashed violently against the straps. Lobo, Randy, and the paramedic fought to secure him. "You sure you don't want me to come with him?" Randy asked. He eyed the helicopter excitedly. "I'm not certified air medevac, but—" "I am," shouted the female paramedic. "He might be more comfortable if I did." "I've got him." Anne. She was in the jump seat, waiting. Any other time he'd be reassured, but her gaze was distant. Had she come to see him put in his place? Come because she worried about him? Was she just another hostage? Lobo kept his smile and shook his head. "Maybe he's just scared of helicopters. Got anything to calm his nerves, Doc?" The female paramedic leaned inside. She smoothed back Cade's hair. Her touch made his scalp tingle. Felt like all the blood surged out of his brain. She gently pushed his head to rest, and he couldn't offer any resistance. "It'll be okay," she said. "They've got good facilities down in Visalia. Let me give you something for the ride." A sharp prod. The smiling Lobo swirled, mixed into the motion of the blades. Anne's worried expression melted away. The Huey's interior dimmed. Drip, drip. Cade sucked in a deep breath. His eyes flew open, but the darkness didn't go away. The roar and thrum of the rotors had been replaced by the dripping. The air was still and damp, almost like he'd gone backward in time, back under the house where his faulty connection with reality started. But he wasn't there, or a hospital. The dripping sounded confined, echoed ever so slightly off concrete walls. He was underground, a basement, the hacienda. Cade pushed down the panic, dug around for the anger. These were the dirtbags who'd murdered McMillan, a cold-blooded ambush executed from behind human shields. He'd fallen for the same trap. He'd been willing to walk away only hours ago, leave this unfinished business for a different day. But now, right now, he needed to get his shit together, assess the situation. If they thought they were going to end him quietly in a cell, he'd prove them wrong. He left his chin pressed against his chest. Dark. No reason to search blindly around. He let his fingertips explore what they could reach. Smooth, cold surface. He was bound to a metal chair. Arms pulled behind him and tied to the chair back. Ankles secured against the steel legs. They'd used paracord. Harder to escape than duct tape or zip ties, assuming they knew how to tie a knot. As tight as the bonds felt, he figured they did. What else should he expect from a gang with a successful side gig in hostage-taking? He recalled the floor plans. The basement had a few utility rooms and access to the kitchen where Lambert sprang out the day they met. The DEA agent mentioned a bunk down here, tucked away from the everyday narco operations. Ramirez must have gotten a kick out of housing him in the former servants' quarters. He'd also mentioned he'd kept a sawed-off shotgun under his pillow. Cade tested the ropes. Wouldn't budge, but at least he could feel the strength returning to his limbs. His back was sore as hell, lungs and throat raw. That's what got him. Lack of oxygen after the wind had been knocked out of him. Trapped under the rubble while the house burned. His head throbbed too. All dull pain, all manageable. A door creaked open behind him. Cade kept his chin down. A wedge of light from the doorway fanned around his feet. Boots splashed lightly on damp concrete. A stinging slap across his cheek sent him reeling. "Wake up, Lobo." Cade lunged, a burst of strength directed against the ropes. Poorly tied, they might have given way, at least loosened. But they held firm and the chair started to tip. Lobo gave him a helpful shove, sent him down on his chin. The rattling pain smashing into his skull made him clench. Sludgy water splashed his cheeks. The recently recovered air in his lungs rushed out. He toppled to one side, and the chair creaked. Drained, he let his head fall slack into the layer of basement funk. Lobo splashed closer. Cade got ready for the next strike. Boot to the ribs, maybe back of his neck. Maybe this is where his revenge tour ended. The Sicario reached down and dragged him upright. "Sit still. The boss wants to talk to you. If you aren't conscious, I'll have to make you that way." Lobo stepped behind him. Cade faced a wall, a shadow made small by the angle of the hallway light. Footfalls approached, two distinct pairs. One struck the wet floor with a flat slap, rubber soles. The other tread with more methodical heel-to-toe motion. Boots. The silhouettes obliterated his against the grimy cinder-block wall. The shorter of the two was misshapen, covered in a poncho or a raincoat. The taller wore a hat. The infamous El Charro, the cowboy, in his borderline absurd jacket. Footsteps slopped closer. The boots clomped deliberately slowly. The casual walk of an executioner finishing their job in a room full of the wounded. The others were an awkward stride. Rubber boots. Oversized galoshes as a barrier against the murky water. A pair scavenged from the soldiers to protect their new guest. Dainty feet, worthy of the crystal waters of the Kauai River. The thought of Anne being here for this hurt more than whatever they were about to do. She'd made it clear she was angry. Why, he couldn't completely say. He'd gone to kill her father, disrupt his bloody business. But how much did she know? Had to be enough if she was standing in a basement, looking at a bound lover with nothing to say. "Anne?" he whispered. The awkward gait suddenly splished off tempo from the first, full of anxious energy. She wanted to be the first in his face to demand answers, so she knew all about her father's true business. Must have grown up accustomed to the horrors, her disarming, sensual confidence just an extension of her father's narcissism. Hard to believe he'd gotten her that wrong. He'd only known her a week, but the relationship felt intimate, an illusion fabricated by the awkward circumstances, a spell broken as soon as the world started to thaw. Maybe he had it all wrong, again. Maybe she was racing to his side to defend him. He wanted to turn, but the idea of looking her in the eyes was too much. "He's a murderer," Cade croaked, his throat a swollen mess. "Are you?" The rubber soles came to a sudden halt. A ring of cold steel settled against the base of Cade's skull, the barrel of a gun. "Damn straight!" A woman's voice, definitely not Anne. "Now, Fern," Mr. Cleveland cooed, "we've got questions." The rifle barrel pulled slowly away. Mr. Cleveland clomped casually between the shooter and Cade. The smooth-cheeked farmer squatted in front of him and tugged at his chin beard. "Lobo here says this one's a Fed, running some sort of investigation we weren't told about. We need to find out what he wants." "You know damn well what they want, Gilbert," Fern shouted. "We've been fighting to keep our land since goddamn Disney." Mr. Cleveland's expression was thoughtful, his examination of Cade's face cold and rational. "You've left me few options," he said to Cade. "The Ramirez's arrival has been difficult for us, but we've managed to find an advantage." He tilted his head toward Lobo. "We're survivors like that. Like you. I suppose I should thank you for scaring him out of this little fortress. For that, I'll make this unpleasant business quick. But I need to know why you're here." Cade stared up at the ceiling. He had nothing to say anybody would believe. Wrong place, wrong time. People served prison sentences for those reasons, lost their lives because of it too. He took refuge in the memories he'd rather forget. He summoned up the shed at Fort Black, murky shadows like here. The mountain sun slicing between joints of corrugated steel panels. Hiram's backwards seer training. Survival, evasion, resistance, escape. Whether he got the lesson plan from serving in Nam or made it the hell up didn't matter. Cade never wanted to visit that place again, but he'd ended up there anyway. "I'm going to need some water," Cade rasped, "so I can spit in your face properly." Gilbert Cleveland's knees cracked as he rose. He glanced dispassionately behind Cade. "You heard the man, Lobo. Fetch some water." He bent close again to make sure Cade heard him. "These boys know what to do with the water. Trained by guys like you, I reckon. Faster you talk, quicker it ends." More boots rushed swiftly inside. Mr. Cleveland stepped into the shadowy corner and stood with his arms crossed. Fern joined him, rifle aimed right at Cade's temple. "Ruger?" Cade rasped. ".308 caliber?" Fern Cleveland didn't answer, but she would. 33. Hiram's backwoods seer training differed from the official survival, evasion, resistance, and escape program, and all the seer training in the world was different from an actual interrogation. But nothing could prepare a person for being handed over to a bloodthirsty cartel. They never had a reason to keep anyone alive. They often didn't need intel or have strategic concerns, rarely pursued a prisoner swap. They just wanted to hurt people, make examples. Dumping mutilated corpses was often their only goal. Cade had seen their handiwork, mutilated bodies that appeared to have been fed to wild animals, people who had been fed to wild animals. Survival wasn't a thing to aspire to in that kind of situation. But he knew next to nothing about the Clevelands. Later, Cade's memories of the hacienda basement would be scattered, incomplete. That was the survival part. But the details would sneak up on him in the dead of night, startle him awake, take hold in quiet moments when he caught that familiar, musty scent, or heard the isolated sound of a steady drip. Lobo was trained. No brutal sawing or drilling, or otherwise slow deconstructions of the human body. He gave Cade exactly what he'd asked for. Water. Plenty to go around with the melting snow creeping into the basement. The water soaking through the towel was frigid, numbed his face, had him sucking shivering breaths. He almost burst out laughing the first time the towel came off his face. Wasn't even trying to tick his interrogator off. He'd just recalled the recent brush with death and Lake Mead. All that water. How much pain the desert had dished out. How it'd only been a warm-up for this. Lobo crammed the drenched towel across his nose and mouth again. Cade sputtered as the bucket poured over him. The towel, a soaked membrane as unbreathable as the depths of the reservoir. The water stopped. "Cade, you do your best to tell us why you're here," said Mr. Cleveland, fatherly and wise. Cade wanted to laugh again. He could only offer a truth they'd never accept. Hell, he didn't believe it himself. "We're wasting our time," said Fern. She hovered off to the side, rifle in her slender grip. Out of place in her bohemian dress and galoshes, but her snarling gaze was all business. "We need to move on that Mexican before he's got a chance to go running back across the border." "My dear," Mr. Cleveland said, exasperated, "we've got plenty of time to set him straight. He doesn't even know his men here are our men. He thinks he's king of Three Rivers down there." "Exactly. He's unprepared. Perfect time to finish him off for good." Lobo yanked Cade's head back like he was starting another round, but Cade caught the flash of steel and the wickedly curved karambit knife hooked against his throat. The tip drew a hot trickle of blood. A method the Sicario felt intimately comfortable with, Cade could tell. The true dismantling of his body was about to begin. Cade strained quietly against the cords. No give. But the chair? That was a different matter. Something felt loose. "I've got to agree, Jefe," Lobo said. Cade detected an insincerity in the title. The Clevelands didn't notice. "Quicker we finish the job, the better. We have time," Mr. Cleveland insisted. Lobo ignored him. He dug the blade deeper, biting into flesh. A warm trickle ran down Cade's soaked skin. He hissed in Cade's ear low enough the Clevelands couldn't hear. "Some of us have time. All the time we need." "Let's give 'em one more chance," Mr. Cleveland said, oddly warm and reassuring. He appeared almost nervous as he unsteadily crowded Lobo's space. The predator took note and backed away with a smile. "Who else is here with you, Cade? What agencies?" "Nobody. No backup." When Cade refused to answer, the full submersion began. They wheeled in a trough. Big enough Lobo and one of the paramilitaries tilted him forward over the rim. He stared into his wobbling reflection. Hiram Black stared back. Not Clarence McMillan. They hoisted him off the ground by the chair legs, and his head went under. Cade thrashed, weightless, no leverage. He tried to stay calm, make the frantic movements productive. Working on the loose hinge he felt in the chair right near the scissoring legs. Pop one side, maybe the other would go too. Slip his hands off the frame. He'd still have his feet anchored, but he'd have 2 hands to deal with the 4 people in the room. 3 armed, all dangerous. A slim hope, but he was losing his battle. The edge of the tank smashing into his collarbone, crushing his throat, the liquid seeping into his windpipe. Oxygen wasn't reaching his brain, almost like it could feel the individual molecules depleting. He wanted to gulp in the air. He fought the instinctual urge to breathe. He'd been better off in Valerie's burning, collapsed house, sent to hell in the wreckage of a razed home, hand in hand with Hiram's fate. The thought of letting go was becoming a welcoming release. That's what scared him most. "No, wait. I'm ready to talk," he wheezed as his head surfaced. Lobo and his man let the chair drop heavily. The Sicario's shirt was drenched, his rolled-up sleeves a soggy mess. He looked put out by the inconvenience. "Talk!" Cade caught his breath. He knew the seer fundamentals. He needed a concession, or to talk about something other than the information they wanted to hear. Nothing too revealing, but possibly valuable. His team. They wanted to know where his team was. Who else was here? Why not give them Sanvi's name? Hell, she'd been shadowing him since day one. She had to be involved in framing him. Her materialistic life finally getting the better of her. He didn't know where she was exactly, but knew she'd be here as soon as the road cleared. But he couldn't. He wouldn't name anybody he'd worked with. Not a word of operational details. He was maybe just stubborn enough to die for no damn good reason. He tried to stall. "I'll only talk to Agent Lambert." His head went back under. The water made the cords tighten. He struggled as much as he could. The chair hinge loosened against his weight and the frantic motions. The world went dark again, racing through tunnels. All those memories he didn't want to have. Brushes with death filling in the blanks. The rider was coming, taking names. "Not my fault if he can't handle it," Lobo said. Back under. The chair leg wiggled as they hoisted his body weight forward. "Cade, I know you're ready to talk. Why was the government sided with our competition? How much do they know about our operation?" Back under. Cade felt the chair snap, the riveted joint broken free. He grabbed hold of the metal leg tightly. A surge of hope. "Just finish him already!" Fern spat, her ferocity laced with unexpected terror. Back under. His arm slipped free from the chair. He visualized himself wielding the broken metal leg like a club. Faces crowded around him. The Clevelands, Lobo. Eyes glowing with ambition. Would he be the first target? The metal leg jammed into the Sicario's skull? Or would Mr. Cleveland, spike and metal rod through his calf and a twist, leave him howling on the ground in pain? Then there was Fern, an unruly tempest in her flower child dress and bright green galoshes. Maybe a free spirit once, her anger had consumed her, aged her, creases worn deep into her cheeks and chin by the perpetual frown. She'd shot a man she'd known for decades. She'd care even less about the wandering stranger tied up in the basement. But revulsion and fear had overcome her now. This dirty business harder than pulling a trigger. Yeah, Fern. He'd start with her. Overpower her and take the rifle. Put a round in Lobo, then his assistant. The Clevelands would have to wait their turn. If only his arms would work. The trio hovered over him. Buzzards. Heralds of death, waiting to see what became of the life twitching at their feet. He'd been caught in the same trap McMillan sprung, a killing brought on by the cruel impulses of the universe. One more mystery he'd never solve, one more injustice unanswered. Back under, deeper this time, not into the basin. Down, down under. Cade did something he'd never done. He surrendered. Let the universe win. 34. Hassan watched Lobo and the soldier go. He turned toward the gaping hole he'd dug. Friend or foe, to treat the dead as Lobo had was the worst of sins. It was a failing of his, one that would make any reign he had planned as king short. He debated going back into the grave, straightening the man's corpse, turning him over to face the sky so that he no longer stared into the underworld. But he couldn't. The sin would be his to bear too, along with all the rest. Only one thing mattered to him anymore. His home. He wanted it to be safe, free. So much work yet to do. He clambered onto the mini excavator and clawed into the snow. He needed to open fresh ground where he could gather the rock. He focused on making the pile neat and tidy. He could use the narrow blade on the front to cover the hole. One quick pass. The strange episode of vengeance over. He tried to weigh the balance of what the universe had sent him. The man named Cade's arrival felt like divine intervention, a kind of message he couldn't ignore. Hassan found himself pushing smaller and smaller stones around with the bucket, nudging the horrible weight forward, stalling. A brief prayer and he eased the control sticks forward, gradually pushing the fill toward the open hole. Rumble of the engine, the smell of diesel exhaust, tracks squeaking as they flexed and trundled. With the leading edge of the rock pile trickling over the side, Hassan's hands fell limp. He rose from his seat and stared into the pit, removed his straw hat and held it tight across his heart. The grave was empty. Hassan peered up the path toward the hacienda. Lobo and his man had long since disappeared into the warmth of the walled compound. He slowly settled into his seat. The meaning of an event he couldn't comprehend had been made clear, an answer to his prayer. He would accept whatever fate had in store. He began to fill the hole, steeled himself to face the one devil sent back to mete out punishment. Eventually, everyone would be judged. 35. The sputtering rumble of a skid steer woke Cade. He was face down, damp, stony ground. Lobo towered over him. The Sicario was kicking him, but Cade couldn't feel the impact. He couldn't feel anything. Couldn't see all that well. Too bright compared to the basement. A pale winter sky turned everything into a hazy silhouette, bleeding into a fuzzy afterglow. He heard the skid steer again, rumbling nearby. Hear him, finishing the job he started back at Fort Black. He'd jerked back to life once before because of the sound. He'd been younger then, long limbs full of energy, ready to explode just to prove the universe wrong. What did he have now? No family, no job, a beat-up old house on wheels, traveling lonelier than living like a hermit. Being around people but never really knowing them was a worse fate. He'd died outside, at least, better than the basement. He'd been through too much in the past few weeks. Here was as good a place to lie down as any. He started to float. He'd call it an out-of-body experience, but the floating was rough. Lots of bumping and jostling. Then he got a glimpse into the pit. His body wasn't there. Definitely not floating. His body was up and shambling away like some kind of horror film. He limply accepted the bizarre reality, slowly realized he was staring at a world turned literally upside down. Sky below, earth above, caught between heaven and hell. He was moving with a weird, sideways gait. A stray elbow to the face knocked some sense back into him. "Ugh," he groaned. "Sorry." The whisper was mildly apologetic. "But shut the fuck up." Cade dangled across broad shoulders, ice-blue eyes behind a winter balaclava. The sniper. He had Cade bent in half over his shoulder in a fireman's carry. Just another day in the office as he effortlessly jogged up a mountain in deep snow. "I knocked you out," Cade slurred. "Lucky you didn't finish the job," came an annoyed retort. "Do I need to put you out to shut you up? Woods are going to be crawling with those bozos as soon as they see you're not in the hole." The Navy SEAL wasn't exactly breathing hard. Exerting himself, sure, but he could talk casually while playing battlefield stretcher. Talking hurt Cade's throat anyway. Feeling was returning to his body in the strangest place. His gut. It sloshed. Felt bloated. "Put me down," Cade rasped. They ducked into a stand of red fir and sugar pine, hidden by the dense cluster of saplings. The SEAL checked the stretch of ground behind them. No pursuit. He shrugged Cade into the snow. Bracing cold shivered away the remaining mental fog. Cade seized, then retched. Water poured out of his gut, his lungs, any spare cavity where the bumpy ride had sent it. "I was serious about the volume," the sniper growled, peeking between the boughs. Cade held up a finger, still puking. Might have been the middle one. More sensation returned as acrid water wrecked his raw throat. He was freezing. No shirt, no shoes. They left his pants on, at least. His arms started to shake from exhaustion. "Can you walk?" Cade had shut up now, involuntarily, unable to squeak out a single syllable. He shook his head. "Fine." The SEAL scooped him up. They started uphill again. Thanks for not puking on me. Cade signaled a weak thumbs up. Then he did his ride a favor and passed out. Chow! An energy bar to the face woke Cade. He scrunched his nose and scowled at the sniper across the fire. About like the action figure he'd expected. Solid jaw, blue eyes, and 80 grit stubble. His nose had been obliterated at one time and left to heal swollen and crooked. A vertical scar on his forehead ran in the same direction. All the same story, likely. Long before Cade added a chapter. His rescuer had a camp against a cliff. Cade didn't know how far they'd traveled into the park. The soldier had no obligation to risk his own safety to save him. But he had. He'd even stuffed him inside a sleeping bag. Cade tore open the energy bar and devoured it. Tasted stale, almost dusty, but he didn't care. He felt like he'd thrown up a few days' worth of food, and his stomach was now an empty, ravenous pit. They drown you? Cade nodded. He still didn't know if his throat could make sounds. Swallowing hurt, but he scarfed down each bite. The SEAL leaned across the small fire to offer him a steaming cup. No Starbucks around, the sniper said. Venti snow tea. Help you warm up. He drank eagerly. Too eager. Burned all the way down. When the liquid went sloshing into the empty pit, he turned away. More vomit incoming. Not on the bag, the sniper said. Cade managed to keep it down. The snipers scanned back the way they'd come. Homeboy on the little excavator must have gone code brown when he saw your corpse gone. Maybe he found Jesus and abandoned his evil ways. He smirked. Or maybe he was too scared to tell them you got up and walked away. Whatever the case, no sign of pursuit last night. All Cade could do was nod. He tried to find his voice under all the water and cold acid. Clearing his throat started an extended hacking session. The name's Will, and you're welcome. He rasped out a response. Cade, I've heard. Lambert wasn't happy to see you. Can't say I was thrilled to see you blazing up my hill either. Thought you were cartel, Cade croaked. Will stretched out, booted feet toward the fire, reclining against a boulder. We weren't sure who the hell anybody was down there. Your shake-up forced some movement, though. Cade didn't know if Will was probing for information. The only things he might know, but Will didn't, would be the parts that happened after Cade knocked him out cold. He didn't want to bring that up, but it was too important. Lambert got out. Chopper. With Ramirez. That's so, Will said. He lunged forward and pointed at Cade animatedly. Now how did I miss that? Cade bowed his head apologetically. The SEAL hopped up and started packing his rucksack. I GTFO'd after I lost contact with Lambert. Our comms had been sketchy anyway. Signal geeks told us they were foolproof. Trouble with comms? Cade knew the source. Whole damn time. Without Lambert inside the hacienda, I kept an eye from a safer distance. Lobo showing up with the clampets was all the confirmation I needed. He impatiently gestured for the water cup. Cade slugged the rest and handed it over. Now that you confirmed Lambert's not being held hostage in the hacienda, I've got zero reason to be here. Lobo was with the Clevelands. That was right. He was no friend of Ramirez then. Just another guy vying for the throne. And was in trouble. They have a hostage. Ramirez's daughter was on the helicopter with me. Will's deadpan expression told him he'd heard about Cade's extracurriculars, too. Whatever the soldier thought about that, he kept to himself. "What do you want to do about the Clevelands?" Cade asked. "Clevelands? Right. Don't care. Not in the mission plan." He tossed a shirt at Cade along with a pair of thick wool socks. "What was your mission?" Cade shimmied into the shirt. "Covering Lambert's ass while playing to Ramirez's ego. El Clowno made lots of demands before he squealed on his cartel connections, like having his own SEAL sniper." Will smiled. "We never said he wouldn't be a viable target." "Patterns of life. You've been watching them. Not protecting?" "Uh-huh. That and shooting at assholes who charged my position." Will tightened the straps on his pack. He squinted at the sleeping bag, calculating how much force he needed to whip it off Cade's body. Cade preempted the move by starting to wiggle free. He wondered what the SEAL thought of those Mexican paratroopers seeking asylum, the ones Lambert mentioned as counter to Ramirez's personal entourage. "You figure out the paramilitary forces were trouble?" "Those Tabasco pricks were our responsibility. We trained them to take down the cartels over there, not here. Ramirez pitched a fit when we told them they had to be included in the personal escort he insisted on. I was thinking, this guy deserves an Oscar." Will gave his Barrett a once-over and strapped the devastating rifle to his pack. He scratched his scalp and pulled down the balaclava. Then I saw how our so-called allies deferred to Lobo. Knew he was a problem. The operation was about as clear as any typical counter-intel mission, loaded with spies and double agents and power plays. A twisted mess. But it was starting to make sense. The DEA had lured Ramirez into U.S. territory with promises of protection and legitimate business opportunities. He'd made sure they put him on the doorstep of one of his rivals, same ones he'd left warnings for at the Horse Creek campground. In turn, Lobo was playing Ramirez by compromising the paramilitaries. But did Ramirez suspect his sicarios' disloyalty? Is that why he brought his own men? Or were they meant to face off with the Clevelands? Why not more SEALs instead? Ramirez would have backed out. Too jumpy. The Mexican paratroopers were brought over for a so-called joint training exercise. Plan was to keep them isolated in the mountains over the winter and keep Ramirez talking. Lambert had seemed to think the ploy had been worth the cost. Cade wanted to hear it from a different source. His intel's been good. Will kicked dirt and snow over the fire. Not my call. You're okay with Ramirez coming here to take out the competition? Will squatted and tugged impatiently at the sleeping bag. Cade cursed and started to climb out. Ramirez wanted to run them out of business the traditional way. Hostile takeover, so he said. Cade gave a rueful, sketchy laugh. He kicked the rest of the way out of the bag. Yanked on the socks Will had given him. The wind had died down, so the chill wasn't bad. But he didn't have any good ideas about how to keep his feet warm once they started moving. Traditional? As in back to Colombian neckties instead of full-on beheadings? Will considered the statement as he rolled up the sleeping bag, tied and orderly. He gave Cade a thoughtful look. His attention drifted down to tie up the sleeping bag. Those operational details are outside my scope. The reluctance sounded ominous. Lambert had mentioned a cessation of hostilities. Lobo was playing nice in town until his ambitions took over. Maybe Ramirez did have a clear signal that his rebranding of Cartel Incorporated could move forward. From who? You look kind of... Will made the mind-blown gesture, fingertips spreading near his temples. Ramirez isn't getting a pass, Cade said. And if he's lost the leash on his attack dog, we need to put him down. What do you suggest? We hit the hacienda first. Anne's in there. She'll be held as leverage in Lobo's power play. Will was ready with the denial. Negatory. The place is a fortress. I'd need a team. And you look and sound like you've been dug out of a grave. Will wasn't wrong. His lungs and throat felt cooked. His feet stung from the cold. He'd take care of that soon enough. He'd thought he'd seen a plastic bag in Will's kit. Maybe enough to wrap the damn socks. Keep dry. Not a great look for infiltrating an enemy base. But he'd gone into action with worse odds. At least nobody had shot him this time. With his luck gone through, he decided to trust the professional. Your plan? We hook up with Lambert first. I make sure he's alive, and then I go back to my mission. Keep him breathing and the big cartel boss in line until we can establish comms with the outside. Which one is the big cartel boss you'll be keeping in line? Beats the hell out of me. Cade counted 3. 3 jefes in a town too small for any one of them. With the snow melting, pass opening, one of them would make their move. Fine, Cade said. We go to Ramirez. I'll need a weapon. Will checked his HK-416. Wishful thinking for the SEAL to give that up. Next, he checked his Glock 19. A familiar enough piece. It'd do nicely. Cade stuck out a hand. Will holstered the pistol and gave a big, broad grin that crinkled his mashed-up nose. I got just the thing for you. Lobo wanted you to have it back. He held out the MPL-50. Cade cracked his neck and swiped it. I'm sure you'll find a discarded bottle of camp fuel along the way. Will started walking away, or whatever other MacGyver bullshit you want to pull. So this was the payback. 36. After an hour of trudging through the snow, Will dug out a pair of trail runners, size 13, same as Cade's, but too wide. Well-worn, full-stitched suede, but breathable with a beefy sole. Cade didn't waste any breath on indignation at the late offer. Hazing was part of this guy's culture. It could even signal Will respected him. Or maybe he was just a guy who held grudges. He'd stay out of his sights, whatever the case. It took most of the day to navigate the series of game trails and hiking paths back to Three Rivers. Will set a blistering pace. Properly rested, it wouldn't have been all that bad, but passing out in a sleeping bag hadn't been enough. The sniper would often disappear into the brush, a ghost in broad daylight. Cade lost his tracks completely at times. He'd always pop out the moment Cade wondered if he'd been left behind. Will slipped out of the trees and hung back until he caught up. They turned toward a ridge studded with boulders. They kept low, creeping up the slope, and sheltered behind an outcropping. Sierra Drive snaked below. Sequoia National Park gate and boundary to the north. South, the town. Directly across from their position, about 1.25 miles away, The old park building's Lance had been paid to dig out. Will glassed the area with his spotting scope. We knew about the helipad outside of town, but we didn't know they'd secured the place after the snow. Paid a local, Cade said, but they must have had people there before the road was cleared. Wasn't you doing your good deeds? Cade offered no comment. Will let the scope rest on his stand, started to loosen the straps on his Barrett. Looked like he was getting comfortable. Need an observer? Will settled in behind the massive rifle. Here's what I need, Cade. I need you to go down there and stir up a hornet's nest. Your specialty, right? You rested? They just hiked 3.5 miles across trackless terrain, up and down steep gorges and ravines, and the snow. Cade's throat and lungs still burned from his latest brush with death. His hesitation didn't go unnoticed. I'll cover you. You're 2,000 yards from the target. Will shrugged. Give or take. Son of a bitch. Cade muttered. The ace sniper had every reason in the world to be confident, but he wasn't the one walking down there with a shovel. I'm assuming, Will continued, you won't burn the place down. Sneak in. Hit that communications building. Shut down whatever they've got messing with the signals so I can advise Lambert of the sit rep. I can just find him and ask him while I'm down there. Too simple for Will. He was already shaking his head. I'd prefer he be informed of our presence before the enemy knows we're on site. And he needs to hear directly from me in this backstabbing Spanish soap opera. If he knows I'm alive, maybe he'll trust you a little more. They won't notice his radio going off. No, super secret bullshit. I don't pretend to know how it works. He drew a line across the horizon with a fingertip. Breadcrumbs sprinkled all along the Mineral King route. Independent repeaters. Solar-powered. Camouflaged. I ping him with the sign of life. He'll know to get private for a call. His fingers stopped at a point off to the right. A rise not too far away. One right there. He's got them all memorized. He'll know I'm close, and has plenty of faith in my reach, unlike some people. I don't doubt you, but... He tapped the MPL 50. Yeah, weird choice, was all Will said. Show me what you can do with it. You got 30 mics until dusk. Cade watched Will nestle comfortably behind the rifle scope. He wanted inside the comms tower anyway, and felt like the warrior was still trying to make him prove himself. He snatched the spotting scope for his own bit of recon. The Hueys squatted on the helipad, ready for liftoff, but no crew hanging around in the cold. The horseshoe of white buildings wasn't fortified like the hacienda. Foothills ran behind it. Best approach was a densely covered slope west of the entry road. One of the new expeditions sat there, engines running. A sentry, or 8. He wouldn't know until he got closer. An open field surrounded the helipad for 40 yards in all directions. He'd bet on a few security lights at night. Cameras on all sides. Generators powered the half-dozen buildings. Battery backup inside the shack, too. Had to be. Crossing the field and breaching the shack without being noticed wouldn't be easy. Guys in comms usually knew when to use their radios to call for help. Overpower the sentry car, drive it right into the comms building, go to work with the MPL 50 on anybody who got in his way. Ramirez at the top of the list. Tempting. But he had a sinking feeling his desire to see Ramirez's head spiked on top of that tower wasn't the way. Once her father died, Anne went from leverage to liability. What Will said made sense. A more careful approach was required. I know how to get in. Really? Will sounded surprised. A tactical angle he hadn't yet covered. Give me until midnight. Cade slid the spotting scope toward him. I need to see my realtor. Your what? Cade took off down the slope, re-energized. The bells above the door clanged at the Sequoia fuel stop. Al, bored and hunched over a 2-week-old newspaper, started his normal banter. Somehow, he was aware it was Cade, a radar for the out-of-towners. His gaze drifted up, then his mouth dropped open as he saw the shambling mess coming toward him. Cade stomped to the counter, an odd shuffle forced by another 2 miles in the loose shoes on the iced-over road. He stabbed the shovel blade downward into the wood floor. Al jumped at the sharp thud. He left the shovel propped against the counter and stumped down the aisles. Al warily watched as he gathered what could almost be a meal. Pork rinds, jerky, a pickled sausage link floating in a vat of brine. Full-on rebellion against the vegetarian regimen. He'd gotten over the puking and had a pit of his own to backfill. Arms loaded, he stepped up to the counter and dumped his haul, leaned heavily into Al's space. I'm out of cash. The friendly avocado growers. Pot. They were talking about pot. Pot growers. Took it all before they tried to drown me. I could really use a snack, because I'm about to have a chat with them. I'd rather not do that on an empty stomach. Al stared. Didn't blink or twitch. Just stared. Those mental calculations taking place. Answer determined. He reached under the counter and pulled out a ruled notepad. He licked his index finger and turned to a blank page. Started writing. Cade wasn't sure what to make of it. He crowded in. Closer. Reading the pad upside down. Al was writing down each item with a price off to the side. When he'd gotten them all, he wrote Cade at the top of the page. He put the notepad away, bagged the questionable meal, and slid it toward him. They stood awkwardly staring for a moment. What's that? Your line of credit. My what? Your line of... No, I heard you. But what does it mean? The irregulars have a line of credit. This does not mean you can steal from me. You pay me back or I charge interest. A modest interest. Huh. Cade hooked the plastic bag's handles. Huh. Was that a small victory? A bit of recognition or acceptance? He let the handles drop. I don't suppose you could point me to where Valerie is staying. We've got a few details to discuss. About her house falling on me. Al retrieved the notepad, licked his index finger and swiped to a clean page. He scribbled down an address and ripped out the sheet. I am not Google. Do not ask me where this is. I didn't tell you. Cade took the paper. Odd as this was, it felt pretty damn good. Better than his earlier lucky streak. A hard-won piece of intel. He almost asked to borrow Al's car next. Figured that might be a little much. The address was for a B&B across Dinley Bridge, maybe a half-mile from the ruins of Valerie's house. She fled there, Cade reasoned, after figuring out the collapse wasn't an accident. But in a town this size, somebody would know. They'd have let it slip to Al, nexus of information and fuel. The bed and breakfast was a 2-story wooden Victorian. The stenciled sign in the yard flipped to no vacancy. A Cadillac filled the drive, baby blue Coupe de Ville from before Jimmy Hoffa went missing. The house had a nice, big, Southern-style porch decorated with plush chairs and little tables. He'd arrived after dark, but the porch was well lit. Strings of white LEDs outlined the path to the steps. Being so visible might be a bad thing. The owner might just see a disheveled, ghostly drifter in tattered clothes and ill-fitting shirt, with plastic spilling from his loose shoes. He knocked anyway. Shadows shifted beyond the lace curtain covering the door's oval window. Bolts and chains rattled. A little old lady in a peach nightgown answered, her hair in a bonnet, her expression the picture of neutrality.
"We're not renting rooms. Sorry."
She started to close the door. "I'm here to see Valerie." The door broke momentum long enough for a reply.
"There's no Valerie here."
The bolts and chains started again. He'd recovered his energy on the walk, another mile fueled by proteins designed to list their expiration dates and half-lives. But he had no intention of walking back to Ramirez's hideout. He stepped backward off the porch, eyes on the second floor. A curtain fluttered. "Valerie, I'm here to help you." No reaction. "If I know you're here, Lobo knows." Gossip traveled at supersonic speeds in small towns. He doubted they'd heard way up on Mineral King, but it was worth a try. Still no response. "Did you use your sat phone? Call someone you trust? Chances are they traced the call." The curtain fluttered. That seemed to work. He didn't know what equipment the comm shack had, but he had every reason to believe they'd keep close tabs on Valerie. A shadow rushed to the front door. He heard a messy fumbling with the locks and stayed put. Off the porch, a safe, non-threatening distance away. The door swung open, and Valerie stepped out, peering fearfully into the dark.
"Do you think so? Do they know? Are they tracking me?"
"Could be. I need to find out what they have going on at the heliport you sold them, aside from letting your calls through to the outside." Valerie shrank away. Guilty as charged. 37. The caddy rode like a dream. Broke every law of physics for a hunk of metal that big. The hood a mile long. The doors a CrossFit exercise to open and close. But all that steel glided seamlessly over the gouged, lumpy roads. From the back seat, Cade watched Valerie's eyes, lit by the rectangular reflection off the rear view. More lights on than usual in town. Folks sensing the end of the lockdown, giving up rationing to create the appearance of a normal evening.
"They wanted to convert the park buildings to a dispensary. That's what they said."
She fixed her gaze back on the road.
"Those 2 properties for that price was a once-in-a-lifetime deal. Pushed me way out front of the leader for regional sales this year."
Cade stayed in a dark shadow over her shoulder. He'd heard plenty of rationalizations from criminals. The white-collar types always had one. Nobody ever just said, "I got greedy." They had reasons. Health, family, professional aspirations, or more often, an underling to pin it all on? Did they script what you reported to outside emergency responders? Was that part of the deal, or were you just improvising?
He said we'd be fine. Said he had plenty of supplies to share if the town needed. We all saw the loaded helicopter fly over.
They had a false sense of security. Even he first believed they might be new neighbors willing to fly a mercy mission. Valerie made the turn onto Sierra Drive, bracelets jangling as she maneuvered the steering wheel, big around as a basketball hoop in her grip.
What if they try to kill me again when we get there?
They won't. It's complicated. Cade didn't care to explain all the details. It didn't matter if she knew Lobo was working for the Clevelands, or that Ramirez probably wasn't the one who wanted her dead. Lobo won't be there. It's Gabriel Hidalgo you'll be dealing with. A familiar face. She nodded stiffly.
He seemed nice. At the restaurant.
Cade scooted forward on the slick seats. Wait. You hadn't met him before?
No. The guy you call Lobo handled all the paperwork. Mr. Hidalgo kept to himself. We spoke on the phone once or twice. I stopped asking questions when the suitcases of money started showing up.
So Lobo had been the one pushing the cartel's change of direction. Cade wondered how long he'd been whispering the plan into Ramirez's ear. The betrayal of Ramirez felt a little like justice. The Jefe convinced he was the one outmaneuvering the competition. Clueless, he was being led into a trap. A revenge killing could be wasted effort. The Jefe was living on borrowed time.
What do I do again when we get there?
Valerie said, voice wavering. You'll see sentries parked out front. They know your face, so they won't bother to get out unless you give them a reason. Too damn cold. Tell them you need to speak to Mr. Hidalgo. Business or something.
Will they believe that?
Are you the regional sales leader because people don't believe you? She checked him in the mirror, eyes back to the road, focused, about as good as he could hope for. When they let you pass, he said, no doubt in his voice, make your way to the antenna building by the chopper. Park near the door under the security light. Get out and knock.
Is Mr. Hidalgo in there?
Cade kind of hoped he would be. Probably not. Tell them you're expecting a call for Hidalgo, but your phone is acting funny.
Where will you be?
Cade peered into the deep well of shadow at his feet in the roomy back seat. Right behind you. When they made the turn toward the heliport, Cade curled up behind the seat. He found a scratchy blanket that he used to break up his profile. Between the warm floorboard and the blanket would have been a pleasant place if he weren't arched over the transmission tunnel. The sentry vehicle would be parked on the driver's side as they entered. He lay facing that side, MPL 50 ready to gut anybody who opened the door. Brakes squeaked as Valerie came to a slow stop. Headlight beams lit the interior. She stared doe-eyed into them. Her fear made for easy identification. The crank rumbled as she rolled down the window. A flashlight flickered across the headliner.
What do you want?
A nasal demand, like his face had been smashed in. Great. Twitchy.
I have a phone call for Mr. Hidalgo.
Yeah? So call him.
It's incoming on my satellite phone in the next 10 minutes.
A pause. Cade heard a car door open. He scrunched as flat as he could. Firm grip on the MPL 50. Might be using it soon. Twitchy's voice filled the cabin like he'd stuffed his face in her open window.
"Give me the phone."
Cade didn't think he could cave the guy's face in and get her out before bullets started flying. But that was all he had to work with. "I guess I could." Valerie sounded uncertain. "I could, but if you leave me here at the gate, he won't be happy. The mayor of Sacramento is returning my call. He's expecting me to answer, and I want to personally introduce Mr. Hidalgo. Barry won't like any surprises. Might ruin their deal." She was bluffing. Cade wondered how much. He readied the shovel blade, mentally went through the motions. A cautious shift into position. A sudden explosion upward, the blade knifing between the plush headrest and the header. Violent stab and twist. She'd need a new blouse.
"Give it here,"
Twitchy demanded. He reached in with his good arm. Between the knitted gaps of the blanket, Cade saw Valerie extend her hand. "I've only got a few minutes," Valerie said. "He'll really want to hear this. The grant could be worth millions." The phone exchanged hands.
"Here."
Twitchy asking a lackey to come forward. There was a sound, sliding of a plastic cover. A telephonic beep. Testing the buttons. Checking the case. Typical security. The sentry's hand reached back inside.
"Here."
Valerie took the phone. The flashlight swung away from her face, and Cade faded into the well of shadow again. He turned his head, held his breath. The light swept lazily over the back seat.
"Go ahead. Third house from the end. I'll tell him you're coming."
The caddy thunked into gear. They pulled away under steady acceleration, out of the piercing headlights and around the curve. The car jerked as Valerie's tight grip left the wheel to shakily crank up the window. "My God, I thought we were dead." Cade thought he might have ruined her outfit in this knitted blanket. Smelled the butterscotch and dust. A healthy dose of Type O wouldn't have helped. "You did great, Valerie. One more conversation." They cruised into the heliport. Cade figured they had a little time before Ramirez greeted them. Nobody wanted to race out into this weather. Valerie parking by the building would maybe cause him to hesitate too. He crouched behind the door as low as he could, one hand on the handle. "I'll need my door in line with the antenna building's door. Got it?" "Okay." Valerie pulled up right to where she needed to be. Cracked the door open, and the dome light came on. Out of habit, she flipped down the visor, started to check her makeup. "Out!" Cade hissed. She snapped the visor closed and swung the heavy door. He heard her knock at the comm shed, knuckles rapping lightly on steel. The door clanked open. Hi. I'm expecting..." Cade didn't let her finish. Her job was to distract. Well done. Now it was his turn. He launched out of the back seat. The radio operator frantically tried to shut the door as the madman with the shovel crashed through. Valerie gasped. He shoved her away and slammed the door behind him. A deep red illumination engulfed the room. The man in front of him stumbled backward over a shelf full of equipment, gear and cables scattering across the floor. No weapons. Absolute fear on his face. Not going to be a problem. Cade searched for the guy who was the problem. More racks divided the small room. Radio equipment and cables webbed the center of the room. Past that, a bank of monitors strobed along the far wall. A man jumped up from his chair in front of the screens. His hand shot toward a holster. The guy who would be a problem. Cade fired a boot into the face of the guy on the ground, pushed off toward the open corner of the shelving. The armed guard tracked him with an erratic sweep, trying to find a clear shot. Cade sent the MPL-50 sailing around the shelving ahead of him. A sideways whipping shot he wasn't sure would connect. The edge shaved deep into the man's forearm. He dropped his gun with a shout. The shovel continued, shattering a monitor in a shower of sparks. He followed up the MPL-50 with a flying elbow. The guard slammed against the console and slumped to the floor. Cade picked up the dropped handgun. Sig Sauer. Custom color he couldn't read by the red light of the room. He stuffed it inside his waistband and yanked the shovel out of the monitor. Of the two screens still working, one had a view of the outside of the comm shed. The other cycled through cameras along the perimeter. He watched both closely to make sure his rapid entry had gone unnoticed. All quiet. He scanned the console. Controls for the camera. Gear for outgoing transmissions. Wi-Fi. RF monitoring. There it was. A wide-spectrum jammer studded with omnidirectional antennas. A single coax cable ran through a conduit to the roof. He hacked the cord in two with the MPL-50. On the cycling screen, Ramirez emerged from a building, two of his men flanking him. They didn't look keyed up. Their jefe even wore a friendly face for Valerie. Was the canny, ruthless boss not suspicious? At all? Cade watched the reformed killer approach on the monitor. Shadows played across the faces, darkness obliterating the identity. He heard his voice, recalled the tablet he held in trembling hands. So close, right outside the door. Could he let him walk away? Again. 38. Cade pressed play on the video. Sounds of the HRT team echoed hollowly throughout the conference room. Voices from beyond an eternal dusk. Not a man doubted they were going up that elevator. The discussion only about how. That's what had doomed McMillan and his men. Not a stray fuck-up or a colossal mistake. The intel had been poisoned. His informant arrived at the warehouse expecting to haul another load of drogas down the nearly mile-long tunnel. Found his family there instead. His cover blown. The team didn't know where the elevator led. An unknown variable. One the deeply embedded informant hadn't been able to communicate. A tunnel from A to B. That's all they'd anticipated. The elevator came up somewhere closer to the border, away from the original Juarez entrance. Open air, back alley, another building in the industrial complex. The team was sorting as fast as they could through the options, consulting an incomplete street view, making a hasty tactical plan. The elevator returned, empty. They'll start butchering them soon, McMillan said. They could still hear the woman screaming, the children, anguish shifting to desperate pleas. From the camera, Cade could see McMillan's men, see their faces like Mac acted in the moment. They had the same haunted eyes steeled with determination, a trust in their leader. All knowing a retreat back to the safety of the American side meant those screams would continue in their ears forever. All of them had mental scars, deep damage caused by what they'd seen on the job. Any success or failure equally difficult to revisit. It was less traumatic when the bad guys died, but they all bled red, twitched and convulsed in their death throes, left behind mutilated shadows of humanity. But the child's screams were too much. "2 teams," McMillan said. "Alpha with me. Smoke at our feet. Flash the second there's enough gap to toss one." Helmeted heads nodded, fixed stares of committed men and women. Cade had read the report. He knew how it all ended. Smoke went off. McMillan crouched on the rising elevator platform. Impossible to see into the darkened room before the flashbangs went. The searing blast burned the shadows of the woman and her children into Mac's video. His barrel dropped. He raced protectively toward her, a tackle and an attempt to cover her as gunfire erupted. In slow motion or frame by frame, didn't matter. The same featureless soup of haze and explosive bursts was the result. A kinetic disaster. The elevator whirred upward again into a storm of gunfire, bullets raining like hailstones, muzzle flares like lightning in the misty view. Too many guns, an entire army unloading on the platform, the chatter of a heavy weapon, brass ringing against the concrete. The slaughter lasted for 5 minutes. The woman's frightened face flashed past the camera, eyes clenched shut. Next, they were open, staring blankly. McMillan gave a couple of strained huffs. The gunfire slowed to rhythmic bursts. Slow, methodical, as boots trolled casually around the room. Mac's camera darkened, face down. A shot. The view rolled toward the rafters of a metal building. Cade wrongly thought Mac could still see. He had a chance. But he wasn't reacting to the man towering over him with a machete. One last glimpse of the honorable man who'd set his life on the right path. One last glimpse of the man's contorted face in his own body camera. "Bueno," said a deep, commanding voice from the shadows as somebody held up the severed head. Cade snapped the tablet in two. In the radio room, his fist shattered the screen. 39. A calm night. Cold, dense air. Lieutenant William Stringer didn't measure the temperature in Fahrenheit. He measured it in drop and drift and velocity. A chilled envelope creating drag on the 660-grain projectiles he sent spiraling from his rifle at 2,800 feet per second. Altitude, humidity, all part of the necessary calculation. In high school, he flunked algebra, flunked a lot of classes, so he ended up in the military. Math at the firing range made sense to him. The minute of angle and intuitive piece of arithmetic he could not fully explain. The farther away the target, the more accurate he seemed to get. He was on a hill not so different from the valleys he'd perched above in Afghanistan. Distance to the target at the extent of the Barrett's so-called effective range, a number he knew to be heavily influenced by the person at the trigger. Or so he told himself. Confidence assured him he'd always make the shot. Hadn't failed him yet. He'd seen the Cadillac arrive at the cartel's new compound, pause by the cholos in the expedition manning the gate. He painted the driver who got out to talk. No sign of Cade, but he assumed the FBI guy was inside. Maybe the trunk. Maybe there'd be a search and things would go down the Hangover style. He'd wait to pull the trigger then, get a little entertainment before ripping apart the bad guys. But the female driver managed to talk her way through. He didn't know what to make of Cade. Lambert had been introduced to the FBI guy indirectly via a Flet C after-action course on how not to go about a raid. That Montana militia cult who made the news when he was too young to care. All Will knew was the man was batshit crazy, charging up the hill on a snowmobile with a makeshift armored plate, and the animal gleam in his eye when he got close. He'd seen eyes like that on Taliban foot soldiers. Next level hate for the strangers in their lands fueled by religious fervor. No virgins even to send Cade off to. Well, none he knew of. The so-called FBI agent had banged the drug lord's daughter. Not a healthy practice. Then he'd torched the grow equipment barn. A bunch of stuff Lambert assured him the dirtbag would never get a chance to use. At least, that's what he'd said 3 months ago. Lately, he'd sounded less convinced. People up top may be wanting an early retirement package. Originally, the mission had been to isolate Ramirez, get him talking. They started late in the year to make sure he couldn't start production for a long while. By the time the place thawed out, he'd be behind bars. But this operation was on the verge of becoming its own after-action case study. They'd started to suspect the cartel engineered the whole trip for another purpose. Local rivals popped up. Lobo's quiet control of their so-called support troops kept growing. Didn't even look like Ramirez was calling the shots. But Will had his orders. The only shots he controlled, the ones out of the Barrett. Psycho FBI agents or cartel factions didn't much matter. He'd protect their asset and Lambert until ordered otherwise. From the ridge, he watched the Cadillac pull in front of the communications hut. She parked right under the light, close to the door. Close enough, Will knew to watch the back passenger side, now perfectly aligned with the hut's entrance. The woman, a local real estate agent, knocked, nervously primped her hair. When the door opened, so did the caddy's back seat. A sudden explosion of movement, like a barn cat released from a cage. Will spotted the shovel, saw the flat of it smash into the unfortunate radio operator while the caddy's back door swept the woman away like a steel arm. The comms hut slammed closed. The woman was left staring into empty space, wondering what she'd witnessed. She jerkily shut the rear door and kept an apprehensive focus on the hut, wondering what might emerge. She flinched, reacting to sound he couldn't hear. Then she spun toward the ring of buildings. Will swept his scope along her line of sight. Ramirez emerged with 2 men. They hadn't seen the drop-off. A subtle vibration drummed at his wrist, so the FBI guy made good. Will casually tapped a transmitter near his shoulder to follow up, his sign of life letting Lambert know he was in the area. Ought to get the DEA agent out of bed. He slipped a dangling earbud into his ear. The 3 cartel scumbags closed on the caddy. White-hot blobs in the thermal imager. No details, no facial expressions. But their movements were relaxed, Ramirez boisterous. His escort broke off, one of them sidling toward the vehicle, the other circling tightly around Ramirez, peering into the night. "Overwatch, you there?" Lambert called over the radio. "Go for Overwatch." The 3 men met the real estate agent in the headlight wash. No trouble for the thermal imager, but the bodyguard scanning the darkness kept his face turned away from the beams. The one circling the Cadillac inspected the car's interior before making his way back to the front, coming up behind the real estate agent. "What the hell's going on?" Lambert asked, half asleep. "Hoping you could tell me. Over." "Rival gang conflict? Maybe a damn coup. We need to hold out until the road's clear. Latest from their radio traffic is 48 hours. The realtor's featureless face turned to glance at the man behind her. Hard to read his intent. Was the guard tense from his search, or was he getting ready to take out their visitor? Mission goals would get fuzzy if he had to drop the cartel guy to protect the bystander right in front of the asset he was supposed to be protecting. Christ, couldn't he just shoot them already? "Don't suppose you knew about your asset having control of the comm shed all this time?" Will asked. "Hell no!" He trusted Lambert, but the ones you allowed yourself to trust were always the worst. He'd never had to deal with the soldier gone bad. Law enforcement, DEA, lots of undercover work meant opportunity to stray. The real estate agent kept checking over her shoulder as she spoke to Ramirez. He'd stopped within 10 yards of her, the man at his side still scanning. Then she gave a slow sweep of the communication building door. A subtle tell. Will didn't know if he'd even read it right until the guard followed her gaze. Goon number 2 took note too. Officially, he wasn't here. That was part of his assignment. Nobody needed to know about the SEAL sniper, the Mexican paramilitaries. Some paper pusher way up the food chain had thought the situation would resolve itself in their favor. For Will, it was quickly becoming clear that wouldn't happen. He'd need to make a few judgment calls. Soon. "One in the pipe," he muttered into his radio. "Might get messy." The cartel heavy moved toward the building. The realtor snapped her head away, aware of what she'd done. Will readied his sights as the door burst open. A flurry of movement, of snarling rage and spinning steel. "Mother of..." he muttered. "Target acquired." 40. Cade came through the door, a man possessed. He'd been watching Ramirez on the security camera. That snake oil smile. The air of a man unaccountable and untouchable. Emboldened by his complete control of the ill-advised DEA operation meant to bring him down. Cade wanted to surgically remove that smile from his face. He played good boy at the bureau, put in requests through the proper channels to be placed on the drug task force, got shot down every time. He'd told himself they were right, so he'd gone on to chase spies down rabbit holes into a career-ending maze. Along the way, he'd failed the one person who'd been ready to lay down his life to save others. The explosive rage when he kicked the radio room door off the hinges should have told him the bureaucracy made the right call, kept his fingers off the hair trigger for revenge. Instead, he embraced a different truth. Only he could bring McMillan's killer to justice. The closest bodyguard had a hand on his weapon. Cade gave him no time to draw. Steel shattered bone as the MPL-50 slammed into his wrist and crushed it against his hip. The impact buckled the guard, his knees crumpling at an awkward angle. A swift twist and a rip across the back of the thigh with the shovel blade, and the guard slammed hard against the caddy's solid body. Cade maintained momentum, planted a boot on the sharp edge of the thin trunk, sprang toward the comm building and pushed off the wall, then bounced back again, higher, onto the caddy's roof. Boot denting steel under one long stride toward the hood. Valerie screamed, hands near her face, elbows tight to her sides. She dropped on her haunches, eyes level with Cade's boots, tracking his murderous trajectory. Coming slowly to the realization the specter of death was passing her up. Steps away stood Ramirez. His other man had his weapon out, handgun, shiny chrome, bringing the sights up into the piercing light of the headlamps. Vision not quite adjusted from scanning the shadowy dark, he fired a blind shot as he protectively threw an arm in front of his jefe. Winner of the loyalty test, loser in this fight. It took 2 strides for Cade to reach the behemoth caddy's front end. Airborne, he swatted with the shovel. A swing started as he transited the roof like a meteor, all his momentum behind the steel plate. A skull-smashing crunch. The cartel guard went down. Ramirez had been reaching for his ankle when the man's dead weight fell back on him. They tumbled to the ground. Ramirez scrambled out from the heap, clawing awkwardly at the concealed holster. Cade kicked the guard's unconscious form away and stomped Ramirez's hand. "Agent Black! Drop the weapon!" Lambert came racing from the furthest building, staggering in ratty socks through the slush. Hastily dressed, he struggled with his pants as he ran, gun drawn. Cade didn't think he could pull the trigger before the shovel fell. A fearful glance, and Ramirez realized the same. The drug lord put his hands in the air, tried to rise. A boot to his chest put him back on his ass. "Time to pay up, El Charro." Ramirez gritted his shiny teeth as he balanced on his elbows. He squinted at Cade, framed by the headlights. "Name your price." "Blood for blood." "You're Cade, the FBI agent Lambert warned me about." "I'm the son of Special Agent Clarence McMillan." "Lambert says your name is Black." "My name doesn't matter. Your crimes, that's what matters." "My crimes? My crimes?" Ramirez looked left, right, an invisible audience on all sides. He gave a fragile smile, a glimmer of hope. "You don't understand, Agent Black. I am granted immunity, protection." A shadow flickered behind them. Cade heard a jangle of bracelets. Valerie. He paid her no mind. She'd bargained with this devil, but justice could find her another way. He lunged and grabbed Ramirez by his tailored shirt's crisp collar. "I didn't offer any deals." "Agent Black, back away!" Now!
Lambert had powered across the snow and ice and stopped about 15 yards away. He practically danced in his bare feet, gun raised. Cade could feel the bead painted on his chest and an unmistakable tickle on the back of his neck. Ramirez raised a palm uselessly to ward Cade off. He was trembling. No longer a drug lord, just a fragile, quivering mess. Cade didn't know if he was exacting revenge or performing a mercy killing. How had such a spineless piece of trash helped kill a great man like Mac?
Think of Anne,
Ramirez whispered, peeking between his fingers. Cade brutally shoved him. He didn't need rationalizations. He needed justice, revenge. But Anne, wouldn't her father's death make her Lobo's next victim? Cade took half a step back.
"Ma'am, get down!"
Lambert indicated somewhere over Cade's shoulder. Valerie's shadow dropped lower, leaving Cade bathed in light. Ramirez sensed his advantage. He edged up from his ass and onto his toes, still squatting, not presenting a threat, not a physical one anyway. While his men did the dirty work, these were the fights he relished, staring his foe in the eye and tearing them down with his silver tongue.
"I am simply a multinational CEO. I supply a product and profit off demand."
He made a sweeping gesture, off toward the distant coasts and arbitrary borders.
"Your jefes who run the drug companies have been given immunity. The pursuit of profit washes away all sins, Mr. Black. When I am established here, I can live a good life with Anne."
"Shut it, Ramirez!" Lambert lowered his weapon. "Cade, this is your last chance to stand down." Cade had run out of words, out of rational thought. The bastard could keep the smile, take it right to those sulphurous gates, see how far it got him. He wanted to separate Ramirez's head from his shoulders, but Anne would be the one to see the video, like he had. His training, his pursuit of a fragile justice, was being devoured by his hatred for this man. A criminal who thought he could pay off his debt to society with a suitcase full of cash, build another corrupt empire until the backs of those he built it on could no longer support him. Then he'd do it all again.
Let's take a brief pause together to let everything we and Oppos be heard sink in. Coming up is a gentle, relaxing melody. Let your mind loose, breathe evenly, and allow the music to guide you into a state of complete comfort.
All for the price of a rebirth, a resurrection, a chance to know his estranged daughter better. McMillan never had that chance. He gave a strangled roar and raised the MPL 50 high.
"Agent Black!"
Lambert shouted. A tremendous clang sounded over the blood rushing between his ears. His head rattled in sympathetic vibration, coursing down his arms. Sparks erupted,
some unknown rift in the night sky. He lost his grip, and the shovel hurtled ahead of him. The force responsible parted his hair, singed his scalp. The wayward tool cartwheeled end over end. He stared dumbly in a frozen moment. Headlights gleamed off the wedge-shaped blade, except where a flowering void in the dead center exposed the stars. The MPL-50 sailed over the crouching Ramirez, skittered, mangled, and broken across the helipad. Cade went down under Lambert's flying tackle. He didn't even try to fight, just watched the ruined shovel slide across the icy pavement and into the darkness. 41. The fight, the hike from the hacienda, being hauled out of a grave, all the exhaustion caught up with Cade in that vengeful moment he'd been denied. He'd died a second time in as many days, this one the soul-wrenching result of failure. He was handcuffed, bound, no chair this time, just a mass of sailor's knots and a crude, torturous position on the floor. They'd covered the windows with sheets, daylight hot around the fringes. He'd gotten a peek at the room when they tossed him inside, a large common area connected to a kitchenette, cobwebs and peeling paint. Will had come down off the ridge. He was speaking to Lambert and Ramirez in another cabin, a party to which Cade had officially burned his invitation. He tested the bonds, little energy to make it happen. Outside, Ramirez's crew. Their shadows paced past the cracks around the door and darkened the sun bleeding around the curtains. Half a dozen. No more. Same number who'd fled the hacienda in the Huey. He could try to escape, find a knife in the kitchen maybe. But saving his own ass wasn't enough. When he thought of why he needed to do those things, he remembered Ramirez's mention of Anne. She was the daughter of a psychopath to whom Cade owed nothing, a monster his supposed allies had been ordered to protect. The scumbag even hid behind her as the MPL-50 loomed, ready to pronounce judgment. None of that mattered. She needed to be freed from Lobo and the Cleveland's clutches. He didn't want to see her get hurt. Just the possibility had derailed his opportunity for vengeance, a desire he'd suppressed for years as he tried to live by the proper code, liberty and justice for all. The all included Ramirez. Even he should be granted a trial, or so they said. Serve his lengthy prison sentence, or chase death penalty appeals into an early grave. Secretly, Cade knew these were not the ways of the courts. Bargains and threats decided guilt or innocence far more often than a jury of peers. Too many arrests ended in convictions, stratospheric batting averages for the police. Those convictions equaled results. Those results drove budgets, fuel for the greater political machine. Metrics sworn law enforcement officers were saddled with by their superiors. Rarely did anyone question how those amazing results were obtained. People facing either the possibility of decades behind bars or a guilty plea with a lighter sentence would take the plea. Even a slim chance of losing decades was worth a year or so of keeping their head down and out of trouble. A short stint in prison, better than being enslaved to legal fees and courtroom dates for an unforeseeable future. In that system, scum like Ramirez had bargaining power. Their resources wouldn't all be uncovered and seized. They had access to the best attorneys in the world. Attorneys who'd gone into private practice out of the very offices seeking prosecution. Big pharma drug pushers? The same. Given those basic facts, how could justice ever be served? Cade imagined the discussions between the DEA agent, the Navy SEAL, and the drug lord. Talks around a hot pot of coffee. Serious looks. Lambert floating the idea to sit tight until the pass clears. Ramirez reminding them how he's a changed man. Reminding them how his daughter's life is at risk. Forgetting to mention the part about how saving her involved destroying his competitors. As far as enacting a business plan, Ramirez had done exceptionally well. Whatever negotiations they were having would end in his favor. Deals. That's all justice was now. Deals. Outside, the day wore on. Dusk glowed at the edge of the curtains. Shadows of the guards harder to detect. 2 men out there. Cade noticed the second their nervous pacing changed. He watched the shadows converge on the door. An argument he couldn't hear or translate. It went on. Too long. A key rattled in the lock. A knob turned. Cade pulled the handcuff chains tight. Ramirez waved off his men and stepped inside. Twitchy glared after him, closed the door roughly behind him. Trouble in paradise?
"I'm surprised to find you still here,"
Ramirez said, trying to sound casual, regain some appearance of control. Cade jerked against the bonds, frustration more than any useful attempt, wasted energy. Then again, maybe not. Ramirez flicked on the lights. He meandered into the room, always conscious of the space between him and Cade.
"You're a persistent man. Had you escaped, you'd have come after me, wouldn't you?"
Cade offered no response except for the straining creak of the handcuffs and the rope. Ramirez laid a steady gaze on him, like he'd heard the sound.
"Anne's my only child, you know?"
"Don't pretend to be human," Cade snarled. "I know better."
"Look, I regret what may have happened to your father.
I wasn't there.
But I have only ever done what I must do to survive."
The snake was exercising his forked tongue, trying to bullshit him. "Why come here to Three Rivers, then?"
"You wouldn't believe me,
"But the man's life is worthless without the family."
Anne and I have been apart too long."
Cade felt he was starting to see through the lies, detect the rehearsed lines. The same story he probably fed Lambert. Convenient she was living on your competition's doorstep. "I am not a fool." Ramirez took a chair from the dining room table. With one hand, he swung the chair into place on the edge of Cade's reach. He sat. Cade strained to see him.
"I don't trust your government, but I've never trusted my own people. This deal of theirs,
I can see it's all a lie." He paused to measure Cade's response. Cade flexed his jaw and thrashed again, ready to explode. He watched Ramirez's demeanor shift. He rested his elbows on his knees. Between fidgeting fingers, he twirled the handcuff key. "A lie I thought my daughter might just believe," Ramirez said. He was hiding again behind Anne. Cade wasn't buying it, but what he said next sounded unguarded, sincere.
"Lobo is too ambitious.
I worry he's doomed us all this time." You exposed yourself to a life sentence and an assassination, all for a vacation with your daughter? Cade scoffed. He wanted to believe the man was lying, remind himself he was facing a butcher, mass murderer. But the cartel warlord bent over and reached behind him. The cuffs clicked open. I need you to save Anne. For the second time, Cade's urge to see the man pay for his crimes was yanked away. A sudden, surprising pull impossible to comprehend. Why would I? Cade asked, the words blunted, his sincerity questionable. Ramirez wandered into the kitchenette. He rattled through the drawers and found what he needed. He held the knife close to the light and inspected the edge. He seemed to steel himself. Then, calmly, he walked toward Cade. He knelt, cut the ropes, placed the knife on the floor. Cade watched, baffled, as he sat down in the chair. Kill me now if you must. Take your revenge. Cade's mind still spun. He picked up the knife, got to his feet, rubbed his wrists as he circled Ramirez. Not an even trade. Your life isn't worth hers, he said. He rested the flat of the blade on Ramirez's shoulder. If Anne dies, I die. If I die here or there, las cosas son como son. Your men, they have their orders. Whether I leave this room or not, they will storm the hacienda. He was serious. Cade moved to stand in front of him, eye to eye. Lambert's idea. Ramirez gave an ugly frown. He will not help. The Navy SEAL will also not risk an incident. Nor do they trust my men to be their backup for this rescue mission. Rescue. It's what McMillan had been trying to do. Why he'd gotten gunned down, lured into doing his job. And if I don't go, I'll have to force Lambert's hand. Their orders are to keep me alive long enough to be apprehended. I have no more stories to tell. My usefulness is at an end. The jackals circling. But they're outnumbered. They can't stop what is soon to happen. Neither can I. They'll kill her. First sign of trouble. Which is why someone needs to infiltrate the hacienda first. Make sure she's safe. His head swung vacantly toward the floor. If she dies... Cade let his gaze slip from Ramirez for the first time since he'd entered the room. She might not go with me, he said. She believes you used her to get to me. That's what she's been told. Cade searched the man's face. He saw no sign of his daughter's kindness, no trace of her beautiful soul. Instead, he saw desperation. Sweat beaded his brow, and his hands shook uncontrollably. The talk with Lambert and Will maybe hadn't gone his way. He'd come to renegotiate with the only one left. Why? He tapped the flat of the knife against his palm. Ramirez flinched at the sound. The man who'd ordered the murder of Clarence McMillan closed his eyes. He recited a silent prayer, a last rite Cade would have never agreed to. Cade crouched low, trying to relish the sweat beading on Ramirez's brow, the shallow rise and fall of his chest. How many men had been on their knees before the cartel jefe, waiting to breathe their last? But this didn't seem like that man. He'd changed. Cade didn't want to think it was possible. But Anne had changed him too. He knew the peace she had to offer. He ran the blade methodically along his palm as he searched for the satisfaction he'd sought so long. He found only detached curiosity. Killing the man groveling before him would be an empty act. "I'll get your daughter," Cade whispered. He took the knife and jammed it into the wood seat between Ramirez's legs. Ramirez jumped, eyes squeezed tight. For a man who'd caused so much death, he was disappointingly afraid of it. "But don't think I'm done with you. Whatever you have planned, do it tomorrow morning." Ramirez opened his eyes to an empty room. Cade wouldn't see him collapse, sobbing, overwhelmed by the flood of relief. 42. The Sequoia fuel stop was a half-mile up the road from the old park complex. Cade was tired of the walk, the drive, the town. Pleasant enough place outside the catastrophic circumstances that had him stuck here, but as much as he wanted to see the park someday, he didn't think he'd ever come back. He'd been held prisoner 3 too many times since arriving. The law, the cartel, the joint law enforcement cartel naval operation. He just wanted to get back to being on the run from a single shadowy group. He banged through the door, the bell clattering sharply. Al emerged from a pile of receipts, surprised by the noise. Cade walked to the counter. "I need to use your phone." "No use. They're out." "Not anymore." Al dragged a phone out from under the counter and picked it up. He listened. The sound of a dial tone bled into the space between them. He set it back down. "We don't have a public phone," Al said. "Vandals kept destroying the payphone outside. I told the chamber I wouldn't allow another." He crossed his arms defiantly. No attempt to reach for the credit list this time. Cade exhaled. He stuffed a hand in his pocket and dug around. Pulled out a quarter. Seemed not even kidnappers wanted those these days. He slapped it on the counter. Al eyed the coin warily. Cade held him with a steady gaze. He didn't care who blinked first. He was using the damn phone. "Local call." Cade responded with a curt nod. Al slid the quarter off the counter with 2 fingers and popped open the register. He dropped the coin inside, then reached under the counter and produced a cordless phone. Landline. Quaint. Cade took it without taking his eyes off Al. He dialed the Horse Creek campground office, turned away as the ringing stopped. "Hello?" "Pierce." He sounded surprised. "I need a ride." "Well, heck, I guess when it rains, it pours. Radio started squawking a few hours ago, and now, miracle of miracles, the damn phones work." "I'll explain. Can you pick me up at the fuel stop?" 10-4. Be there in 15. Pierce had plenty of news. He'd been listening to activity on the other side of the avalanche for hours. Big machines, engines rumbling, backup beepers chirping. The radio traffic had been a call from the dam. The Corps of Engineers had kept a constant vigil for a week trying to reach him. He confirmed some fool had been telling the outside world all was fine in 3 Rivers. Don't seem to matter much. The whole damn alphabet of feds is waiting on the other side of that pass. Should be clear by morning. Cade didn't know whether to be relieved or worried, but he had a few more things to take care of before he skipped town, and he needed a lift. The old Chevy with Cade's pack sat untouched out front of Valerie's place. Her whole magazine-pretty place was a heap of splintered beams and crushed siding. He waved as Pierce pulled away. Not long after, Lance and his crew roared by in their trucks. News was spreading fast, the clock ticking. Pack recovered, gear prepped. He drove the Chevy to the entrance of Sequoia National and parked in the plowed circle in front of the gate. Late. Dark. Gatehouses buried up to their doorknobs. The swinging arms below the wintry ground level. He put on his snowshoes and stepped across the park boundary. Foot traffic from the locals wore a path to a scenic ledge overlooking the banks of the Kauai. Recent melt had transformed the river. Surging momentum from thousands of feet above created a white-capped torrent speckled with icy boulders. He faced a crossing, then a 3-mile push through the trackless, white snow and slush. Then there was the matter of the icy cliffs along the property's back boundary. He stopped by Jacob's Hardware for a few last-minute supplies. Rope, lots of it, and an arborist's harness, best option he could find. So here he was, alone. Nobody to share trail-breaking duty. Infiltrating a cartel stronghold in the aftermath of a once-a-century snowstorm, and armed with weapons from the last time such a storm might have happened. Under other circumstances, he'd call the prospect fun. One last piece of gear, his MPL-50. The large-caliber rifle round, as much anti-material as anti-personnel, had destroyed it, blasted out a hole that would do little for the already awkward aerodynamics. The head was loose on the handle. He couldn't even fry an egg on the blade anymore without watching it slide into the fire. He grumbled and hooked it to his pack anyway. He could at least avoid any daring crossings of the rapids. There was a bridge downstream and an old hydro plant. Service roads to it crisscrossed the hills on the park's fringes and along the river's east fork. They continued toward Mineral King and the cliffs behind the hacienda. This was the sketchier route he'd taken the Salt Creek Trail to avoid. Nobody had cleared these dirt roads. No reason. He could make out faint suggestions of where they were, flattened humps along the slope. He made his way up to the first hill along a series of switchbacks under a dark, overcast sky. At the top, he discovered a frozen retaining pond and an old dump truck buried to the windows. He crouched to look inside, spotted a roll of trash bags. He kicked in the window. Had to be done. Less than a mile and he was already getting snow inside his boots. He grabbed the trash bags and tore one off with his knife. Cut out a pair of gaiters, tied them above his calves. Wasn't a perfect solution, but it'd work. The dirt road transitioned into a narrower trail. The trail wasn't on any map, but it traveled in the right direction. The absence of stunted trees and tufts of chaparral piercing the snow showed him where to step. He trekked up and down the contours, the valleys of hazardous slush slick with runoff. Even when he couldn't see the water, he could hear it trickling underneath the top layer of snow, undercutting solid ground. With each step, he plowed onward, aware of the heading, alert to the dangerous conditions, but deep in thought. He didn't know how to deal with Ramirez. The slick words about Anne had gotten under his skin. The concern felt fake, but it was enough to force a reckoning with his own painful losses. He'd spent a lot of time disavowing Hiram. Practically had to for his new life. any sign of sympathy for the man seen as treasonous. But without Hiram, he wouldn't even consider trekking through an avalanche zone on the edge of a cliff. His blood still ran with the Black's legacy. Pig-headed, ruthless, unwilling to accept a world he couldn't shape in his own image. Could be why he and Anne had fallen together so easily. Lives born from a familiar pain. Instinctual. Damaged people trying to fix things the best way they knew how. Her finding sympathy for the father she hadn't really known. Him trying to make up for the father whose crimes he was all too familiar with. A shared emptiness, one they tried to hide from underneath the sheepskin blanket. That's how they'd both known it would never last. Had nothing to do with the pass opening. Steeper terrain pushed the trail toward the vertical edge. He'd been hiking for hours. The sun a distant promise. Used his flashlight sparingly. Followed the trail by feel. But his watch and map kept him on target. He moved slowly to keep from breaking into a sweat. Stepped cautiously in places of daytime shade to avoid post-holing. He recalled the long, grueling Montana winters with every step. Recalled them fondly. Yeah, he loved that old fort. D.C., he'd only gone there for Mac. Overstayed his welcome, too. His more recent life on the run had been challenging, sure, but the thought of surrendering himself to the noise and the traffic and the crush of people all trying to go the same direction. By taking the surveillance assignment, all that travel, he finally understood he'd been moving back toward the wilds for years now. The south side of the trail soon fell into nothing. He thought he could hear the waters of the East Fork coursing below. Several places he tied off before he crossed, snow sliding too easily over the edge. Hollows protected from the wind came with shallower drifts. Along the flat ridges, he'd sink a foot or more with each step. Trade one hazard for another. Still, wasn't much to be concerned about, given what came next. He checked the coordinates, on target, an hour before sunrise. Took 5 hours to go those 3 miles. He wanted to sit, rest his legs. Almost didn't. Then decided he'd better before he faced the descent. He shimmied out of his pack, set it beside an exposed boulder, and carved a little seat out of the snow. He upholstered his new chair with another trash bag. He wrestled out a spool of paracord he'd taken from the hardware store. Weighed less than 5 pounds. 1,000 feet. He'd need half. Happy to find 1 can of propane he hadn't weaponized, he got out his camp stove. Melted a cup of snow and sprinkled in some instant coffee stashed away in his survival kit. In the quiet, he clearly heard the ringing in his ears. He never had true silence, damage from the constant gunfire at an early age. These simple moments before dawn, when color gradually stained a bleak world about as noiseless as he'd ever find. He held up a cup to his lip, inhaled the steam. Across the dusky valley, he made out the thin line of Mineral King Road. From here, all he surveyed belonged to no man. Borrowed for the short, insignificant spans of their lives. If one laid claim, they'd better be able to prove their worth. Cade stood and shook the ache out of his muscles, walked confidently to the edge of the bluff. Hundreds of feet below, the hacienda courtyard beckoned, Fancy landscape lighting and security spotlights set the pink stucco aflame in the pre-dawn. All the age and imperfections hidden at this distance. If someone had ever constructed a throne for this castle, there it was. He was going to rescue Anne. To do that, he needed to put the Clevelands and Lobo in their place, and Anne needed to know her father for who he truly was. He fished out the gear he was taking with him. Wasn't much. The 1895 Winchester he slung across his body. The .38 secured in an inner jacket pocket along with the hacienda floor plans. Snowshoes tied to the harness. His buoy in the sheath on his belt. Carried since a time he idolized the man who taught him exactly how to be the heir to a lonely kingdom. From heir to exile. A life he was coming around to. He spiked the shattered MPL 50 into the snow beside his pack, stared sullenly at the blackened handle, the hole-punched blade. Anything went wrong, it was as good a grave marker as he could imagine. 43. He crept to the ledge and glassed the valley with his spotting scope. Men scurried around the front compound. He didn't see the M60. Burrowed in at the cabin, he imagined. Set up at one of the windows facing the main gate. 4 gunmen manned the rear gate. One raced over to open it. Cade swung his scope toward the hacienda. Looking down to the courtyard, peeled back the defensive layers. Patrols paced the courtyard balcony. He caught a few shadows at the rear windows, but they were leaving their positions. A slow reallocation toward the front. He wished he could have shared this plan with Will. Having that hog up there would have allowed him to stroll casually into the place. He could use some casual. Out front were the side-by-sides. One was the 4-door ride Lobo and Ramirez had used. The other, a 2-door. People moved from the main house toward the vehicles. Mr. Cleveland walked with the same cautious gait. Lobo stepped like he was trying to set off mines, heavy and forceful. He was in the lead, gesturing angrily. He slid into the 4-door Polaris and took off, Mr. Cleveland still trailing a boot and juggling the door. Cade swept the grounds again. No sign of Anne. Keeping her at the cabin might make as much sense as keeping her at the hacienda. A coin toss, really. On the front line, she could serve as captive or a human shield. And the hacienda, she'd be less accessible, harder to rescue. Cade swung the lens to the far side of the canyon. Headlights traced the opposite slope, taking the sharp turns of Mineral King Road at less than cautious speeds. 3 vehicles. The SUVs from the helipad, their dark paint alternately lost in the shadows of the trees, then starkly blotted against the white slopes. Ramirez had wasted no time. Tomorrow morning had been taken to mean right at dawn. Too soon. Cade couldn't guess how quickly the situation below would fall apart. He'd no chance to get the paracord secured. No time to properly rig the harness. Ramirez looked set to go in, guns blazing. About 6 men at the hacienda. The bulk of the forces manned the front gate. 20 men swarmed there. Positions on the walls and inside the cabin, waiting to greet Ramirez's handful of thugs. He didn't like the odds. He hopped to his feet. He'd come back for his pack if he could. Right now, he needed to tie off his descent line. A quick macrame around a 5-ton boulder. A ghost knot he knew from climbing on the cheap as a dumb kid. Easy to unlace from below. He tossed the trailing paracord lines over the cliff. A glance down the spiraling height to make sure they didn't catch. A quick read of the compound. Gunfire hadn't broken out. Yet. His pack earned a final glance. The shovel. Felt like he was leaving a part of him behind, dumb as it seemed. Cade turned his back to the precipitous edge, looping the load rope around himself as he went. Under his leg, across his chest, and clear of the Winchester. His right hand would be his only brake, his left guiding what was about to be as close to a free fall as he dared. One wrong pull, a slip of the hand, he'd end up dead. Maybe they'd find his body next spring if the scavengers didn't first. He smiled as he stepped off. Air rushed past him like a blast from an open freezer. Rope whirred against his gloves. A sense of sheer freedom reclaimed from a mountain boy who once lived in a smaller world with immense vistas. Sights he'd tried to find once climbing onto a school rooftop above the urban sprawl. His smile went flat on his first bounding contact with the cliff. The thick glaze of ice had started to thaw like everywhere else. His boot slipped. The frozen wall gave off a clicking sound that rose into a tortured groan from deep within. He bounded outward and away as he slid down the rope, watching cracks form, then swinging back in. No way to prevent the impact. The soles of his boots struck again. Crack shot out like a seismic event. He'd skipped tying a friction brake. With this angle, a full stop meant he'd be stuck, dangling, forced to climb excruciatingly hand over hand. Already his glove felt hot. Leather, but not the double thickness he needed. He pushed off again, the ice towering over him as he plummeted. It curled down from above into monstrous fangs. The cracks from his impacts lost in the distance, but the eerie groaning continued. The lower he slid, the larger the mass was looming above. He contacted the cliff again. His foot smashed into a trailing icicle as long as his body. It speared downward ahead of him. Frozen artillery, exploding into shrapnel at the bottom. The section it connected to split open. Cade thought he saw the shelf slide, an entire cliff face dislocating. The molded, frozen mask floating free. He checked the remaining distance, ground coming up fast. He smelled burning flesh. His palm. He tried to adjust without letting go and found a scrap of glove to hide the pain. One more hop and his foot hit damp, vertical stone. The change surprised him. He'd set himself for another toed impact. His foot slipped and he sprawled against the jagged rock. He hung for a second, thankful the damn .38 hadn't gut-shot him. His brake hand shook. Warm blood trickled down his fingers. Forearm seized up like an overinflated tire wrapped around the bone. He twisted gently, feeling the chill from the shadowed rock, the odd humidity on the dry, wintry air, and the earthy smell of springs weeping from the mountain. He dared to look up. Ice shavings trickled onto his face. He was too far away to see if the massive block was shifting. He strained to hear above the creaking rope. That wasn't the rope. The cliff face rolled, a translucent gap bubbling between ice and granite. He had 50 feet left, plenty to kill someone, but he'd left the sheer vertical drop behind. Just enough of a slope. Time to let off the brakes. He twisted around, an awkward balancing act he didn't know if he could pull off. But soon he was facing down the steep drop, his boots on solid ground. He loosened his grip and started to run. A hasty rappel, a flat-out sprint, gravity pulling him along, threatening terminal velocity, his ragged hands doing their best to apply friction, keeping him from skirting the edge of a disastrous fall. The cracking noise changed in tone, like gunshots, like the catastrophic failure of steel tension cables. A trembling under his feet transmitted to the bedrock. All he could do was run faster, windmilling toward the level ground. The slope wasn't quite finished, but he let go of the rope, his downhill run becoming a mad boulder hop, the noise chasing him now one giant roar. A dump truck of glass spilled over the edge, a constant rumble, fracturing and popping as it gained momentum. The mountain of ice was falling on him. A bad step and Cade's boot slipped out from under him. He struck hard on his ass, slid the remaining distance to flat ground, and sprang up, boots pounding, hurdling rocks, scrambling across ice, the swell of chaos behind him a palpable thing as the giant pieces cascaded to the ground, spraying him with shards and freezing droplets. Ahead, another drop to the plain where the hacienda waited. He hoped the fall wasn't too far. One long leap, and he was hanging over empty air. So much for the covert entry. 44. Cade was flat on his back in the snow. He'd sunk into a bank, a thin layer tumbling down to cover him. The drop-off had only been another 10 feet to the meadow. Who knows how far without the deep cushion of white? He blew his mouth clear and sucked in the frozen air. He stuffed his gloved hands into the cooling snow, half surprised they didn't steam. The cold numbed the pain. His breath rose into the overcast sky. He tried not to laugh, one of those times where nothing else would do. No alarm from the hacienda less than a quarter-mile away. He strained to hear gunfire from a pitched battle. He lay still, listening, and picked up the steady thrum of a helicopter rotor. The sound seemed to come from everywhere, rebounding off the cliffs and peaks. He sat up, peered out of the well he'd punched into the snow. The back of the hacienda looked clear, fleeting movement at the upper windows. The collapse would have been heard all the way at the front of the property. He glanced back at the naked section of cliff, a slab of ice the size of a runaway train car piled at the base. Several more enormous chunks littered the rocks. This wasn't the first time one had broken free. Just another day in the wake of the thawing storm. Cade slipped the 1895 Winchester off his back. He checked the weapon. Had seen worse than a wiry guy smashing into a snowbank. He cleared the barrel, brushed the snow away from the action. Attention fixed on the hacienda, Cade strapped on the snowshoes. He stayed low and slunk out of his impact crater. Surreal, like some damn cartoon. But enough warm-up. Time for the main event. Tactically, the hacienda was a puzzle. The inner courtyard a kill box, the outside difficult to approach. Excellent visibility on all sides. Glass doors and balconies on the upper and lower floors. Every room could be opened, continuing the space into the courtyard, funneling a good breeze or a hapless intruder. The roof? Too easily covered from the inner balcony. Ground entry was a game of chance, Monty Hall style. Pick a door, a window. Hope the room beyond was unoccupied. But the open design also gave the defenders a false sense of security. He'd observed only light patrols on the grounds, easy to avoid. His odds of an empty room high. Cade crossed the open ground without being spotted. He assumed all eyes were on the front gate, waiting for the outcome of the encounter at the cabin. The first door he tried was locked. The second clicked open with a single smooth turn. He checked the room beyond through the glass and slipped inside. A bedroom, covers strewn about, a desk between the two glass doors leading outside, and a fireplace opposite the bed. The decor seemed dusty, dated. A southwestern color scheme picked from whatever catalog that included the pink stucco exterior. But the bed linens were crumpled. An ashtray was on the nightstand. Amber glass fouled with cigarillo stubs. Dirty clothes piled beside the bed. Jeans. T-shirt. Cade crept toward the solid wooden doors leading into the courtyard. A shadow stretched over the room. He crouched low and spun. The 1895 raised. A patrolling soldier walked past the first exterior glass door. Out of view, Cade hustled to the desk. He slung his rifle, waiting for the shadow to float past the next door. When it did, he unsheathed the buoy, silently sprang outside. With a knife at his throat and a hand over his mouth, the soldier still wanted to struggle. Cade didn't want to cut him open. He needed the winter fatigues to stay nice and white, so he choked the soldier out as he dragged him back inside. In the room, he quickly dressed, gagged the soldier, and using some helpful zip ties the man carried, hog-tied him under the sheets on the bed. He hefted the soldier's M16, a weapon made in the current century. Barely. It'd seen better days, the rough edges less like patina and more like plain damage. The 1895 was a bad choice to carry into a modern firefight anyway. Tricky action, less refined sights, about as bad a decision as rappelling off a melting ice cliff. Those kinds of decisions were growing on him. But he needed the M16 for his disguise. He unloaded the 1895 and placed it under the bed, swapped it for the dull black Jam-O-Matic. Cade skirted the perimeter in the patrolling guard's uniform. He gave every window on the bottom a look. Up front, 2 guards slouched at the balconies overlooking the sturdy oak double-door entry. Cade stuck to the shadows of a row of palm trees as he moved. Obscured, not hiding. He passed the side-by-side, keys in the ignition, getaway vehicle for when he found Anne. The sentries barely noted his approach. Their focus was on the sky and the compound beyond. They stayed under cover, tied against the walls, the sound of the chopper unnerving them. He did a full circuit. No sign of Anne. He slipped back into the room where the bound soldier waited. His prisoner had been busy. Blankets kicked to the floor. He was wallowing around, trying to worm toward the door. Cade tossed the sheets over the man and dropped a series of elbows. He pressed the fabric tight enough he could see the man's squirming grimace of pain. "You want to stay alive?" A fearful nod. "Where's Anne? Is she in the basement?" The sheet shifted side to side. "No." "Top floor?" Another nod. "Stay still, keep quiet, and I won't gut you." Cade roughly pushed off him. The man didn't move. Could be the guy was lying. The basement seemed an obvious choice. They'd held him there. But the main access was through the kitchen. That would require a trip across the open courtyard. Anne was a different kind of prisoner. Second floor made sense too. Cade moved toward the courtyard door, an intricately carved slab of solid wood, and cracked it open. 2 soldiers lounged at a table by the fountain. They were smoking cheap cigarettes, adding to a growing pile of ashy stubs on a dinner plate. Another soldier paced the lower level's perimeter. 2 more on the top floor flanked another set of double doors. He studied their positions, timed the pace of the one on patrol, eased the door closed, but not enough to engage the latch. 5 guards. His eyes went to the bed where he'd left the emptied 1895. 4 round internal mag, 1 in the chamber. Yeah, that's how this was going down. He cracked open the breech and loaded the magazine. No other way than 1 round at a time. His raw and bloodied fingers tattooed the shiny brass with crimson whorls. He kept an eye on the door as he loaded, listening. The patrolling soldier would be coming by soon. 2 more at the very front. They'd join as soon as the shooting started, racing down the exterior stairwells on either side of the main entry. They'd arrive to find 5 men dead. He heard the tread of combat boots on the dulled travertine outside. Heel to toe, heel to toe. The sound fading into the banter of the guys on smoke break. One called out. A voice responded from the balcony. Laughter. Good mood about to turn bad. Cade smashed through the door, an easy kick flinging it wide. The patrolling guard swung around with a look of utter astonishment that Cade erased with a point-blank .405 round to the maxilla, the exiting projectile obliterating everything from the jaw to the top of the spine. The men at the table went for their weapons. One's rifle leaned against the fountain just beyond his reach. The other bolted, sending his chair careening into the table as he lunged for his gun. Click-clack. But Cade was sighting in the second floor, where the guards maintained a relaxed watch, weapons loosely at the ready. He worked left to right, the first one dropping with a round in the eye. Click-clack. The next nearly had a bead on him, the M16 tracking as he slipped behind a column. A burst of fire sprayed marble from the other side. Out of view, Cade quickly switched direction, leaned out from the same side he'd stepped behind. The shot ripped under the target's arm and through the side of his vest, gouging a channel through both lungs, the heart. A messy spray of return fire sailed skyward as the cartel soldier tumbled over the balcony. Click-clack. The one at the table closest to his weapon had taken up a kneeling position. Cade saw the rifle muzzle flare, knew the shot would be close. close enough to tickle his cheek with a hot breeze as it buzzed his ear. He kept his cool, fired from his hip, and caught the man in the throat. The cartel soldier dropped backward, flattened by the force, hands grasping at the spray of blood. The other soldier had lined up right behind him. The soft flesh of the first target's neck barely slowed the big game round as it tore into the next man's thigh with a thunderous smack. Flesh cratered, bone shattered. He crumpled on his useless leg, rifle barrel spearing into the dirt in an attempt to stay standing. Click, clack. Cade spun toward the stairwells on either side of the main doors. The man closest hit the bottom landing and took no more steps. A shot for him right below his armored vest. Empty, Cade stooped to set the 1895 down at a dead run. He bolted toward the front, hooking left toward the matching entry stair. His hand went to his buoy. The knife rang out of the sheath, steel gleaming, clip point twirling upward. He pulled back and released. Too low, but the blade skinned the man's leading hand as he swung out from the stairwell. The rifle dipped just enough to throw off the shot. Cade collided with him airborne, a knee to the chest, empty hands grasping his skull, ramming it backward, head cratering the stairwell's stucco corner. The guard dropped. No time to recover or check the fallen. The rapid slap of bare feet rushed toward him. He had enough time to turn and face the incoming bogey. The prisoner from the room unleashed a war cry in his underwear as he closed. Cade brought up his hands to absorb the charge. Crack! The collision sent Cade's ears ringing. He felt the stinging burn against his abdomen. Watched the man's eyes go wide as they skidded together across the slick marble. Cade got ready to claw those eyes out, rip out a throat with his bare hands. But the naked assailant slumped away and curled around a seeping wound in his chest. Cade looked down. Smoke trickled from his jacket, from a blackened hole in the pocket where he kept the hair trigger 38. He disentangled from the dying man, got to his feet, and put the snub nose to work. He finished off the shocked one, dying from the unexpected chest wound. Next, the guy clutching limply at the open artery in his leg, shot him between his fading eyes. He trudged to the middle of the courtyard, made himself seen. "Anne," he called, "are you up there?" He heard the heavy antique handles rattle. Those doors the two men had been guarding creaked part way open. The dark, curtained room beyond hid any movement inside. "Anne, come out!" A burdened figure shuffled out of the shadows. Not Anne. Too bulky. A soldier stuck with the dubious honor of lugging around 25 pounds of steel. Another 30 pounds of brass strung across his chest. So maybe the M60 wasn't covering the front gate. 45. Cade flung himself behind the fountain as belt-fed mayhem erupted in the courtyard. Lead impacted brittle stucco and polished marble. A storm of sharp fragments whizzed from the dusty bursts. The gunner moved forward, firing, propping the barrel on the railing, never letting up. Scrunched behind the rim of the fountain, Cade felt the stone against his back shudder like a snare drum. Dead on target, boring into the facade of the dilapidated courtyard centerpiece. The chatter of the gun went on, brass jingling over the railing to the tile below. The withering fire left no room to move. A slight flinch, and he'd take any one of the hundreds of rounds spilling toward him. He curled tighter, expecting the fountain wall to give out and expose him. But the inner masonry held, for now. The rattle of the gun shifted, didn't let up, just began to roam. A slow walk, the storm of hellfire wandering the courtyard, circling the fountain. Cade scrambled to stay ahead while keeping below the lip of the fountain. He scuttled forward awkwardly, stabbing hard with his elbows, scooting on his knees, fresh chips of sharp tile pouring into his path. He gripped the .38 tight, the snub weapon an absurdity against the firepower he faced. The thundering machine emptying more bullets every second than the handgun's cylinder could hold. The gunfire stopped. Cade didn't realize it at first over the echoing in his ears. A hot haze settled around him. The mechanical click of the M60's cover flipped open confirmed the pause. The slide of the bolt, the rapid whisper. Quick, incredibly fast. The guy trying to shred him was working at competition pace. He'd have a new belt loaded in no time. Cade clawed to his feet and strayed into a sprint. At the upper railing, the ammo belt rattled into place. The cover on the machine gun slapped close. The gun roared back to life. He dove over a planter, catching the top edge and sending it crashing to the floor. A stream of bullets chased him, and he skidded hard into a wall, bad shoulder taking the impact. The .38 launched out of his grasp. He left it as it flailed into place behind a column, bullets ricocheting madly off the rounded, glassy surface. The firing stopped, the gunner waiting to draw him out, force a move. Cade scanned the breezeway. He'd made it to the opposite side of the courtyard. The 1895 and the room where he'd left the M16 were a deadly runaway. The column he hid behind was off-center from the nearest door. No cover. He'd have to gamble on the handle. The sturdy oak not something he could barrel through quickly. Locked, and he'd be cut down. The gunner had him pinned. A little further away, French doors led into the room where he'd first met Ramirez, a sitting room off the kitchen, access to the basement. He didn't need to open those glass doors. Being cut to shreds would be a better deal than a hail of 7.62 NATO. But even that run would be a last resort. He slid down the column, stretched out a leg to hook the .38 special. The movement caught the gunner's eye, and he unleashed a volley. Too high, the target too small. Cade scooted the pistol toward him and swept it up along with a shard of the broken ceramic planter. Cade tossed the shard to the same side he'd reached for the .38. The machine gun sparked to life, pulverizing the spinning ceramic fragment. He rolled out on the opposite side, took quick aim. The first shot caught the gunner directly in the chest, an offbeat ping interrupting the steady cadence of the M60. That was all. The round had tagged the armored plate in his vest. Didn't even flinch. As the gunner swept the machine gun toward him, Cade took the next shot straight at his face. That one whipped his head back, The gun's chatter silenced as the soldiers staggered. Big guy, broad enough to make the heavy weapon appear easy to carry. He took several steps backward, swaying uneasily. Cade watched the gunner shake his head like a bulldog. Could almost visualize the jowls under the winter mask, but the mask's surface was too rigid. More than just a warm layer, he saw a gray mark across the flat black cheek where his shot had skipped harmlessly off the ballistic material. Cade lowered the emptied .38 and took off. The momentary distraction of a bullet to the skull kept the pursuing fire inches behind. Shots stitched the wall, a drunken pattern weaving closer, nearly on top of him when he dove through the glass doors. Adrenaline paid no heed to the blood drawn. He didn't try to stop, let his body slide across the tile in busted fragments, deep into the room as he could go, cutting short the firing arc from the second floor. Head tucked, fingers laced behind his neck, he stayed curled in a protective ball. The gunfire stopped. Heavy boot falls thudded above. Cade popped up. He swam his way between scattered dining room chairs. Automatic lights flickered on. Squinting, he careened hard into the kitchen island. A gleaming stainless top, commercial appliances, a room competing with snow blindness. In a messy recovery, he swiped a rack of cookware to the floor with an ear-splitting cacophony. Kicking loose pots and pans, he rushed for the basement. He glided down the cement steps, 3 at a time, one hand riding the railing. The stairwell dumped him into a long hallway. Exposed pipes ran along the ceiling, a steady drip to the wet floor. He splashed down the hall and put his foot through the first door. A utility closet. The hum of a heater washed out on a curtain of warmth. A shelf held a row of security monitors. Static filled the screens. The next door led to a butler's pantry. Shelves and cabinets floor to ceiling. He tore them open, tossing contents to the floor, clearing any space big enough to hide a certain compact shotgun. Nothing. His boots punched a hole in the next door. He had to yank it free and kick again, the soft, damp wood separating from the handle. The swollen doors still wouldn't open right. He wildly cleared the frame with his fists, forcing his way inside. He found the switch on the wall, turned on the lights. A basin sat at the back of the room, a toppled chair in a layer of funk, a pile of damp towels. He switched off the light, stood with the shadows stretched over the chair, remembered the cold water, the burning in his lungs. He should have died here. Did? He wasn't sure. Pots clattered upstairs. He spun into the hallway and made for the next door. Another kick sent it flying open. There was a cot, unoccupied except for an open duffel bag. An antique writing desk dragged down from some unused room upstairs filled one corner. Spartan accommodations, especially for a guy Cade once worried might be on the take. The agent had left in a hurry. No time to grab his things. The jingle of brass clinked in the basement stairwell. Cade flipped the cot. A little taste of revenge for the raid on Hindi. Bingo. One boomstick. He snatched the pistol grip and checked the compact shotgun over. Not cleared. Not made safe. Perfect. Cade swung into the hallway and without pause fired a shell into the stairwell. The gunman had one foot coming off the bottom step, unprepared. The slug hit him, again dead center. The cloth covering the steel plate burst open. The gunman went to his ass on the third step, wheezing from the impact. He raised the heavy gun one-handed, his other hand pulling up on the railing. Cade let the shotgun roar again. Another hit right in the middle of the plate. The steel deformed, crushing inward, a dimpled crater applying pressure to his sternum. Gasping, the gunner struggled to right the heavy weapon and started firing. Cade waded into the wildly aimed bursts and racked another round. The torture chamber yawned open to his left, his shadow cutting the toppled chair in half. That had been all Lobo. The Clevelands weren't in charge here, he realized, the murderous wife or her apprehensive husband. She'd taken out Jacob as some kind of crazed personal vendetta. Mr. Cleveland had tried to offer a deal. The Sicario had waited eagerly, impatiently to start his work. Hell, not even Ramirez seemed to be the man running the show. Who was the true king here? Boom. He was the king. The shot peppered the machine gunner's face. The ballistic mask absorbed the impact, but the man's head whipped back, slammed against the stairs. The M60's stream of lead went silent. Cade racked another and let loose. This shot to the steel plate again. The impact made the soldier jerk forward, a bloody stain left on the step behind him. His gasps now a strangled wheeze. The shotgun had little chance of penetrating the plate, but every hit had been like being kicked by a mule. Point blank, Cade stepped closer. White-rimmed eyes stared through the mask. Smoke and dents pocked the surface. Blood trickled down his neck. He sighted below the chin, pulled the trigger. 46. Cade found Anne curled up under the bed, a palatial four-poster bed on a genuine Navajo rug. The balcony view overlooked the icy cliff. Best room in the house. Not Anne's. Probably used to be Ramirez's, now Lobo's. A terrific crash from the front of the property filled the silence. Sporadic gunfire followed, rifle bursts, an occasional concussive pop. The thrum of the Huey, circling. As big as the bed frame was, she'd had to squeeze tightly underneath. "Anne," he said softly, "we need to go." She wore an oversized sweater and a pair of snow pants 2 sizes too big. These weren't the last clothes he'd seen her in, he didn't think. The helicopter ride's still fuzzy. They weren't even her clothes. Did they hurt you? He reached under to touch her leg. She jerked away, curled tighter. Cade saw her for the first time. So young. The age gap he'd brushed aside, now an unthinkable chasm. Ramirez had kept her sheltered, a life where she pursued whatever her heart desired, never knowing the blood spilled by her father to make the dream reality. A fantasy the cartel boss had bought into, too. One he tried to share, if even for a few months, as he juggled the inevitable failure of his attempt to be a legitimate businessman. Had it really all been a hopeless scam to spend time with her? One final ploy to pretend he hadn't made a life of murders and lies? Ramirez must have sensed he was losing control. They all do, eventually. Informants or assassination attempts by the next in line. A throne of skulls to which his would be added one day soon. Kay genuinely pitied the man and the daughter he'd exposed to this. Carelessly brought her innocence too close to the animals he couldn't control. He didn't need any more reasons to hurt Lobo. But now it was a necessity. "I'm going to kill that bastard," he growled. The words drew Anne out of her protective shell.
Who? My father?
Lobo.
What about my father? Did he do this? Did he make this happen?
Cade muddled through the rage. He rocked back onto the dusty, hand-woven rug.
Yeah. Are you going to kill him too?
She asked, pained and uncertain. The boss might already be dead, his frontal assault one last gift for his daughter. We have to get moving. She crawled from beneath the bed. Cade felt a surge of relief. He hadn't wanted to force her out, accidentally redirect his adrenaline and anger toward her. He set the shotgun down and gently helped her to her feet. She nuzzled against his chest. "Did they hurt you?" he repeated. He felt her head shake. More relief washed over him.
All the noise? The guns?
She looked up with innocent eyes.
Lobo told me you were dead.
He wouldn't be so lucky.
How did I not know? How?
She sounded on the verge of bitter anger. Cade stroked her hair. The touch they might have once shared without a thought caused her to jerk away.
You knew. You came to stop him and used me to get close.
Cade kept his hold of her, not too tight. Enough to let her know she shouldn't walk away. She needed to hear him out. That's not what happened. That's another lie from Lobo. I wouldn't do that to you.
Then why are you here?
Cade sighed, exasperated. One big accident. No, that's not right. I came here because I was running from something. I have been for a long time. But what we had meant a lot to me. You just have to trust me. She searched his face. Trust for her a dangerous concept, especially now.
I lived my whole life in the city never knowing who he was. Just some guy who mysteriously paid my rent. When he invited me here, I was alarmed at first. He showed up with all the men with guns. You hear about it, I guess. I tried to think of it as a normal thing here in the mountains.
Been there, Cade said. She kept going, trying to get it all off her chest.
Just me being some dumb, artsy photographer unfamiliar with the culture. We just started to talk when the storm came. I kind of welcomed it. He wasn't what I thought. Talked about business all the time. I don't know that he ever really cared about me.
Her voice trailed off. Come on, Cade said. He helped her out of the room and down to the courtyard. He did his best to lead her away from the bodies. She kept her face buried against him. Cade collected the arsenal he'd left behind as he moved. He had the pistol-grip shotgun and the .38, both empty. He retrieved the 1895, slung it over his shoulder. Next, he grabbed one of the M16s, extra magazines. He helped her into the side-by-side, closed the door, and crossed around. He piled the empty firearms in back. She eyed the M16 nervously as he propped it on the floorboard between them. We might need this. Just the sight of the weapon had her frozen. I want you to get as small as you can over there. Cover your ears. Don't look up. Anne nodded vacantly and did as asked. Cade arranged the extra magazines across the dash. 2 cubbies meant for phones held them neatly. The rest he wedged into the space between the seats. Then he rolled down his window. They took off down the dirt road, bumping their way over the rutted snowfield. He raised the rifle and rested the barrel on the dash, driving with one hand. They had one way out, the front gate. 47. Smoke trickled above the walled compound. The rear gate was still open. Snow had melted some, but the banks engulfing the perimeter remained too deep for the side-by-side to navigate. A trip across the battlefield was the only way to reach the front gate and Mineral King Road. Cade kept an eye on the sky, searching for the Huey. An evac would be nice. Lambert seemed content to wait for backup to arrive. Watch the cartel pick themselves off and contain the carnage from spilling over into Three Rivers. Save the case, his career. Would he even risk a close landing for them? Ahead, the gunfire had fallen silent. He strained to hear over the growl of the side-by-side. Smoke trickled skyward in 2 thin columns. His plan: blast across the open space, high speed. If the far gate was intact, he'd veer off toward the cover of the ruined barn. They'd scale the wall there, make a run for the woods. But if the battle was already over, so was their diversion. Get ready, he told Anne. Head still tucked against her knees, she nodded. He crept up to the open gate, ready to bury the accelerator. All quiet. He quickly spotted the source of one column of smoke. One of the new expeditions had been sacrificed to ram the main gate. The SUV had come to rest 30 yards from the point of impact. The gate tossed ahead another 10. Smoke poured from beneath the crumpled hood. One of Ramirez's men hung out the open driver's side window, rifle dangling from a death grip. Blood pooled in the snow from a trickle down the barrel. Another SUV had planted itself on the cabin's porch, hopped the deck, and smashed directly into the front wall. All the doors were open, bodies strewn about and under reared-up front tires. More smoke trickled from behind the cabin. The final SUV blocked the destroyed main gate, riddled with bullet holes. It wouldn't be moving any time soon. No quick escape. Bodies clad in winter fatigues were strewn about, their blood bright scarlet pools against the muddy snow. All dressed the same. The battlefield looked like a friendly fire massacre. Cade dropped his plans to race through the carnage. He urged the side-by-side forward, weapon trained on blind corners. The garage to his left was open. He covered it as they passed. No obvious movement. He scanned the bodies clustered around the cabin. No Ramirez, no Lobo, neither of the Clevelands. He pulled behind the expedition used to ram the gate. It was far enough from the cabin to provide cover. He set the side-by-side's brake. "Wait here," he said. Anne's head popped up. "Why? Where are you going?" Cade scanned the grounds again. No movement. Anywhere. He could hear the chopper off over the canyon. Something's wrong. We're stuck here. I need to make sure we're alone. Anne grabbed his arm. "Don't leave me." Her desperation felt foreign to the intimate time they'd spent together. Life had been easy. Not a damn care in the world. Then they'd been ripped apart. The pleas sounded like a stranger's. "I want to check the cabin. See if anybody survived." He scanned the immediate area again. "I'll keep my eyes on you. Don't worry." She bit her lip and nodded. Cade took the M16 and got out. He advanced on the SUV. Only the one body dangling from the driver's side. Twitchy had led the breach alone. Another loser of the misplaced loyalty game. Satisfied the vehicle held no survivors, he stepped back to the side-by-side. "Get in the driver's seat. If anybody approaches, get out of here. Fast. Back to the hacienda, okay?" Anne climbed lithely between the seats and got situated, hands white-knuckling the wheel. She nodded grimly. Cade swept back around the SUV. He kept his sights focused on the cabin. The porch was ground zero for the massacre. Bodies twisted by the impact, riddled with bullets. A few taken out execution style as they lay injured. Somebody had survived. A radio hissed static into the still air. He didn't understand what had happened. A breached gate? A concentration of soldiers outside the cabin, all exposed. A second vehicle ramming them, doors flung open, wild gunfire. Who survived the impact? Who exited the SUV? Where were Ramirez and Lobo? He could see into the cabin's shadowy interior through the hole punched by the SUV. Didn't have any intention of wandering inside. He stepped off the porch and backed away. The camera on the roof had taken multiple rounds. The smoke behind the building was dark, but controlled. A concentrated fuel fire. He circled that way, cheek welded to the rifle stock. As he hit the corner, he checked back toward Anne. He caught her worried look. He held up his palm. Hold. He wouldn't be long. He heard a desperate plea from behind the cabin. "Lo siento! Lo siento!" Cade whipped around the corner, out of Anne's terrified gaze. The greasy smell emitted by the source of the fire overwhelmed his senses. Sweet, revoltingly close to appetizing. Burning human flesh. Flames licked a blackened lump on the ground. Two huddled forms. Melting galoshes curling in a twisted mess. Cade didn't let his gaze linger. Near the charred pile knelt two workers he'd met in the barn. Hassan and the other one. The younger of the two clutched his sweat-stained ball cap. He was gasping, cheeks running with sooty tears. Lobo stood behind the kid, his back to Cade, the pistol tucked into his waistband, slide locked, empty. One arm hooked in front, the Sicario gripped a fistful of the younger man's hair. Steel flashed. An arc of blood sprayed from a gruesome wound as the kid pitched forward into the dirt. Cade snapped the sights up, put a bead on Lobo's head. The Sicario caught the movement out of the corner of his eye. Cade still wore the fatigues from the hacienda. Just another cartel heavy. Deadly mistake by the thug who would be king. "You're late." Lobo moved toward Hassan. He wasn't pleading like the other. Chin down, resigned to his fate. "You heavy, girl? Let me clean up here." "I think I got it," Cade said. Lobo whirled, a moment of genuine shock. Hassan, on his knees, slowly craned his neck, a hesitant glance full of trepidation. He'd recognized something, too. Something he'd dreaded. The dead man. The one the devil sent back, come to seek vengeance. Cade pulled the trigger. The aging M16 had a reputation for a reason. Low-quality ammunition fouled the workings. Harsh environments did the same. Like Mac's old carbine. Constantly cleaned and maintained, the M16 posed few problems. The cartel soldier with the messy bedroom? Apparently not one to fuss over cleanliness. The bolt seized with an unsatisfying click. Tap the magazine, pull the charging handle, check the chamber. Too much to do with the trained killer launching at him. Wickedly curved knife dripping with blood. Cade dropped the rifle and drew his buoy. The Sicario rushed him with the intent of sinking the curved blade into his temple. Not a wild haymaker swing. A stab feinted across the body. An ineffective strike with an empty hand an untrained fighter might dismiss. A deadly assault with the blade. Cade saw the danger. He continued with his attack. The buoy's bigger blade and his longer reach an advantage. But Lobo's off-kilter strike also made it easier to counter his attack. A light grip cupped his forearm. Lobo spun the hooked karambit blade effortlessly around the handle's safety ring, away from Cade's face. The ring clashed against the Bowie's guard. A precise strike. Masterful. The heavier knife slipped out of Cade's grasp. Lobo slid into a flank, out of the toe-to-toe. The precautions of a guy used to slicing up his enemies without getting wailed on. Delicate work as the spinning knife plunged towards Cade's throat. Cade tucked his chin and charged to jam the incoming blade. The point nicked his jaw. A painful flash of steel on bone. Lobo sidestepped the clumsy tackle. The move sent Cade sprawling. He ate a stinging face full of snow and whipped hard around to his back, scrambled to stand, snow slipping under his boots. Lobo deftly scooped up the buoy and tossed it at him. Reflex took over. Cade's hand shot up and snatched the Bowie out of the air. He got to his feet, sneering. That amazing knife catch of his surely had to make up for falling on his ass. But Lobo's smile sapped his newfound confidence. The grin told him the lazy throw had been on purpose, a toss intended to be caught. He beckoned Cade forward. Cade stepped closer with extreme caution, tried to get a read on his opponent. No hint of concern, no sign of weakness.
None of the men survived?
Lobo asked. Still no concern. Morbid curiosity. That was all. None. The girl? Died in a firefight. They were circling, edging closer, blades making restless motions. You're lying. Lobo sounded amused, but not about the men. Sorry to wreck your shot at the crown. I'm already wearing it. So, Ramirez is dead too? Who? The mysterious leader of the Michoacan cartel turned rat for his baby daughter? Lobo laughed dismissively. He's a shadow of a shadow. I'm the true Jefe. Or I soon will be. So it had all been an elaborate scheme. A play by one man to cement his control on the organization. Eliminate any competition. Boss of who? The corpses here? The ones I left in the hacienda? Still smiling, Lobo spun the knife lazily. They'd been infiltrated. Never sure I could trust them anyway. It's cleaner this way. Clean. That's what he called this bloody mess. This massacre. Cade motioned toward the burnt bodies. Mr. and Mrs. Cleveland. By their contorted body positions, he could see they'd been burned alive. Her rifle pressed into the snow beside them. You don't seem to inspire that trust you're looking for. I demand it. That fails, you burn your partners alive? Partners? He flicked his blade toward the corpses. Competition. Thieves. He spat at the dead worker. Ratos. Cade glanced at the dead laborer's body. Another of Lambert's informants. Skin drained the color of snow. Crimson fanned from the gaping neck wound. The cut from the blade deep enough to expose the spine. A near decapitation. One more pass of the razor-sharp knife could make it happen. You, Cade growled. You've always been the one calling the shots, haven't you? Lobo gave him a bemused look and twirled the bloody blade. Cade wanted justice, but justice in the eyes of the law would mean collecting evidence, establishing motives, processing the murder weapon in Lobo's hand, a clean chain of custody. All the careful, cautious steps necessary to put him behind bars, like Fern's .308 rifle beside the charred bodies, finding the missing brass, maybe sifting it out of her charred remains, impartially, cautiously. Now he was on the run from that same faceless apparatus he'd worked so hard for. A labyrinth of checks and balances meant to protect the innocent, but so often twisted to shield the guilty. That kind of justice had driven him back to the fringes of civilization, to a place where he thrived, one he'd always secretly hoped to return to, no matter how hard Max steered him to do the right thing. Justice? He'd have justice. He wasn't leaving here without it. 48. Cade knew a person could be made lethal with a firearm and a trip to the range. Blades, the pointy end stabs, the sharp edge cuts, seemed simple enough, looked simple compared to a gun. But without extensive training, a person attacked with a sharpened piece of steel like the blunt instrument holding it, their fist, jabs and crosses, no finesse. A true expert made the blade the weapon. Lobo was such an expert. Cade knew he needed the fight to be short, sell his commitment to the macho trial by combat Lobo offered, find a more decisive way to win. The first pass, Cade felt the blade tear into his vest, the strike designed to gut him, a move Lobo made with a knowing smile. Knew he wouldn't penetrate, just wanted Cade to know he could. The next pass, Cade intentionally went wide. He swung in wild, undisciplined arcs. He was tamping down his anger but displaying the raw edge of it, making Lobo believe he'd already won. Another sloppy brawler against his refined technique. The blade tore into his shoulder. That one hurt. A raw wound he'd been carrying for weeks now. Lobo sensed the pain and tried to pounce. Cade gave up an easy slice on his thigh to push-kick him away. He kept his opponent on the move, circling, getting closer to the stomach-churning stench of the smoking bodies. He limped hard on his wounded leg as he did. The pain wasn't hard to fake. The cut wasn't that deep, but he was exhausted, hiking all night, dodging bullets and collapsing cliffs and a psychopath's knife work. When he finally fell to the ground, he almost believed he'd given up. Triumphant, Lobo moved in for the kill. Cade pulled back and tossed the buoy. Not a move to show up his opponent. A solid throw meant to bury it up to the hilt in Lobo's sternum. He didn't stay still to watch it land. As the blade left his hand, he rolled to the side, reaching. True justice had rules, for many reasons. Fairness chief among them. But Cade wasn't about to settle this fairly. He turned again, in time to see Lobo smile, the caught buoy in his hand. A freakish thing you'd expect at a carnival, but really, just a guy obsessed with blades. One Cade wasn't ever going to go the distance with in a knife fight. The smile changed quickly. Lobo died with a look of shock as the .308 round bored into his skull. The same look Jacob might have had when he turned around to find a killer in his lumber yard. Cade tossed Fern Cleveland's rifle aside. He dropped back, breathing hard, nearly gagged, then rolled to get some distance from the bodies. Behind him he heard a slap, a palm on a magazine, a swish and a click, a bolt being cleared. Another rattle as it was driven home. Cade jumped to his feet. Hassan, the weathered laborer, was standing 10 yards away with the M16, cleared and ready to fire. Cade waited to react, uncertain he could close the distance fast enough. Head hung low, the man shuffled toward him, held out the rifle. Cade accepted it slowly, quietly engaging the safety selector as he did. Hassan turned his back and dropped to his knees. He gazed out over the snow. To die in spring would be better, Cade stepped back. What the hell are you talking about?
I'm ready to pay for my sins.
Cade stared at the farmer, patiently awaiting his execution. An execution Lobo had failed to finish. What did you do?
The wrong things,
Hassan said in his thick accent.
When I first worked for these men, I thought I had no choice, so I followed their orders. I followed them until I became one of them. I could have placed you in your grave with respect. I didn't. So you came back from Chico Meliclan. Back to remind me there are worse things than to die. I am ashamed. I'm ready for judgment.
Get up. Hassan cocked his head. Didn't move at first, like he had to think about it. A subtle nod and he stood. I'm not dead. No reason you have to be. Cade let the rifle fall loosely. Where's Ramirez? Hassan gestured toward the main gate.
Gone.
He mimed a steering wheel with his hand.
Toro terreno. Loaded with extra fuel. Supplies.
The others side by side, out beyond the wall. Ramirez had gone to ground. 49. The Huey touched down in front of the cabin. Lambert was at the stick. Cade had reached out to him from a dead man's radio. Will sat comfortably by the open sliding door, feet on the rail. He pointed 2 fingers at Anne and Cade and beckoned them over. Hassan stood by the open garage, the side-by-side from the hacienda not far away. Cade took Anne's hand and jogged over, stooping under the backwash. With a powerful arm, Will helped her onto the deck and got her situated in a jump seat. Cade tossed in Pierce's arsenal and swung in after her. Will watched the assortment of weapons collect. You raid a museum? Lambert pulled back on the stick as Cade slid into the co-pilot seat and put on the headset. He looked out as they lifted off. Below, Hassan's battered cowboy hat lifted off his head. A shock of honey-brown hair fluttered, practically aglow against his deeply tanned skin. Cade watched him as they ascended. Something felt off. We'll send him a ride, Lambert said. What's the situation? Ramirez is in the wind, Cade replied. Lambert quirked his head and banked toward Mineral King. Did he have a duel to the death or something with Lobo? Lambert asked. He sounded hopeful. Mano a mano? Something like that. Cade didn't know how to answer. He didn't know how far back Lobo's control over the cartel stretched. Definitely knew the so-called boss he'd met wouldn't have stood a chance against the Sicario. The duel must have been won years ago. Before or after Mac had been murdered, he wasn't sure. Anne had settled into the seat right off Cade's shoulder. She wore a headset too. He checked her and saw no reaction to the conversation. Head bowed, fingers restless. He tried to steer the topic back to the search. Any chance he drove out through the pass? Lambert frowned. No way in hell. It's open, but half of D.C. is down there. Lambert seemed nervous. His case had spun far enough out of control he had to believe the extra suits had come to question him. Cade wasn't so sure. They floated across the canyon, over the road. Lambert flew a search pattern, eyes constantly scanning. Will glassed the terrain with the deadly sweep of his rifle. "You try the Cleveland's place?" Cade asked. "No, we've been focused on Mineral King Road and Sierra Drive, keeping the gunfight out of town. Always better when the bad guys kill each other. That kind of thinking puts me out of a job," Will chimed in. "He was in one of the side-by-sides," Cade said. "Two-seater. Probably skipped the main roads. I know the one." Cade watched the wintry landscape. His gaze drifted in the direction of the dam. Here he was, flying with a DEA agent and a Navy SEAL, with who knew what waiting outside town. Might as well surrender. Didn't matter if he could take Will or Lambert in a fight. He didn't know a damn thing about flying a helicopter. At least Anne was safe, huddled in her seat, staring straight ahead. She wasn't made for this. Cade considered shutting off her headset, sparing her the conversation they needed to have about her father, but he still hadn't decided exactly what to say. The sense he'd missed something gnawed at him. "Ramirez and Lobo arranged all this to take out their competition," Cade said. Anne cocked her head at the words. Lambert gave him the side-eye. "And you knew." Lambert shifted uncomfortably in his seat. "Agent Black, you of all people should understand a need-to-know basis. But things didn't add up when the competition turned out to be the Clevelands, right?" Cade asked. "Nothing on them but minor possession charges," said Lambert. "Even paid taxes on the little grow by their house. Barely a misdemeanor anymore. You wanted the big fish, the career maker." "I wanted to get drugs off the streets," Lambert snapped. "Sure, but the cartel used you to take out the Clevelands," Cade said. Lambert pursed his lips, unconvinced. "They wanted to thin the paramilitary squad, too. You told me most of the guys you trusted didn't make the chopper after my raid. You left assets behind, lying low, pretending to be at Lobo's command. He'd figured it out. Left his loyal troops to guard the hacienda and Anne. Sent the rest to die. When Ramirez charged the compound with his men, the others must have assumed you and Will were dead and just stood their ground." "Highly unlikely," Will said. He gave a toothy smile. "The me being dead part." "Fine, Sherlock," Lambert grumbled. "But what the hell did they want with a couple of old hippies?" Cade leaned toward the windscreen and picked out the Cleveland's property from the forested slopes. The A-frame, the pole barn, their little garden beside the house. He could just make out the line of the road heading toward the back 40. "There, follow that track." Soon they were hovering above the hidden grove. Impressive from the ground, the giant sequoias made the neighboring trees look like weeds. Trunks the color of fresh rust punched above the canopy, adding a new layer to the sprawling wilderness. Tightly packed boughs, but dense, a majestic distraction to what was on the forest floor. "That's a damn sight," Lambert marveled. "They don't allow flights over the park or the protected groves." "Look on the ground," Cade said, pointing downward. It took the DEA agent a minute. He soon spotted what he'd missed. The white tops of the greenhouses, tough to see beneath the snow. He buzzed lower. They found more fields as they skimmed the ridge. 15 by Cade's count, not all in the same grove, but nearby, fed by wooden aqueducts made to blend with the historic spans along the roadside. "Damn," Lambert said in awe. "The Clevelands built this long before legalization," Cade said. "That got them noticed by the cartel. Probably were in business together for years. Then they decided to cut the cartel out while working on going legit. So Lobo left them a warning on Horse Creek compound last year." "Lobo? He's the one in charge. Since when?" Cade sighed. Lobo had said he soon would be as he executed the survivors of his massacre. But Ramirez had already fled. The very same Ramirez who'd been such a coward. What was stopping the Sicario from claiming the crown, finishing burning the bodies, making it look like nobody survived so he'd be in the clear? "I'm not sure. So if Lobo was already in charge, why pretend he was in with the Clevelands against Ramirez?" Lambert asked. "A test, I think. He didn't yet know how many of the men were loyal to him and him alone. He always planned to solve it with a shootout. And your barn stunt set that up nicely," Lambert scoffed. "I moved up the timetable for a plan in place since the minute you cooked up this operation. Who the hell in DOJ approved it?" Lambert buttoned up. Will watched the exchange with great interest. Looked like he had plenty of unanswered questions about the strange mission, too. "Lobo, Cleveland's," spat Lambert. "Doesn't matter. The poster's got Ramirez's name on it. I need his ass in custody. So where the hell is he?" Cade pointed in the direction of the Salt Creek Trail. "There's a network of logging roads up toward Case Mountain. They used the Cleveland's old plow truck to clear a path." "Where to?" Cade recalled the trail maps. "Out to the valley, across South Fork Road, then down to 190. "When were you going to share that bit of intel?" Lambert asked. "It's useless for supplies or backup teams, only for desperate people. Or maybe the SEAL over there." Will surfaced from his scope. "I've had enough camping out in the cold, thank you." He snugged the rifle butt against his shoulder. "Let's finish this job." They soared over the hills, the forest road a white vein cutting through the naked treetops. They spotted fresh tracks left by the side-by-side. Lambert veered off after them. As they hopped over the ridge, there it was, spewing slush from the snow tires, powering across the slick and unpredictable terrain. Lambert switched his comms to the loudspeaker. "Ramirez! Pull your ass over!" The Polaris picked up speed and skidded into a turn at the top of a series of switchbacks. "That went well," Will said. Lambert switched the mic over again. His eyes flicked toward the instrument panel. Cade followed them to the fuel gauge. "We're low. He just might be able to lose us." A dark look toward the sniper. "Well?" Will grabbed a cargo strap, hung it to span the open door. Taking a knee, he rested his barrel on the strap. As good a stand as he could hope for. Maybe more than the elite sniper needed. "Permission to engage." Cade checked Anne. She was fully alert now. She strained in her seat to see out the open door. He unbuckled and switched to sit beside her. "Anne?" She didn't respond. She'd made it clear she had very little idea who her father was. She had to be wondering if any of Ramirez's affection was real. Cade wished he could say. He wished he knew anything about the man behind the wheel. Seemed to be a hapless participant in the end, afraid for Anne's life. Maybe the Jefe really did care. No, he'd been afraid for his own life. If Anne dies, I die, he'd said. A man under threat of death. From who? Cade took in the anguish on Anne's face, so raw and genuine. He pushed back a lock of her honey-colored hair, and his fingers froze. Lambert and Will watched the two of them. The fuel gauge dropped imperceptibly in the background. Cade's mind raced. "We can't just let this joker run wild this side of the border," Lambert said. Will took that as an affirmative and steadied his rifle. "Wait!" Anne blurted. "Let me talk to him." Cade stared deep into her hurt, her confusion. They'd had their share of intimate moments, but this one felt the most real. No lies. Not like her father. But would she actually be able to speak to him one last time? "Let her try." Lambert cursed into his open mic and pulled off his ball cap to scrub his head. The chopper drifted slightly. Will scooted to adjust. "I only make this look easy," the sniper said. "Try to keep it steady." "They've got radios in the side-by-sides," Cade said fiercely. He suddenly wanted to hear from the cartel boss, too. A voice he'd heard only once before, one he hadn't recognized as easily as he thought. "Let's see if he answers." "Hold up," Lambert told Will. He glared at Cade, then flipped a switch and gave Anne a nod. "Go." "Daddy? Are you there?" She called again. No reply. "Ma'am," Lambert said, "your father wasn't a good man." Her chin dropped. Eyes swelled with tears. "He always was to me. He'd send letters, support my art. When he bought the cabin in Three Rivers, I finally felt free to be who I was. I was so excited to finally meet him."
"Hija, this is not a business you should be involved in. Lo siento."
Cade focused on the voice, calm over the blaring whine of an overworked side-by-side engine. The radio connection was poor. Engine noise shredded his words, chopped up like the scratchy audio from a damaged body cam. "You lied to me about your business," she said.
"I must use deception because I can trust no one. The truth is," he continued, leaning heavily into a thicker accent Cade hadn't picked up on. No, not the man who called himself Jefe. "I am a farmer. I sell a product for which there is a demand. It is the only way a man like me, a simple man from Michoacán, would ever be allowed to sit at the table with the rich people of El Norte."
Cade slumped limply into his seat. This couldn't be right. He didn't want to believe it. He jerked forward to watch the side-by-side weave recklessly down the mountain. "People died," Anne said weakly, trying her best to confront him.
"People die most in my home, on my doorstep. My paradise needs to be made whole, Iha. We grow tired of the turf wars, guns and money brought from far away. Those wars need to happen here, where their product is demanded, where the full price should be paid. Lambert was watching Cade, his face screwed up. He was cluing in as well. And, too, they were all starting to hear it. This was not the voice of the man who'd called himself Ramirez.
"What in the hell?"
Lambert said. The side-by-side picked up speed, slaloming around corners. Anne shook her head loosely, completely stunned.
"Who are you, really?"
she managed to ask. I am your father. That is true. I came to see you. I had hoped we could leave all this behind together. How long have you just been playing a part? Cade blurted, taking over the channel, wearing a costume. Silence. It stretched out long. Will's fingers slid off the Barrett's trigger. How long? Cade demanded. Always, the deep voice said. Those things I did not have the stomach for, I left to Lobo. Enough he believed himself to be in control. I knew one day we would come to a place where only one of us would walk away. He made those plans. I made certain they would happen here. You were the one testing loyalties. Killing off the Clevelands just a bonus, Cade said. I do not relish death, Agent Black. I do what I must for my people to thrive. Will hunkered behind the scope again, reacting to something below, sighting in on a target. Cade ignored him. As far as the sniper could reach, it wouldn't be far enough. What about Juarez? Cade asked. Was that so your people could thrive? Juarez? Asked the voice. Below, the side-by-side had lost control, skidded to a stop, the tires mired in the wet ground. Ramirez in his tailored jacket and cowboy boots sprang out, hands clasped together. He pleaded to the sky and dropped to his knees. The drug tunnel, Cade said as he stared blankly at the man below. The agents you slaughtered, the children. See, the voice continued calmly. I allowed Lobo to do his bloody work. I am not innocent of his crimes. I offered you your revenge for it, Mr. Black. Fate gave you your revenge. You would not accept. This was not the time. The side-by-side idled far beneath the chopper on the winding road, the driver pleading mutely for mercy. Anne squeezed Cade's hand. She'd given up trying to make sense of it all, but she seemed to feel his growing anguish, tried to comfort him. Cade didn't fully understand either. His urge for revenge, for justice, had felt satisfied when Lobo's warm corpse hit the snow. But he'd saved the real Hefe's life, ended Lobo's rise to power with one more throat left to slit. A simple farmer's. I'll see you again, Hassan, Cade said. When you're held to account, it'll be by my hand. Bueno. A perfect match. A signature phrase used to add credibility to the disguise. One that could be imitated by a more than capable actor, even a cowardly one. That is how it should be. Goodbye, Iha. If only we had more time.
Lambert gave Will a sharp nod.
Do it.
Will checked the DEA agent and shifted uneasily back behind his scope. Anne stared at them in shock.
But that man, that's not him.
Will spared Anne a glance. He looked to Cade. Cade met the SEAL's gaze. The target, the stranger on his knees, didn't deserve to die. Just another pawn. That was all he was.
He's unarmed,
Will told Lambert. Looks compliant.
God damn it!
Lambert roared.
Just shoot the bastard! He's on the run! Violated his agreement! I can't land! I can't leave him sitting there! We come back without him,
Your what? Cade demanded. Your career is over? Lambert turned away, fuming.
Yours will be too, Black. For good.
Fuel gauge kissing empty, Lambert yanked the stick hard, and they banked off toward the road. Yeah, Cade said as he held Anne's hand. I guess it will be. 50. They landed the helicopter at the top of Terminus Dam. The parking lot and causeway below a strobe of emergency lights and construction vehicles. Cade had been secretly wishing they'd run out of fuel. He could have used an emergency landing as cover for an escape. He hadn't been looking forward to shaking off pursuit by Will. He didn't want a rematch. Then there was the matter of not having any gear. He gazed into the distance, his pack and shovel left unattended on an icy ridge. Or had they fallen with the collapsing shelf? He felt it, a part of him left buried on Mineral King. Anne sat in her seat, shaking, her delicate skin flushed and irritated by tears, somewhere between fury and grief. She'd been manipulated, dragged through an emotional blender. He didn't know what to say. He'd been like her once, lost and not by choice. She'd have to find her way on her own. The skids touched down, and he was the first one out the door, Pierce's Winchester slung over his shoulder. He had to leave the shotgun behind. No way to tromp through the sea of badges with a questionable firearm. He hadn't picked up any brass either. He owed Pierce. Someday he'd repay him.
Agent Black?
Lambert called after him.
Agent Black!
The DEA agent couldn't chase him down. Shutting down the helicopter was more than turning a key. Will had his hands full with Anne. She was fighting him, shouting after Cade, screaming over the slowly unwinding whirl of the propeller. It hurt to hear her. He wanted to be there for her, but he couldn't stay. Flashing lights formed a gauntlet away from the dam's administration building. Men with badges and guns watched him pass, the scraggly drifter with an antique rifle on his back. A throwback frontiersman who might just look like he belonged in these hills. A group of DEA agents rushed by, plain clothes, Under Armour casual like they were headed to the golf course, badges swinging from chains on their necks. They didn't give Cade a second look. Army Corps of Engineers, Rangers, County Sheriff, City Police from Visalia and Tulare, State Troopers, a staging area for the ambulances and fire trucks.
Cade!
Lance and his crew stood by their dozer in the Three Rivers ladder truck. He went past, pretending not to hear. They'd done under-the-table work for Ramirez, probably enough to earn a felony charge, but he wasn't sticking around to bear witness. "Where are you headed?" Lance called. "Me and the boys are going into Visalia for a beer. How about it?" The invite surprised him. He stopped, turned around. "Sounds good. You leaving now?" "Let me secure the dozer and we'll head down in the ladder truck." Couldn't ask for a better cover. He waited awkwardly with the rest of the crew. Not much to say. They looked as exhausted as he was. Asking if they had a long night was a waste of breath. He wasn't going to go into detail about his. The Three Rivers ambulance crew was nearby. Randy sauntered toward them. "Hey, fellas, lights on or off for this beer run?" Cade stared down the causeway, avoiding conversation. A bright patch of yellow caught his eye. Allen, a member of Lance's crew, laughed. "Definitely on." Cade peered past Randy and zeroed in on the yellow paint. Mustang Shelby GT 500. Racing stripes. Sanvi leaned sensually on the hood, cuffs dangling from her fingertips. She smiled and beckoned Cade over. "Listen," Cade said, grabbing Randy by the collar. He shrunk away from the intensity, but Cade kept a solid grip. "You want to solve a crime? Be a detective? There's an evidence packet on top of the ladder at Jacob's Hardware, right around back. The murder weapon is at the Hacienda on Mineral King Road. Got it?" Randy stared, bewildered. Cade let go. "Skip the beer. Get the info to anybody up here. Tell them you put it together. Understand?"
Sure."
Cade didn't wait to explain. He started off toward the helicopter. He didn't know how to fly, but he damn sure needed to learn. Quick. 4 guys in suits stepped out of the Terminus Dam's administration building. Not your typical Army Corps of Engineers uniform. Guys he recognized by demeanor. Something about the way they stepped athletically in those shiny dress shoes and the bulge of weapons under their coats. Government agents. His government? He couldn't say. A finger pointed toward Cade. They started his way. Cade looked over to see Sanvi sauntering his direction with Clark, a.k.a. Special Agent Derek Alderman, at her side. The former Signet guy was on his phone. That worried Cade more than if he'd had his weapon out. Near the chopper, Lambert tiptoed to see above the cluster of DEA agents. He was starting to point Cade's direction, too. Cade backed away, took several cautious steps to the edge of the dam. He'd seen this in a movie before, only the water hadn't been frozen solid. "Hands in the air, Black! Now!" Cade stopped contemplating the impossible jump the second he recognized her voice. He turned, hands eagerly up, ready to follow any command she gave. Harper, having her gun out, drew the full attention of the badge-wearing crowd. Those nearby drew to assist. Others came forward. An entire dam full of witnesses sworn to one oath or another. "Drop the rifle! Slowly!" Cade shimmied out of the sling and let it fall. Went down to his knees, hands behind his head. Harper moved in quickly to cuff him. "Secure that weapon for me." she said to the nearest officer, a deputy who looked intimidating enough to give anybody else pause. He's going in my vehicle. Cade offered no resistance as Harper manhandled him toward her waiting government ride. He saw the suits, all four of them, slow their pace. They seemed uncertain if the problem was being resolved. Maybe they assumed whatever Harper detained him for kept him within their reach. Maybe they didn't have a good enough story to tell the former section chief. "What's the perp's story?" the deputy asked.
Outstanding warrant. Domestic terrorism.
Ouch. He must have pissed her off. The deputy took over and roughly jammed him into the back seat, scowled and slammed the door. He'd thank her for that later. Sanvi didn't hold off like the suits. She got right in Harper's face. Derek watched the confrontation coolly, still on his phone. He didn't spare Cade so much as a glance. They hadn't seen each other for months. The whole encounter felt surreal. They'd been a team once. The deputy was ready to step in on Harper's side, her professionalism winning him over against Sanvi's colorful approach to diplomacy. Cade waited as the shouting match crescendoed, the DC suits hanging back to watch the scene go down. Harper got in as Sanvi slammed her hand on the hood. The deputy ordered her away and badges flashed. Guns. Derek grabbed her by the waist and carried her off, kicking. Harper pulled away from the scene. Halfway down the causeway, Cade tapped her seat. "Stop real quick. Roll down my window." They'd made it up to Lance and his crew. "Hey, guys." They squinted into the back seat. He leaned into the light, drawing attention away from the cuffs behind his back. "I've got a hot date. Do me a favor and pull the ladder truck out behind us. We need some privacy." Lance leered at Harper and stroked his lamb chop sideburns. "Yeah, sure. That beer another time?" "You got it." The window rolled up, and they left the dam behind. 51. Harper didn't say a word as she drove. Cade kept trying to find a way to start a conversation. He thought he might need to help her brush up on her surveillance detection skills, but she was doing fine. The valley was a maze of orchards and farm roads. She seemed to have a route and destination all picked out, so he left her to it. Plenty of distance from the dam. They hadn't stopped. He was still cuffed. "Keys?" She reached to her waist and tossed them into the back seat. Not the friendliest gesture. Cade wiggled around until he could reach them, careful not to send them sliding between the cushions. Some awkward twisting, and he managed to find the lock. He rubbed his wrists as the cuffs came off. "Thanks." He sat back to enjoy the ride. Been a while since he'd been a passenger. These back roads, his new home. They passed dormant orchards and groves, nature lined up in neat little rows. He thought of coming back in the spring, seeing them blossom, picking the fruit. But there was so much to do. Harper pulled off onto one of the dirt roads leading down a row of carefully pruned trees. She drove until the main farm road was lost to the other perfectly straight lines, and put her car into park. Still no word. She got out. Cade tried the handle. Nope. Standard issue perp controls. No way out. He tapped gently on the glass. Harper kept her back to him. He tapped again. She stormed over, flung the door open, then walked away. Cade got out and quietly closed the door behind him. He wandered a bit, kept his distance. Orange trees, nearly buried up to their lower boughs. The green leaves seemed strange among the snow. Harper dug a cigarette out of a pack and lit it. "Didn't know you smoked," he said.
"Neither did I."
She wasn't engaging with him. A quick puff as she stared into the distance. "You want me to take the car? You got a ride?" She gave him a cutting glance, looked away again.
"I want you to stop making this harder."
Cade wasn't sure what he'd done. He moved a little closer and leaned against the hood. Picked a spot to stare at somewhere near the one she was watching. "I never meant for any of this to happen."
"I know, but it's complicated enough without your extracurriculars."
Anne? Had she heard? Harper glared at him icily.
Of course there was.
So she hadn't heard. If you're talking about the business with Ramirez, that's done. For now. She waggled her head and dropped the cigarette onto the mushy ground, stomped it with her foot. Her sister smoked. Occupational hazard for a bartender. Must be where she got the idea.
"No, it isn't, Cade."
"How do you mean?"
"You've pissed off yet another agency. Add the DEA to your list of enemies."
"Could be worse. They could be after me for another murder."
"Nobody's going to miss dried-up mobsters and psycho drug dealers."
"Somebody will miss Jacob. He was a good guy." She gave him her full attention now, a withering glare.
"Who?"
"Local hardware store owner."
"You didn't."
"No, I didn't. Fern Cleveland did. Her gun. It'll be covered in her prints. Trouble is, I wasn't wearing any gloves when I picked up the murder weapon. Left my prints. Maybe some blood."
"Cade, did you just sleep through Quantico?"
She fumbled for another cigarette.
"Oh, that's right. I carried your ass through class."
"I didn't have much choice. Didn't need to hand over the evidence either, but I did." Cade cut her objection off. They can bury Sergei's murder behind classification labels, but if a local guy gets murdered, not a federal matter. I'm curious how hard they want to try to cover this up.
"Pretty goddamn hard,"
Harper spat. She was cussing again. Smoking. He'd have her downing a fifth of whiskey on the clock by next week. "Listen, if whoever is after me pulls a small-town murder investigation out of local hands to hide my involvement, they'll maybe leave a trail." She was burning the cigarette, a bright cherry red, regarding him pensively.
"Maybe so. Or maybe they just drop a life sentence on you."
Cade shrugged. Black side or Supermax? Probably prefer the Supermax. Better food. He let that sink in. She didn't disagree. "Who were the suits at Terminus Dam?" She shook her head.
"No idea."
Was it the people who greenlit Lambert's disaster? "I was able to dig up more on that mess than Sergei's case," she huffed. "A senator okayed that op. Had some pull with the Defense Department. Convinced them they needed a limited-scope task force on U.S. soil." "Why?"
"From what I could tell, this senator had money tied up in the legal cannabis business. Lots of money. The industry has hit a wall with federal hurdles. He needed an outside injection of cash, and Lambert's crazy plan to offer Ramirez a path to legitimacy found his desk.
Maybe you need to give me the senator's address, Cade growled. Harper flicked the cigarette with a delayed look of disgust.
We need to focus on Sergei. I've got a lead, but we can't get you back into the Bureau if you keep freelancing these other cases.
He watched her. Worry creased her face, the haze of smoke slowly dissipating. She looked not at him, but beyond him. A million different concerns. About him, her own caseload, her niece, and her priority out of all those, getting him back into the FBI, back on a career track like hers that she'd risked for him. I can't go back.
To San Francisco?
No. The Bureau. Harper's turned to be stunned.
What does that mean? No more investigating Sergei? No more clearing your name? You just run forever.
It means I'm not sure I can be that person again. Cade couldn't look her in the eye, his suddenly blurry and damp. Mac wanted me to be that person. I wanted to make him proud. Harper listened, sorrow creeping across her beautiful features. She stepped closer, put her arms around him. He closed his eyes and hugged her back.
McMillan would have been proud of you whatever you did,
Harper offered.
as long as you do it honorably.
She let go and stepped back.
I'm sorry all of this happened to you.
Cade stiffened his jaw and shrugged. I'm not. It's what made me who I am. Hiram, Mac, and I'm not the kind of guy to let people like Ramirez roam free. He cracked his neck. But you're right. One revenge plot at a time. Sergei's murder needs to be at the top of the list. Whatever's going on is at a high enough level we can't solve it from the inside. You need me, out here, freelancing. She swallowed a response. He could see by the book Harper wanted to argue. He could also see she was staring a certain truth in the face, much like he had. She nodded.
I guess I knew that.
They heard a vehicle coming down the road. Cade looked at her, astonished. He didn't take cover, didn't go for her weapon. He just walked out to meet the oncoming rattle and sputter. Hindi rumbled up the path. Pierce hopped out, all smiles, his oxygen tank at his side. He had that spring back in his step. The old vet serving his country once more. Trade you for an 1895 Winchester? Cade broke into a grin. He turned to see Harper already unlocking her trunk to get the rifle.
I made sure I was the first one through on Sierra Drive, she said, handing Pierce his antique. I turned into the first campground I saw and noticed that beast of yours. Pierce here was highly informative.
Your banker's quite the looker, Pierce said with a wink. Harper smiled patiently.
You mind waiting in the car?
Pierce tipped his hat. He gave Cade a firm handshake. Whatever trouble you're in, feel free to involve me any time. Gotta make the most of what I got left. He tapped his tank, then climbed into Harper's government ride.
He's interesting.
Harper said. Cade nodded in agreement. What's this about a lead on Sergei?
I'll tell you, but you have to promise to stay clear of San Francisco. I can't have you chasing more problems while I try to work this.
He gave her a silent nod, one his pained expression likely betrayed. Could he stay away from SFO? She told him anyway.
Sergei's crypto wallet address is linked to a whale.
She swatted annoyingly at the terminology.
A big player in crypto terms. Kyle, my assistant, is educating me. That whale usually uses a VPN, but we caught a few sloppy transactions originating from the Friendlink campus.
Sandstrom. She held up her hand.
No evidence, no direct link, completely circumstantial.
Cade reeled in the excitement. What else then?
I've got coordinates. Another drop. He put them in a plain text file as part of a transaction. Anybody might have come across them.
Anybody who was looking for them? Where?
You're not going to like this.
She handed him a slip of paper.
East Coast.
Cade slumped against the trunk, a sense of pure exhaustion. Like the past days, weeks, months hit him all at once. He grimaced, checked Harper, crossed his arms and took a few steps toward Hendy. He stopped, glanced back, moved closer to his getaway beast.
"Where are you going?"
she called. He started to speak again, thought better of it, and moved away. He climbed onto Hendy's step and opened the driver's door. The seat was worn, a dimple made from his ass compacting the once soft cushioning right into the crushed springs. The steering wheel stained from grubby hands. The dash lumpy where hot sun through the glass had warped it. At least the windshield was brand new. A moving picture window. A gallery of America's breathtaking scenery as he drove. But where?
"Cade, where are you going?"
"Best if you don't know, Harper." Cade left her watching him drive away. She'd see him again, sooner than she wanted. This concludes Mineral King by Russ Linton. Narrated by Tyler Darby. Copyright 2023 by Russ Linton. This unabridged audiobook is published by arrangement with Russ Linton and was produced in the year 2025 by Tantor Media Incorporated, a division of Recorded Books, which holds the copyright thereto. Please visit Tantor.com for more information on our growing library of unabridged audiobooks.